Hello and welcome to a gloriously sunny Kimbolton for round one of the 2024 Ultimate Karting Championship. We're kicking off what is going to be our 5th season of competitive kart racing, and it seems year on year we are growing in driver numbers, with this opening round here attracting just over 200 driver entries. The series is open for rookie racers and experienced racers alike from ages 8 to adult, and they're all fighting out for the right to call themselves the Ultimate Karting Champion. And after only 4 years of competitive racing, we're already seeing previous champions move onwards and upwards in the world of motorsport, going from karts to cars across a wide variety of championships. This season, we're travelling up and down the country, racing at 6 different locations, all offering their own unique backdrop and challenge.
So let's take a look at the 2024 race calendar, and we kick things off at round 1 at a circuit that may be new to UKC but certainly not to many of our drivers, and that's Kimbolton. From there we move to the ever popular Wilton Mill for round 2 at the end of May, beginning of June. We then return to a track that was voted Track of the Year by you in 2023, and that's Warden Law for round 3. Round 4 then, and we move across country over to Wigan and the fantastic race circuit that is Three Sisters. Round 5 then, and we're returning to the stunning North Wales setting that is GYG and the elevated circuit that they all love. Stunning backdrops continue then as we round out our season in round 6 at the fantastic Rowra. So there it is then, from kicking things off at round 1 at Kimbolton, going through Wilton Mill, Warden Law, Three Sisters, GYG, before we finish the season at round 6 at Rowra.
Round 1, as we were just hearing then, is here at Kimbolton, set on the site of a former World War II United States Army Air Force base, where bombers would have been taking off and landing somewhere out there at high speed on nothing more than a wing and a prayer. And you can only imagine what that would have been like back in 1944. But what have you got to do in 2024 to get the quickest lap around what is now a very fast, very flat, driver-friendly circuit? Well, let's ride on board with Jacob Ashcroft, now running in Junior Rotax, to find out. So here we are with Jacob then, sporting those Senna-inspired race clubs as he heads down into turn 1, which is Stowe Corner. It's a right-hander. Just take a little bit of curb there and then get yourself lined up for the Willows complex, which is next. Then it's out onto the Yamitsu straight before you go into the hard left-hander of the complex, which is known as Derrick's Corner. You're through Derrick's and you're heading off and away down to the far end of the racetrack, and then we find ourselves on a famous name, the Dan Weldon Corner there. Around that one, and there's another fast straight section here, known as the TKM straight, before you hit the hard left-hander, almost 90 degrees through there. Jacob going past the back marker, through Kestrels, onto the short squirt that is Laser, then it's the right-hander of Kimbolton, and then here we are, back across the start-finish line, and the Heinz straight. That is a lap of Kimbolton. Well, thanks to Jacob for sharing one of his practice laps with us there. And it's certainly going to be a very fast and busy weekend out on track, with just over 200 driver entries running across the 6 different classes from ages 8 and up.
So let's take a look at the classes that will be running in 2024, and we start with Honda Cadet. Now these drivers are just 8 to 13 years of age, and they're running that Honda GX200 engine on a 900 or 950mm chassis. Vega supply the rubber that will keep them on the tarmac, and they have a choice of the Cadetti Slick or the WM1 for when it's wet. Next up, it's Micromax, also younger drivers here, aged 8 to 12 years, but now running that 125cc Micromax Evo engine on a 950mm chassis. Vega supplying the rubber once again, and it's the Cadetti Slicks or the WM1 wets. Then we move up to Mini Inter, and now the drivers are 10 to 13 years of age, running a 125cc Minimax Evo engine on a 950mm chassis. But Mojo now supply the rubber, C2 in the dry and CW in the wet. Junior Rotax are next, and now things start to get a little bit serious. 12 to 16-year-olds here running that 125cc Junior Max Evo engine. Mojo supplying the rubber, D2 and W5, and we're expecting a huge number of entries in this class, and it's going to be really competitive. Following on from Junior Rotax, and we have Senior Rotax, open to drivers over the age of 15, running that full 125cc Senior Max Evo engine with Mojo supplying the rubber. Win a championship in Senior Rotax and you're well on your way, climbing the ladder of professional motorsport. And new to UKC for 2024 are TKM Extreme, open to drivers over the age of 15, and they'll be running that tag TKM BT82 Extreme engine. 115 cc's at their disposal, and they'll be laying down the power onto the tarmac through Maxxis rubber.
Well, 6 very competitive classes there from cadets through to seniors. And with the addition of TKM Extreme, new to UKC for 2024, there's now another option for older drivers instead of running in senior road tax. And junior road tax, well, as we were just hearing, we're expecting that to be as fiercely competitive as ever, with just over 72 driver entries at this opening round. But regardless of whichever class you're running on a race weekend, the road to the podium is exactly the same.
Let's take a look then at the road to the podium over a race weekend in 2024. It all starts on Saturday morning with timed qualifying. All drivers take part here, and this will determine your starting position for the heat races. Then all drivers take part in a minimum of 2 heat races, where you'll gain championship points and determine your starting position for the superheat. The superheat follows for the top 68 drivers, and not only will you gain championship points here, but you'll also decide your start position for the super final based on the heats and the superheat. Then it's the top 34 drivers who will compete in the super final and gain those all-important championship points based on their finishing position. And if you're in the top 3, well, you'll be standing on the podium come Sunday night, picking up the trophy and the prizes. So there it is then, through time qualifying, the heat races, the superheat, the super final, and then hopefully the podium.
And hopefully the podium indeed. Welcome back after a short break over the winter. We're back for the fifth year, of the Ultimate Karting Championship. 6 rounds and 6 separate classes will hit the tarmac running here at the notorious World War II circuit of Kimbolton. I'm going to be Kai Bajuni. Joining me alongside for the first couple of races and the superheats is going to be Kev Harris, who you've just seen do that wonderful intro. How are you doing, Kev?
Yeah, I'm all right, thanks, Kai. Just run up to join you in the commentary box for the super heats this morning. Really excited about this one. I've never been to this circuit before, and I'm thrilled to be here because it's very fast, it's very flat, the sun has come out, and I have to say, we got the best seats in the house up here in the commentary box. We can see it all.
100%, just shy of a kilometre is this circuit, as you can see on your screen. 12 turns, very little elevation, a very flat circuit, which means that the drivers are not going to be scared to carry a lot of speed around this circuit. A lot of fast and flowing corners, and it's difficult to keep up the momentum around here. Yeah,
it really is, and what we're finding as well with the heat today and the heat that we've had for the last couple of days here, the tyres are getting very sticky, and I was chatting to some of the drivers yesterday. The automatic feeling is that more heat in the tyres, more grip, this is simply better, right? But some of the drivers were reporting to me yesterday that too much grip actually kind of can sort of go against them. The kart feels a little bit too sticky, it turns in a bit too much. It's not quite how they like it. So there's a balance between grip is what I was learning yesterday.
Tyre pressures and overheating tyres is just going to be one of the many battles that the drivers are going to have to face today, especially with a circuit like Kimbolton. With all of the grip down on the circuit, it's all for the drivers to play with. Some of the fastest lap times that we're probably going to see of the year here at Kimbolton, just around 40 seconds for most of the classes. So a lot of high-paced racing and a lot of intensity.
Yeah, it really is. A lot of intensity, a lot of high-paced racing. And just a reminder, Kai, we are kicking off today with picking up what was yesterday's schedule. We've still got some heats to get through before the super heats and before the super finals. And we're kicking off then with what was yesterday's race 17, Senior Road Tax B versus C.
Senior Road Tax B versus C, kicking us off from the front of the grid. It's 2 hot chargers. Pearson Bullet Carter is joined alongside by Macaulay Bishop in second. From Jack Lilly and Ethan Martin, Deacon Russell and Jack Collins on row 3. Row 4 will be Brandon Klein, Nagelvor, Archie Buttle, James Dunbar and Liam Hartley round out row 5. Then it's going to be Reese Bailey, Ryan Ward, Ewan Richards and James Tester running out row 7. Row 8 is going to be Aaron McKay, Caitlin Seabrook. Then it's going to be Callum Ingry and Louis America. Then it's going to be Stephanie Hobecker. Then rounding out row 10 is going to be Rachel Robertson with Ryan Hedge and Mac McGilvery in behind. Jay Pearson and Benjamin Southgate are going to be joining them behind them. Then Paul Simard and Alfie Bushell. And rounding out on what is going to be the final row of the grid on the 14th row, it's going to be Harvey Powell running the 107 number on his car. Now looking at this grid here, Senior Road Tax, it's extremely competitive here with a lot of names actually returning and a lot of big names from not just UK racing racing, but also European racing, with Pearson Bullock Carter and Macaulay Bishop on the front row. Two of probably the quickest drivers in the whole of Europe, never mind the UK.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thrilled when I saw the entry list for 2024 and I saw Macaulay Bishop back joining us, because I remember him when he was a cadet when we started in 2020, and he seems that it's been the rise and rise of Macaulay Bishop. And of course, Kai Hunter was dominant with us all of last year, winning everything, winning the British, doing well in Europe, then obviously winning the UKC as well. And Kai has come back. When I chatted to him at the awards ceremony back in November, he wasn't quite sure what he was doing. Well, he's come back and he's now racing under Hunter Motorsport, but I don't think he's going to have it all his own way this year with Macaulay back. Pearson Bullock Carter also lining up on the front of the grid there. Another one of the Lando Norris karts running with Jax Motorsport this year. But yes, Senior Rotax is going to be really hard fought. I forget how many entries we've got in Senior Rotax for this opening round, but it's quite a few, and there's, as you say, some quite big names in there.
Yes, 74 entries for Senior Rotax.
Brilliant.
It's a huge grid, huge numbers that we have here, and that's what we'd love to see. Great diversity of the grid. And you were talking about Kai Hunter there, last year's champion. You would have thought he had it easy coming into this year. Maybe he had a little bit of pride riding on his back, but Macaulay Bishop earlier on yesterday definitely gave him a run for his money. It was great to see those two taking it out in their first heat of the day. Macaulay Bishop just pipping him to the line, so Kai Hunter maybe not sitting as comfortable as he'd like to be.
Yeah, no, probably not. And I was busy running around the paddock doing some interviews and all kinds yesterday, so I've not actually seen, I looked at the timing sheets, but I've not actually seen Macaulay racing yet. So this is going to be my first chance to watch him go wheel to wheel with other racers and throw that Senior Rotax kart round in anger. I'm really looking forward to seeing that. That's going to be exciting. And yeah, we're just set for another sort of a great season. And I think, you know, like I say, we've got a new circuit here for UKC, new circuit for some of our drivers, and it's scorching hot. We're going to be set for a good one.
Yeah, burning heat and burning rubber on the circuit. The sun is definitely beating down on this Kimbolton circuit, and with it being such a flat open area, you really feel the blaze of that sun, and it's going to be excruciating for those drivers in the kart, especially with all that gear, all that suits and the undergarments and the helmet as well. It's not just the elements of the actual kart itself on the circuit, it's the elements of the drivers themselves.
Yeah.
They're going to be feeling that heat whilst driving around. The exhaustion's going to be through the roof.
Yeah, it is. They're going to have to manage themselves in between their heats, their super heat and then their super final. And if you are just tuning in on the live stream right now, quick reminder, we're picking up at the end of yesterday's schedule because we had a red flag in yesterday's Senior Rotax race towards the end of the day, knocked the schedule back a little bit, and with the timings here at Kimbolton, we had to finish a little bit early yesterday and get the karts back off the circuit. So here we go then, picking up not a super heat we're starting with this morning, but Senior Rotax heat B versus C.
Yeah, Senior Rotax B versus C, as you mentioned, won the races that should have been run yesterday, but due to a red flag, it has been pushed back to today. Luckily, the driver which was involved in that incident is completely okay. The barrier that he did hit, maybe not so okay. It has been fixed by the marshals now, but the fence was looking very much more damaged than the driver and the kart themselves. But the marshals done a brilliant job as usual to get that problem solved and get us going ready for racing again. But it's a quick out lap and we're pretty much already ready for racing again. The drivers will form up as they make their way down towards the final bend. It's one which will see many drivers diving down the inside throughout the course of today, but a slow round of the final bend, and revs will rise very shortly. It's picked up by Pearson Bullock Carter. Macaulay Bishop alongside. Do we go green first time racing? Yes, we do. Across the line we go. Diving down towards the first corner. A brilliant start there from Bishop as he picks up from Bullock Carter. Actually gets himself a couple kart lengths as they now go through one of the most difficult sections of the circuit. Drivers squabbling for positions all the way through. Pinned to the inside line are drivers as they try to overtake, try to defend their positions at the same time. As we now go down towards the infamous Dan Weldon's corner. Macaulay Bishop looking set out in front to drive away, but Pearson Bullock Carter, he's not going to like that one at all. A couple of drivers going off in the background there. That looks like that was the number 21 having some issues. That's Deacon Russell. As Deacon Russell went round, couldn't see who that was that he collided with. Hopefully the drivers get going again, but as we are across the line, we'll get an update on our screens, and it's the O plate of Macaulay Bishop who's taken it away from the front.
Yeah, really exciting stuff in the opening stages of this one, and Macaulay strides his way out there. But yeah, Pearson Bullock Carter, that was Deacon Russell rather, 21, who was involved in that incident, who was kicking the grass, absolutely furious with where he went off. That is not what he needed at all in the opening stages of this one. It's what we expected Senior Rotax, though, as they're coming back then down around the Kestrel corner, the laser straight, and then the Kimbolton sort of almost hairpin there before that sweeping left-hander as you come back on the start-finish line, passing us then. There goes Macaulay Bishop, the O-plate, then the O3 of Pearson Bullock Carter, then it's Jack Lilly. Now we start to settle into the racing on this one then. Exciting stuff from the off, 6 minutes 30 to go in the sunshine here, Kai. It's everything we expected from Senior Rotax, isn't it?
Yep, the racing's starting to settle down right now, but Macaulay Bishop not looking settled out front at all. He keeps checking over his shoulder every couple straights that he has.
He's twitchy, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not looking comfortable out in front. He knows that Pearson Bullock Carter is a driver that he's going to have to reckon with, and Bullock Carter will be pushing and doing everything he can to catch onto the back of Macaulay Bishop, but he also has to worry about Jack Lilly in behind him right now. Jack Lilly pinned to the back of that Jack's Motorsport kart. Down the home straight we go. Macaulay Bishop braking as late as possible, trying to carry as much speed as we can through the chicane section, keeping that kart on limits. You can see the kart just on edge, that rear tweaking out a little bit as Macaulay pushes the limits of this circuit.
Yeah, Macaulay's pushing the limits, and he's actually got some clean air between himself and Pearson Bullock Carter and Jack Lilly right now. And that's where I'd want to be, because that battle for second at the moment, well, if those two drivers, Pearson Bullock Carter and Jack Lilly, get involved in that a little bit too much, well, then that's just going to play into the hands of Macaulay Bishop, who, as we can see now, is stretching out, coming past us once again, looking at the gap back to second as he goes across the start-finish then. So, yeah, really, really close now between the drivers chasing for second, but not so much for our man out in front. There he goes, Macaulay Bishop, starting where he left off in UKC, but again, another little flick over his shoulder, looking behind him. I don't think he needs to do that.
No, Macaulay doesn't really have to worry right now. He's got the pace to be keeping up out in front, but only 3,000ths is what separates him and the fastest lap from Pearson Bullock Carter. But if you were in the position of Pearson Bullock Carter or Jack Lilly, surely you'd be thinking to try and work together with it being such a high-speed, high-momentum circuit. It's all about keeping those top revs. So if you two work together, two karts is always going to be faster than one. If they work together to try and catch onto the back of Macaulay Bishop, that's always going to be their best bet.
Yeah, it absolutely is, but it's so hard, isn't it, in a short kind of heat like this, because don't forget, we're still on the heat races from yesterday. It's not a super heat yet, still a heat from yesterday. We've only got 4 minutes left on it, so they are going to do everything they can. It's almost, you know, they've got limited time to try and get the job done, so the brain is just thinking, go, 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 push, push, push. I don't think they're going to be thinking of working as a team, albeit that might be advantageous to both of them. Macaulay, though, sitting pretty. He's just got to link it up for probably another 5 or 6 laps, I would imagine, and then he's home and dry. Behind him, though, other names that we would expect great things from. Kart 22, Archie Buttle, keep an eye out for him, because he's obviously somebody that done fantastically well last year for KR Sport. He's a hard charger. He's going to be in the mix as the day goes on.
Yeah, there's a great string of karts having a battle here. It's led by the number 88 as we're pushing through the field right now. You can see these 4 drivers all strung together battling for position. We're looking at this front fight right now. The top 3 drivers really strung out. That 4th place driver of Ethan Martin, he doesn't have to worry about anyone around him. He's got daylight between him and the driver in front and the drivers behind. But those drivers in behind him, they're all strung together and looking for a little bit of a battle. Going defensive down the home straight now is the number 93 of Brandon Klein, Nagelvoort. Nagelvoort, did he lose a position there? No, but it was in behind of Archie Buttle going down the inside of Jack Collins. So Buttle now slots himself into 7th position. He's going to pin it to the inside white line. They're going to have to go defensive as 4 karts are all squabbling for this 7th position. Tried to stick a nose in there, did Ryan Ward. He struggled to get past Jack Collins, though, as Archie Buttle, all he's trying to do is back up these karts together, get them to battle, and then he can depart.
Yeah, exactly. That battle in there, that's the intriguing one in this race. Macaulay's well away from that. Pearson Bullock Carter and Jack Lilly, they've got their own little thing going on for second right now. The man then who's sitting in 4th, as we said there, Ethan Martin, he's sitting pretty. He can just do his job. But then behind him, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th placed karts then. Klein, Nagelvoort, Archie Buttle, Jack Collins and Ryan Ward, James Dunbar currently 9th, Rhys Bailey in 10th. This is the business end of things. This is where the scrapping's going on. And then as we look lower down the field, well, everyone else now just fighting for points to try and get themselves the best possible start they can for the super heat.
Yeah, this is all about points going into this
Yeah.
superheat. You want to set yourself up in the best position for the superheat, because the superheat is really where the points start to come into play for the championship and your starting grid for the super final, which will happen later on today. One driver pulling into the pit lane there. I wonder who that is. Is that Liam Hartley coming into the pit lane? Couldn't quite see what the issue was that he had.
Yeah, I missed that one.
The pit lane was the 191, an issue there clearly that he couldn't deal with on the circuit. Now that battle that we were talking about before starting to string out a little bit as the drivers now finding their rhythm later on in this race. With only 1:30 left on the clock, we're looking at about 3 or 4 laps remaining, and with Macaulay Bishop managing to maintain the gap that he has out in front, how long do you think it will be until we see Pearson Bullock-Carter and Jack Lilly going at it for this second position?
Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to. With only like 1 minute left on the clock right now, they're both sitting there in second and third. I don't know what, you know, it's one of those situations, isn't it? We've seen it so many times in karting. They can get involved in fighting for second, and then before they know it, they've got in a scrap and they're both off, or they drop to third, or they drop to fourth, as is the way. The happiest man in town then still Macaulay Bishop of Dan Holland Racing. As we've already said, he's done fantastically well outside of the UK, just winning all over the place this year in the UK and Europe and last couple of seasons. But back in UKC, picking up with us where he left off then when we last saw him as a cadet or indeed junior racer.
Yeah, during the gap that we had between UKC last season and the season that we now have upon us, Macaulay Bishop taking his talents out into Europe, most notoriously racing in the Rotax Max Winter Challenge, which was an amazing event from him, finishing in 6th position out of some of the top drivers in Europe in the Rotax class. Now he's coming back into the UK Championship of the Ultimate Karting Championship. The time is now ticking down on the clock and it will very soon strike 0. Surely he has a little bit of confidence now backing him into races like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming through this one then as the clock ticks over to 0. So there we are. This will be the last lap board coming out now. Yeah, there we can see it. One of our Kimbolton marshals here from the Hunts Kart Club doing a fantastic job. Shout out to all of the marshals and the crew here. Run completely voluntarily. A committee of members look after this fantastic track here in Kimbolton. They do a great job. Only able to run on 12 weekends a year as well. But look at the gap back. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's that battle for 5th. Here we are. Look at the battle for 5th, Kai. This is brilliant. Let's go through Derrickson up to the Dan Weldon corner.
Yep, Nagelvoort, Buttle and Collins all striking it out right now, trying to battle for this 5th position. Nagelvoort, he managed to get himself into 5th a little bit earlier on, and he's looking like he's going to hold on to it for now. But going down into the final corner, you can see early on the brakes, he's going to park it on the apex, back up the drivers in behind him, so he gets a great launch off the exit and down towards the line. Nothing's going to change between that battle, but strategically played there by Nagelvoort to make sure he held on to that 5th position. But one driver, we can't do anything else but applaud Macaulay Bishop. What a race that he had. But Liam Hartley and Deacon Russell going out in the early stages of the race. What a shame it was to see them go.
Yeah, Deacon Russell is going to be absolutely furious, starting right up at the front of the grid. And, you know, that incident took him off in the early stages. So he's going to be gutted. But the people who are leaving the track with the smiles then, Macaulay Bishop, Pearson Bullock-Carter, Jack Lilly, Ethan Martin, Brandon Klein, Nagelvoort, Archie Buttle, Jack Collins and Ryan Ward. Ewan Richards and James Dunbari in top 10. That battle for 5th was intriguing those last couple of laps, Kai. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, no, it was a great battle, but the thing is about Kimbolton here, it isn't always going to be the most traditional battles that you would see around car circuits, especially with the track layout that we have. The drivers are always focused on keeping the top speed as high as possible and trying to keep the minimum speed as high as possible as well, as it's such a high momentum circuit. So any sudden dives down the inside isn't just going to gain your position, but it will also impact your speed, meaning other drivers are going to be jumping onto the back of you. It's more of a strategic battle which we'll see between these drivers, and it's intriguing to see.
Yeah, it really is. Chatting to all of the drivers yesterday, they all love it here. It's a driver's circuit. I said to I forget who it was, one of the young cadets I was chatting to yesterday, I said, where are you thinking that you're going to get your overtakes done this weekend? And he said to me, Well, everywhere. He said, I'll be trying for him everywhere. There's loads of spots to overtake.
Yep.
They love the overtaking opportunities here, and they love the fact that they can carry good speed throughout. Lots of nice long straight sections, as you said there. Keep your momentum up, run it clean, run it smooth, and you can carry some high average top speeds. But a really exciting one to kick us off here then at Kimbolton. Finishing up yesterday's heat races, that was Senior Road Tax B versus C. And the next one going out, that I'm really looking forward to this one, race 24, as we turn our attentions, Kai, to the Honda Cadets, our youngest drivers here then. Really, really looking forward to this one, because we have a grid of about 16 of them, I think, in Honda Cadets this year.
Yeah, Honda Cadets being one of the smaller grids that we have here this weekend and also last season, they did not disappoint with the racing action that we've seen at all. Ralphie Branscombe and Ryan White, two of the most notorious names on this grid, were battling it out all of last season. Ryan White just managed to pivot to get him that #1, which he now has plastered all over his car. He finished at the top of Honda Cadets last season, but Ralphie Branscombe, he will be coming for some revenge here.
Yeah, he will, and interestingly, Ryan White this year lining up as a privateer. They're both on Project 1 chassis, but Ryan White lining up as a privateer. Ralphie Branscombe actually under the Lenny Messenger Motorsport awning. Great vibe always in Lenny's awning there. Love chatting to all of those youngsters under that awning. And Lenny's running actually a few older kids this year as well, junior and senior drivers running with Lenny, but he's still got a hardcore few youngsters there. And Ralphie's with him. So it's going to be interesting to see how Ralphie does this year. You will see Ralphie, because there he goes out in front with his bright pink new helmet. Which he was pleased to show me yesterday. Super looking helmet, so he's going to be easy to spot on the Lenny Messenger overalls. There he goes, twitching the cart left and right, trying to warm up those tyres. Oh, this is going to be great. I love the Honda Cadets. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 of them. Brilliant. 16
drivers, which will all be closely knit and putting down some great action on the circuit for us to enjoy. And as you mentioned, Ralphie Branscombe with a brand new helmet. It's very easy for us to spot. It's lovely for us to spot. The pink helmet out on the circuit, it's glistening in the sunlight right now, and you love to see that right now. A thumbs up from Ralphie Branscombe and Ryan White. So great sportsmanship between the two of them. One thing to note about the Honda Cadets here is that they will have a standing start in comparison to the rest of the grid, and the rest of the running order, which will be taking a rolling start. The standing start here, more of a Grand Prix start, which you'll be used to from the Formula cars if you watch any of that, and just a little bit more excitement for the drivers here.
Yeah, and one name that I want to just name check right now, kart number 14, that is Elliot Bourke, lining up alongside Ralphie Branscombe. Elliot only started karting a couple of years ago, and he's leapt himself into this Honda Cadet Series with gusto in the last year, so we're expecting great things from him. He's a really good talker, he's got a lot of energy, he's got a lot of chat, and now he's got to do the business out on track, and I think he can. Ralphie just poised in pole position. Yep. Oh!
Great launch off the line there from the number 14, as jumping through the orders already, getting towards that front line. It's going to be tight at the first corner, but manages to get there. What a start there from Elliot Bourke, as he now finds himself in the lead of the race.
Yeah, exactly, but the big news is look at where Ralphie Branscombe is. He had a terrible start, 2, 4. He's 6th at the moment. He's gone from 1st to 6th. I was looking at the commentary box down him. It's almost like he wasn't ready to get the power down as the lights went out. He just sort of missed the start, Ralphie, and everyone just went off around him. So he's now got to fight his way back. This is brilliant for us as the viewers, because we're going to see what Ralphie can do, trying to put himself from 6th back up to 1st. But the man who's gone out in front then is the man I was just talking about, Elliot Bourke, racer number 14 on the Zip Kart.
Elliot Bourke starting on the front row and jolting into the lead as he now finds himself diving towards the first corner. Watch out for Kevin Ivanov as going down towards the first bend. He has a little look to the inside. He's going to pull out of that though, just letting Elliot Bourke know that his car is in position and he's not afraid to make an overtake if he needs be. They go diving down towards now Derek's corner. Head down on the straight there. Elliot Bourke trying to get that aerodynamical advantage, as you can now see the 15 and 16 drivers that are now taking to the circuit. The running order being the 14 from the 50 and the 15th in 3rd position, which is going to Majoret Kovacic as we go down towards the final bend. Once again, diving in on the inside line. It looks like our front two are actually working together. Elliot Bourke and Kevin Ivanov both working together as they dive down towards the first bend once again.
But the battle is on. Ralphie Branscombe and Ryan White in 4th and 5th respectively. Don't forget, Ralphie had a terrible start dropped himself back to 6th, and now he's worked up to 4th already. Keep an eye on that pink helmet of Ralphie Branscombe. Behind him, Ryan White, last year's champion, just disappearing off and away to the far end of the race circuit as Kevin Ivanov clocks the fastest lap of 51.4. It's going to be really exciting to see Ryan White make his way through the pack for this one, last year's champion. And of course, the big difference between last year and this year, now on the Vega Cadetti tyres rather than the Dunlop tyre, much stickier. It's pulled the pack much closer together. It's played into the hands perhaps of some of the less experienced drivers because they get a lot more out the kart with a lot less feel from their input.
Well, the drivers won't be complaining at all. Grippier tyres means we can go faster. And talking about faster, down the inside there goes Ralphie Branscombe. He'll now pick himself up into 3rd position past Marjoris Kovacic as we now go down towards Derek's corner once again. Ralphie Branscombe with not the best start at all. He's now picking up the pace and he's really gunning for it. A faster Sector 1, even with an overtake, is brilliant to see there from the pink helmet out on the track. Now, as we go down the TKM straight once again, Ralphie Branscombe in a world of his own right now. He's just, I'm sure you'll be seeing red mist right now after a mistake at the start. He's definitely making up for it as charging towards the front two. It's not going to be long before his name is known between them.
No, exactly, and he took Ryan White with him when he did that overtaking move. So Ryan White then now up to 4th as well. And what we have got, folks, is out in front is a youngster who's only been in the kart a couple of years, Elliot Bork from Zipkart, kart number 14, having to keep his head and concentrate here because he is getting hounded. He's getting chased down by Kevin Ivanov, who's also a fantastic young character. He's going to be a hard charger this season. I've had a little chat to him yesterday, very confident in his abilities and what he's doing. Has Elliot, though, got the confidence to keep his head when all around him it's going on? He's leading this train at the moment as they start to close up, as they come down through Kestrels and then the Laser Straight. Then, yeah, they're closing up. Look at this, as Ryan White then is now in 4th and our man Ralphie Branscombe up to 3rd. So this is the battle out in front.
Branscombe making a little bit of a mistake through that final bend there. Just means that White is able to tighten onto that rear bumper and pin himself as they now go down towards the first bend of Stowe Corner once again. The Willows, they now make their way through, the 2 Zip carts leading the way, but broken apart by Ralphie Branscombe, both checking over their shoulders right now, and they'll see the pink machine of Ralphie Branscombe. Ryan White sets the fastest lap. That just confirms our suspicions of White now making his way onto the back of Ralphie Branscombe. Initially, a little bit of a gap was associated between the two of them, but that was that was very quickly closed down there by Ryan White, as the front 3 are now pinned together down the inside. White's going to lose a position there, though. Or was that Kovacic going down the inside? Yes, it was. Kovacic tried to make that move. They're now going to go side by side down the home straight. But Ryan White's going to have to yield down the inside. Ralphie Branscombe, the name is now in 2nd. Branscombe there once again. The O plate against the number 1 plate is now what we're going to be talking about for the rest of the season. Ryan White, probably one of the quickest drivers on the circuit, is down the inside. Ralphie Branscombe, what a move that is. The O plate finds himself in the lead of the race once again after trials and tribulations from the start. But down the inside, both Zip carts will make it work as Ivanov and Bork will now associate themselves back at the front of the race. You could see there's some signalling as we went down the TKM straight. Ian Bork just saying to his teammate, we need to work together. We need to push away to get away from Branscombe.
Yeah, Elliot Bork there, he's only been in the game a couple of years, but he's confidently leading this train away, wagging his finger saying, focus, let's go, move, 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 forwards, forwards, forwards. He doesn't want to get locked in a battle with his teammate behind him because he knows if he does, then Ralphie Branscombe can overtake him. He would have been ruined that mistake where he opened the door to let Ralphie Branscombe through just as they went into Derek's on the last lap. Now he's got to concentrate and lead this train and bring the confidence that you wouldn't perhaps expect from a young driver who's only been in the game for such a short period of time as he has. But how good is Honda Cadet Racing, ladies and gentlemen? This is what it's all about. These are some of our youngest drivers, least experienced drivers, but they're giving us the most exciting racing that you could ask for. Wow, 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 I love it.
Yeah, amazing racing indeed. And Ralphie Branscombe, all of those tight net overtakes which he managed to do was very quickly unravelled and undone as he now finds himself back at square one where he found himself a couple of laps ago, back in 3rd position. Kevin Ivanov and Elliot Bork, the two Zipcart teammates, once again working together, trying to push away from Branscombe, Kovacic and Ryan White in behind. But are they going to manage to do so with only a minute remaining on the clock? And Branscombe not looking like he's going to budge an inch. He'll keep on the back of these front two drivers right now. Down through the most notorious corner, Dan Weldon's corner, and onto the TKM straight once again. These drivers, it looks like there's about 6 karts in this battle right now. So close together, and none of them are going to move.
No, they're not, and full credit to Theo Hamilton running his Project 1 RSR kart there, staying on the back of all of this. He's in 6th at the moment. Hang on a minute, is that number 1? Wait a minute, Ryan White is in 6th. Theo Hamilton's gone up to 5th. So well done to Theo Hamilton, taking a place off last year's champion then. And I was about to say he's done so well keeping himself in the mix, and now he's got an overtake done as well, because with only 25 seconds left on this one, we know with these young Honda Cadet drivers, with a lap or two to go, it can all change. They just stay in the train, somebody has a little twitch, there's a little bit of a moment, and then before you know it, it's all changed with a lap to go or a corner to go. We've seen it before, and I'm sure we'll see it again. But out in front, that man, number 14, Elliot Bork, running for Zipcarts then, being chased down by Kevin Ivanov. That's the battle for front. Ralphie consolidating himself in 3rd at the moment as they come past us in commentary, looking over their shoulder, Kai, just checking what's going on behind them. It's exciting stuff. Look at these pictures on screen. Whoa!
Yep, the two teammates now going to battle as around the outside, trying to hold on to this position. They'll go side by side through the willow section. He'll get it done indeed as Kevin Ivanov makes his way past the teammate of Elliot Bork. Having a little look on the inside was Kovacic on Branscombe. Branscombe's going to manage to hold on to that for the time being. Branscombe, the fastest driver on the circuit right now. He has the fastest lap to his name, but he's currently only in 3rd position. And fastest laps don't get you those lead points that you need, as the two teammates still striking it out as they go down towards the final couple of bends. On the last lap right now, no moves are going to be done in the final corner. So after work on the final lap, the number 50, Kevin Ivanov, what a race. Hats off to him. He'll finish right in front of his teammate of Elliot Bork. Ralphie Branscombe will come home in 3rd from Kovacic and Hamilton in 5th. And hands up over the line from Ryan White. It was interesting to see Ryan White there. He set the fastest lap earlier on in that race and then just fell off. I wonder what happened there. Maybe it was an issue with tyre pressures, maybe a bit of overheating from the car, but that pace just seemed to fall off as the race progressed. Yeah,
definitely. He was much happier last season on the Dunlop tyres. I don't think he's enjoying the Vega Cadetti slicks that they're on in that one there. But that's, you know, that's the way of it. You've still got to do what you got to do with the kart that you've got, and well done to those youngsters who put themselves out in front. Brilliant racing from the guys at Zipcar. Full credit as well to that man, number 300, Theo Hamilton, who stayed within sight of the leaders throughout, and I think ended up finishing 5th there. Brilliant stuff. And as I was saying, Kai, Honda Cadets, aged 8 to 12 years old, just 8, 9, 10, 11 or 12 years old, and they're giving us racing that far exceeds their years. So exciting. I love it.
Yeah, it's amazing to see, to think that most of those drivers are in primary and middle school.
How about that?
It baffles me that those drivers are able to race at such a high level. And as quickly as the last race has finished, now we move on to the next race of the day, onto the circuit. The biggest grid we have here this weekend, Junior Rotax C versus D.
Oh, here we go then. 73 drivers joined us at the start of the weekend for this one. Big names, big excitement last year. This is going to be something in 2024. Look at that image on screen, or look as we look down to the far end of the down Weldon corner. All the karts just left and right, soaring the steering wheel, just getting some heat into the tyres. Class images being brought to us then by Alpha Live Productions. Huge thanks to Alpha Live for bringing us the images. Really, really good camera work this weekend. We've got some lovely shots of these karts in the sunshine, Kai, as we're coming around for the start.
Yep, and as soon as they made it out onto the track, we're ready for the start already. Down the home straight we go, and we go racing. First time round, diving towards the first corner as 30 drivers all squabble into this first bend. Will they all make it out in one piece? Couple drivers having a couple of issues going through, but everyone keeping it in the right direction. You'd love to see that. Jacob Jukes, the X-Kart graduate, now finds himself in the lead of the race, but he has pressure from Blanford. Blanford down the inside. Ex-teammates of these two drivers are now in separate teams of Ultimate R and Evolution. They'll scrap it out on the circuit right now. Lucas Blanford didn't get the start you would hope for, but now finds himself back in the lead of the race. In behind, we see a couple of drivers making some moves in the mid-pack, but out in front, Lucas Blanford, a comfortable start from him with his ex-teammate of Jacob Jukes in behind. Down the home straight we go. Cole Denham is going to be leading the pack in third position. He feels the need to go defensive. He's going to run a little bit wide, and that opens the door as we now make our way down the Yamitsu straight once again. The number 11 managed to get that move done, and that was Joshua Smith managing to get the switch back. Yellow flags as we go into Derek's corner, so no overtaking opportunities will be available for the drivers there. Out in front, Jacob Jukes has managed to cut down that gap to our leading driver of Lucas Blanford. Blanford, he's going to have his work cut out for him right now.
Yeah, he is. Great to see Lucas Blanford, though, back with us in UKC. He was always a great competitor 2 or 3 years ago, and now he's back. He's continued in karting when he wasn't with us, though, and he's letting his form show here today. But that man in second is not making it easy for him. Number 34, that's Jacob Jukes running in second right now. Then it's kart number 11 of Joshua Smith from Project One, who's running in third. Once again, what we see in the first sort of 2, 3, 4 drivers stretching out, and the battle with the real kind of main group is for probably about 6th at the moment, 5th, 6th, 7th. That's where everyone else is bunching up, giving those lead drivers a chance to stretch their legs out in front. Blanford, Duke, Smith and Denham then your top 4, with Bansal then kart number 48 running in 5th from Strawberry Racing, new to UKC for this year.
Lucas Blanford holding on to it out in front right now, but Jacob Jukes looking fierce in behind. After switching teams, he's looking very fast and very pacey on that Evolution kart as he finds himself with a new team and a newfound of justice. He tries to look for the switchback in Derek's corner. That's well fended off there from Blanford as they battle going down into what is Dan Weldon's corner now, onto the TKM straight once again. Nothing changing in the order for the time being. Crossing the line here is the driver at the back of the field after having issues earlier on in the race, Jake Gruffity. We know he has the pace to be fighting up at the front end, but after an incident which found himself falling down to the back of the pack, unfortunately he won't be in that situation for this race. But our eyes are glued to the front of the race as we see an overtake in the background. That's Alfie Thompson going for a move on Joshua Turnbull. He'll get that one done going down into the first corner, as James Kell has a lot of pressure as they go through the willows. But out in front, Blanford still stuck to the rear bumper as Jacob Jukes just biding his time, waiting for a good overtaking opportunity.
Yeah, this battle out front, and that's going to continue with 4 minutes 40 then left on the clock. The gap back to Jacob Jukes, just 0.130 between Blanford and Jukes. Then it starts to stretch out. Jacob Smith is next then, or rather Joshua Smith, apologies, from Strawberry Racing now up to third.
Down the inside, there goes Jacob Jukes, his bid for the lead, but is it met from a comeback? No, it isn't. Blanford had a look at the switchback there, but then thought better of it. Joshua Smith now finds himself getting involved in this battle, and what Jacob Jukes is now going to have to find himself doing is trying to overtake the back marker of Jake Gruffity without losing any time. He'll have to go wide, and on the inside, oh, Jukes is off. Jukes has had an incident there with the back marker of Jake Gruffity, and Blanford now finds himself in the lead of the race. Jacob Jukes falling all the way down the order. All of that hard work is undone in the heartbeat there for Jacob Jukes. It's heartbreak out on the circuit.
Wow, wow, wow. My eyes were just looking left at the timing screens. Next thing I know, I look right, and the far end of the circuit is all changed. So now it's Joshua Smith up to second as that man Jacob Jukes now back down in 11th. This is why kart racing is so good. In the blink of an eye, it can all change. From a spectator's point of view, it's great, but from a driver's point of view, it's awful. As Luca Blanford pushes himself out in front now, with Joshua Smith in second, Cole Denham then in third. Great to see him racing in Junior Rotax once again. And then in third, it's that man Bansal, Thompson in fifth, and Josh Turnbull, kart number 20, has been doing a great job there for DHR and his LN Lando Norris kart, keeping himself in the mix, suddenly in sixth as they cross the start-finish line under our commentary box on the live stream then, just a moment or two behind catching up.
Lucas Blanford will be smiling from ear to ear in his helmet right now. Probably one of the easiest overtakes that he's had of his career to find himself in the lead of Junior Rotax C versus D. But the race is not done yet, and his work is still cut out for him as Joshua Smith is bumbling all over the rear bumper of Lucas Blanford, and Cole Denham also keeping himself in contention right now. These three drivers pinned together, Bansal waiting for any of these drivers to lunge remove, any incident to be made, and he'll pick up the scraps and find himself another position. This top four we have to keep an eye on with only 2 minutes remaining on the clock. About 5 or 6 laps left for these drivers to figure out their finishing order.
Yeah, the battle still is on out front though. Lucas Blanford not having it all his own way as we see Joshua Smith closing up on him, and it's now, look, 1, 2, 3, 4 carts, and you can kind of throw a blanket over them as they go through the complex there. That is Derrick's, as now they're off and away to the far end of the circuit and that Dan Weldon corner. Blanford from Smith from Denham then. The first 3 sort of start to stretch a lead. Do they know it's still top 4 then, with Bansal in 4th at the moment where the battle is on? This is really exciting. Looking back down the order, lots of scraps going on down in sort of 8, 9, 10 as we're closing up there then in the mid-pack as well.
Down the inside, there goes Denham. He's going to make his bid for second position, but snatched straight back. Joshua Smith, he's not playing around. He'll take that second position straight back. Thank you very much. But that just means that little bit of battling there gives some breathing room to Lucas Blanford. And with them still going at it, still scrapping, Denham finds himself in second position for the time being. And Lucas Blanford just breaking away from this pack as they squabble for second position. Blanford will happily walk away with the win if it continues the way that it is. Going down into Kimbolton corner, this was all kicked off by Denham sticking his nose in on Smith. Wasn't able to get the move done, but down into the first corner he definitely was. And at just a lap ago, it was switched up down the inside. That was a brave move there from Denham. He's going to go way too late on the brakes. He's squeezed off the circuit there by Blanford. Blanford will take the race lead straight back, but Denham with the dive bomb of the race by far. I don't think either of us were expecting that there, Kev.
We weren't.
Denham made a bid for the lead.
Yeah, he really did. Exciting stuff. He did, like you say, he dive bombed it. Hang on, we've got a change in the front. Somebody just runs wide. Is that a back marker? Up at the down Weldon, yeah, I think a back marker just running wide, letting them go through. But yeah, no, Cole Denham dive bombing down the inside, got it done, but then of course he was carrying too much speed in the next corner. You're never going to make it stick. So Lucas Blanford not troubled there, but look how close they are now as they cross the start-finish line underneath our commentary box. Yeah. Once again, they're just jockeying for positions. Now we've got 2, 4, 5 drivers you could put a blanket over. As we see another DHR driver, is it moving up to 4th? Is that our man Bansal now up to 4th?
Well, Lucas Blanford out in front right now, looking like he may be struggling punching a hole in the air with the drivers in behind him right now. From what was looking like a pretty comfortable race for Blanford earlier on, just a few laps ago, he now has 5 karts applying as much pressure as possible to the back of him. And overtaking the background, that looks like that's Alfie Thompson going in on Bansal as they all squabble for position going through. Josh Smith trying to get involved and make a move on Cole Denham. And as I was saying just before, commentators curse, Blanford was under pressure, and now he isn't. About 2 or 3 kart lengths is what's separating them right now.
Yeah, final lap on this one then. Cole Denham is pushing so hard as he just went round into turn 1 on this final lap. He was sawing the steering wheel, and that has played into the hands of Lucas Blanford, who finds himself now then stretching out a bit of a lead as he goes around the down Weldon. The battle then behind him for 2nd and 3rd. If Lucas can keep his head, he's going to do it, but who will it be in 2nd, 3rd and 4th? Will it be Denham, Smith or Bansal? We're going to find out in the next few seconds as they round the final few turns here, Kai.
Yeah, Denham did a great job there at defending the final corner. Smith had nothing else to do but yield for that 3rd position. Some brilliant racing there on display from the Junior Rotax in those final stages of the race. And Lucas Blanford, he may have got away with that one, but I'm sure going forwards into the superheats and the finals later on today, Blanford isn't going to have such easy work cut out for him.
Yeah, don't forget, that was Junior Rotax C versus D. We've also had A versus B, so there's a whole load of other Junior Rotax names who are just as hungry and arguably just as good, so they're all going to be fighting it out come the superheat, but really exciting. And what was clever to see, actually, what was good to see from those Junior Rotax drivers, with a couple of corners to go, go. There was no sort of silliness from Smith, Denham or Bansal. They didn't want to take each other out. They didn't want to lose too much. They're like, okay, I'm second, you're third, I'm fourth. Let's just cruise. 2 corners to go. We'll get across the line. We've still got a super heat. We've still got a super final. So, but yeah, brilliant to see Lucas Blanford back in first. Haven't seen him in UKC for, well, I'm going to test my knowledge now, but maybe a couple of years, I think. But he's back, and he's doing what he did when we last saw him, winning there in Junior Rotax C versus D.
Yeah, Blanford standing on business there. Head is still on his shoulders as the number 59. He'll take the race win there just over Joshua Smith and Cole Denham, who didn't go down easily in that one. Definitely put up a fight all the way to the line. And the actual fastest lap there went to Eamon Bansal, who finished in 4th position after battling with Alfie Thompson for 5th position. That position just changing on the penultimate lap of the race. He found himself in 4th position, did Bansal. But some great racing all the way through. Zach Turner in 7th. Jacob Jukes recovers to 8th after being in the lead of the race, catching a back marker and dropping all the way down into 11th. It just shows how quickly anything can change here at the Ultimate Karting Championship. The trials and tribulations that the drivers have to deal with, and it just seems that Jacob Jukes there drawing the short straw for once.
Yep, he certainly did, and that was the first then 3 races of the day on the live stream here, brought to you by Alpha Live in partnership with the Ultimate Karting Championship. If you're watching us somewhere online right now, I'm Kev Harris and Kai Bacchini sitting alongside me here in the commentary box. We were just wrapping up there the end of yesterday's timetable, which was, of course, the last of the heats from yesterday, and now we pick up where we should have been starting today, which is the first of the super heats. So you do the super heats, and that's your last chance to get the best position you can before you go into the super final, which starts this afternoon at 2:01 on the schedule. As if you're watching the live stream there as well, that is Stu Stretton making his way down the start-finish straight. Do give that man a follow on Instagram, and do check him out to get his images, because he takes some fantastic photographs.
Oh, there is some brilliant
There's
photos.
some great imagery that Stu Stretton and Josh East, when he's here as well, give us. And they're the images that you see on the Instagram and all over the internet. Brilliant photos. Such a visual sport is karting, and such a great sport. Arguably the most fun type of motorsport, I would say, because you get so many overtaking, so much excitement, Kai.
So much excitement indeed. And with the races done from yesterday, we move on to the super heats now. Mini Inter Super Heat is going to be the first one kicking us off. Appearing for the first time today, apart from their warm-ups, Mini Inter will take to the track to kick off this afternoon's action of the super heats to come. Emerson McAndrew-Urin will start on pole position with Edward Haynes alongside him, a returner to the championship once again. Louis Radcliffe and Riley Muro on the second row from Otis Clear and Zach Starbuck. Then it'll be Daniel Minto and Miles Burton. The 5th row of the grid will be Finley Hines and Benjamin Lawn starting in 10th position. 11th will be Alex Goodson from Jamie Ambrose and Leo Livings, with Jensen White on the 7th row of the grid. The 8th row of the grid will consist of Rian Townsend from James Fabricus, then Noah Moulton, Maximilian Braskov, and rounding out the 10th row of the grid will be Drew Davidson and Thomas Jackson in 20th. Alfie Ward and Thomas Harper are in behind them, from Zach Jennings and Thomas Potter in 12th row of the grid, in 24th. On the what is going to be the 13th row of the grid, it's David Hjorns from Blair Smith, Ruben Jenkins and Charlie Stapleton. And on the 15th row of the grid, Harry Bell and Orion Meta in the 157 plastered cart. Mini Inter, an interesting class indeed, with one of the biggest grids that we have here this weekend. A lot of drivers taking to the circuit. Only one grid of them that we do have though, and one grid full of perpetuous action, which we're definitely going to see unfold.
Yeah, we absolutely are, Kai, and my eyes are going to be on Edward Haynes. He was last year's Micromax champion. We saw him battling for all of last season, being very confident and very dominant in Micromax when he was racing with RCE. But now that young man, Edward Haynes, now stepping up to Mini Inter, of course, running kart number 46, Edward Haynes, now with Thule Motorsport. Not with his mechanic from last year, nor the team. So has Edward Haynes got what he needs to do this year to get it done in Mini Inter? Well, we're about to find out. And some, other familiar names, people like Emerson McAndrew-Urin, finished third in the championship last year, running in Mini Inter this year as well. Names like Riley Muro as well, stepping up from micros to minis. So there's a few youngsters stepping up to a new class here, getting themselves in the mix with a few new names as well.
Well, Edward Haynes and Emerson McAndrew-Urin both stepping up from Micromax last year in the Ultimate Karting Championship to now find themselves in the Mini Inter class. Two drivers which will be familiar with racing each other, and we'll have to see how it unfolds this time round. Last time it was Edward Haynes who kept the best of the two of them, but Emerson McAndrew-Urin starting on the front row as well. Down the home straight we go, and Emerson McAndrew-Urin blasting down towards the first corner, but it doesn't matter because we have a false start. So Emerson McAndrew-Urin, you'll take it away from the front row of the grid on pole position, but a false start is what we are going to see from the marshal post. So the drivers being told to just slow it down a little bit more, maybe a little bit too fast for the steward's liking and for the marshal's liking as well, as a little bit out of formation was our driver. And as you can see on our screen, that's Riley Muro, Zach Starbuck and Emerson McAndrew-Urin. It'll be interesting to see how McAndrew-Urin is able to deal with a new class fighting once again from the front row of the grid.
Yeah, here we go. Just second time of asking then as they make their way around in the formation to start this one. Of course, a rolling start coming around the right-hander. That is the Kimbolton corner. And then they've got to get themselves just on the speed and cross the line and get up to speed and stay in order when they cross that start-finish line. Here we go as we're off and we're racing.
Yep, down the inside, holding it tight to the white line is Emerson McAndrew-Urin. McAndrew-Urin has kept it going once again as we make our way through the willows right now. One driver being spat wide there. Couldn't quite catch who that was. That looked like the 43 of Miles Burton having a problem in the mid-pack. He now finds himself rejoining the track as we go through Derek's corner once again. The drivers keeping it tight-knit up at the front end of the grid, but nonetheless it was Emerson McAndrew-Urin up at the front end, but he's going to lose out to Riley Muro and Zach Starbuck as they dive down the inside. And McAndrew-Urin just falling backwards through the pack here, struggling to hold position on the first lap of the race. But McAndrew-Urin dropping further back. It's giving other drivers an opportunity to be further up as one driver very close to taking out one of the marshals. Great job at hurdling out the way from the race director on the course to avoid the car skirting off the circuit. But Edward Haynes, last year's Micromax champion, finds himself in a position that he will be used to, but in a new class with Mini Inter. Edward Haynes out in front right now after taking that position off Emerson McAndrew-Urin last time round down into the Dan Weldon corner.
Yeah, very close in the opening stages of this, our first superheat of the weekend, Kai. Edward Haynes then out in front, picking up where he lets off. As we see a move, someone goes from fourth to third. I think that's McAndrew-Urin getting one done there on Riley Muro through the Kimbolton corner. Let's see as they cross the line. Yes, it was. McAndrew-Urin up to third, then Starbuck down to fourth, Goodson down to fifth. But out in front, Haynes and then Muro. That's Edward Haynes and Riley Muro. Doing really well here, but very close behind them. This has got a long way to run with 7 minutes on the clock. Watch that battle for third then. Look at Edward Haynes. He finds himself in second. Is he then moving back up to first? That battle between Muro and Haynes, I think they're trading places out on track. The graphics on screen not quite telling us, I think, what's going on at the moment.
That was a brilliant opportunistic move there from Riley Muro. He's seen the gap open up going down into Derek's corner and diving down the inside to now find himself in the lead of the race for the first time this weekend. Down the home straight he goes. The number 22 will be leading the pack. Edward Haynes not very comfortable in second. He says thank you very much. He'll take it back momentarily, but Riley Muro carrying the extra speed on the exit of the corner. He'll get the switch back once again, and he'll hand off the position. He'll take the handoff from Edward Haynes as he finds himself in the lead of the race. These four drivers all pinned up behind each other as they go down into Derek's corner, and out in front right now, Edward Haynes trying to get himself back into that leading position of the race, but Riley Muro looking quite comfortable leading this pack.
Yeah, he really is, and full credit to Alex Goodson of MLC Motorsport, keeping himself in the mix in fifth. Is he going up to fourth there? There's a little bit of action we're seeing as they come past us. Watch when they cross the line, the graphics will change. Muro from Haynes, from Starbuck, from Finley Hines. McAndrew-Urin drops down to fifth. Minto up to sixth, and Goodson, commentator's curse, finds himself down in seventh right now. Out in front though, there we are, Riley Murrow. Keep your eyes on Edward Haynes, orange helmet. He's easy to spot in that one as they bunch up, as they go then through Derek's corner, then off and away to Dan Weldon. Farthest point of the racetrack, but they're still very, very close on this one. Still with 5.5 minutes to run, it's going to be anyone's race, but this is brilliant. Mini Inter, these drivers, some of them stepping up from Micromax, new kart, new class, new things to think about. Same old business for some of these names out in front.
You can already tell this is one of those races that will not be decided until the checkered flag flies. Definitely going to be one of the most interesting races that we've seen so far. Out in front, Riley Murrow just managing to break a little bit of a gap back to Edward Haynes in what used to be second position, but Emerson McAndrew-Urin now finds himself in second position, as Ryan Starbuck as well getting himself involved in this battle. That's Zach Starbuck, sorry, finds himself in second position with what is going to be Emerson McAndrew-Urin, a driver who's used to being up at the front end of the grid. Riley Murrow, nearly half a second gap that he has back to second position, so not much of a worry on the mind of him right now. But Emerson McAndrew-Urin in second, he's looking strong and feisty to get himself back into the lead of that race. That's a move in the background there from Edward Haynes on Hines to get himself back up one more position and back closer to where he used to be earlier on in this race.
Edward Haynes then running in fourth, and he's just as he goes past our commentary position down the Yamitsu straight there, he was one hand off the steering wheel, punching the air in front of him, trying to make his way through, just going to, I don't know, just giving himself a bit of a G up, so come on mate, let's get up there. Edward Haynes then running in fourth, well fifth actually now on the graphics, and in front of him it's Hines, Starbuck, McAndrew and Riley Murrow. He was in confident form, he had a bit of a swagger yesterday when I chatted to him in his awning. He was really good fun to talk to in the Sam Pollitt Racing awning, but look at this battle as they go down into turn one. Murrow then holding on to the front, but look, what we've got a zip cart coming up into second. Oh, exciting times, here we are. 188, it is the zip cart, that's our man.
Zach Starbuck, that was a great move. Yeah, brilliant move there from Starbuck to find himself in second position. Didn't lose anyone in that pack any time there, just was able to slot into that gap between Emerson McAndrew-Urin and Riley Murrow, but McAndrew-Urin looking ever so closer to that race lead. He wants to get himself back into second position. He wants to be the one leading the charge to try and get that race lead as they come diving out of that final bend, out of Kimbolton corner as they're side by side coming down the home straight and looking on that inside, being squeezed all the way off the track. That'll be looked at right there, diving down the inside. Riley Murrow, is he able to hold on to it? No, he isn't. That's Zach Starbuck, who now finds himself in the lead of the race. And tucked in behind him, that's Daniel Minto. Minto goes from fifth to second in just a few corners.
And Starbuck was the instigator of all of that. As they were coming round the Kimbolton corner, he got himself up into first for a moment, carried it down the Hines straight, and then it all went off at third corner. And as you say, suddenly we find ourselves with Dan Minto now in second, but Starbuck was the instigator, and now he leads, and he's stretching his legs as he was in the position he was just 44 seconds ago, there or thereabouts. Watch them as they come past us. Let's see what happens. Still with Starbuck in the lead then.
Yep, Zach Starbuck instigating that whole battle and capitalizing on it as well. He finds himself in the lead of the race now. It seems like we have a new race leader every couple of laps at this point in this Mini Inter Superheat, and what a way to kick off the Superheats this is, as the battling never ends. Down the inside, that's Emerson McAndrew-Urin. He'll try and make the bid on Daniel Minto going down into Derek's corner, down towards Dan Weldon. All the drivers behaving through that section of the circuit. No moves being made here, as it's a tight-knit battle all the way through the field. You see these front 8 drivers all pinned together as down the inside, that looks like that was Fabricus. Sorry, no, that was Hines making a move. Oh, and one driver having a big incident out the final corner, spinning out of control and clipping that final barrier. Hopefully he's okay. That looked like a nasty clip of the barrier, nasty incident out of that final corner. The marshals will very quickly tend to the scene and make sure that the driver gets any attention that is necessary. Our thoughts and prayers are with the driver at the moment, as the rest of the drivers still fighting through the rest of the circuit. Yellow flags are out on that section of the track from post 7, so drivers aren't able to overtake through this final section of the circuit. Our cameras will pan past it now, and that's naughty there from Muro. Muro goes down the inside under a yellow flag.
Yeah, Muro obviously didn't see the yellows there. He's gone past Starbuck, but he'll have to give that one up. Starbuck was leading under yellows there, definitely. So Muro will have to give that one up. It will be looked at, I'm sure. Starbuck, though, pushing. Edward Haynes in the orange helmet also making a move. Are we still under yellows everywhere?
No, it's just yellows down at post 7, so that final section of the circuit.
Because I'm seeing Edward Haynes go from 3rd to 2nd there. So we got Muro in front from Haynes at the moment as they disappear off and away up to the Dan Weldon. If you're watching on the live stream, the graphics not keeping up with the action at the moment. Moving that car out of the way, not wanting to get the youngster out of the car, it seems, who came off. I can't quite see who it is from our position here, Kai, but coming around the final corner then,
Yeah, the driver that had the issue, it looks like, not quite sure, it might have been Finley Hines. He was fighting up at the front in 5th position, caught that barrier out of the final corner, very easily done, and skirting off the circuit and out of the race, unfortunately for him. As out of the car and walking away from the scene of the incident. We'll love to see
good.
that.
That's
Finley Hines walking away from it, but not walking away or shying away from any battle, should I say, is this front 5 as they're all squabbling for position, switching every corner as the final lap of the race is now upon us. All of these drivers, it's all to play for. Down the inside, McAndrew Urin tries it. Muro covers it off well as they go down towards Kimbolton. Ben Muro put sideways, and he goes skirting off the track and spinning round in the background. That was what looked like may have been Zach Starbuck.
Yeah, Starbuck.
Zach
it was
Starbucks went round. Riley Muro, out of all of that chaos, comes out on top. And Edward Haynes, the calm through the storm, now finds himself finishing in 2nd position after gaining multiple positions on that final lap. Emerson McAndrew Urin getting put sideways through the Kimbolton corner through those final couple of bends. He'll finish in 3rd position, but chaos completely unfolding through those final couple of corners, and Mini Inter really showing how to put on a show here for us.
Yeah, they were, but I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be in the steward's office. Clerk of the course, Paul Heath was down there. We got Ken Potter as well as our main man looking after all those kind of issues as the clerk of the course. I think there's going to be a little bit of chat going on after that one there in Mini Inter. We'll see what happens. It all went off on the final corner. It also went off a little bit as well earlier in that under the yellows. I think there's a little bit of afters to pick out in that one, I would imagine. But that was Mini Inter then. That was our first Superheat. And next up, Kai, exciting times right after this TKM Extreme Superheat.
Well, thank you for that one, Kev. As you mentioned, one of the newer classes to this championship, TKM Extreme, will be enjoying some sunshine out on the circuit, and enjoying it even more is going to be Sean Abbo. He'll be starting from the front row of the grid, joined alongside by Adam Sparrow. Jehan Kalikern will start in 3rd position from James Whitaker, from Leo Robson, Christopher Whitten on the 3rd row of the grid. 4th row of the grid will be Liam Bloom and Michael Cornell. 5th row of the grid is Kyle Springfield and Luke Jarman. Then it's going to be William Bryant, Harrison Morrow. Then it's going to be Spencer Lane and Al Patterson, Jack Stewart and Jessica Fitch Hall on the 8th row of the grid. The 9th row of the grid and the 17th and final car taking to the circuit, it's the number 5 seed, Kian Bennett, who will be taking to the track from 17th position. Let's see if he stays there though. TKM Extreme, one of those classes where once again it is going to be one of the smaller grids here this weekend, but definitely going to put on a show for us here watching along. Always great battling here from the drivers in TKM Extreme, and I don't think there's one name out of the grid that stands out for me where it's going to be a drive-away drive.
No, maybe not, Kai. New to me and new to UKC is TKM Extreme, but not new to many people within the world of karting. Just a quick reminder, of course, these drivers are over the age of 15, similar age to senior Rotax perhaps, but it attracts all kinds of different drivers. drivers that have just come through and then they end up in TK Extreme, other drivers that are sort of a little bit older and coming back into it, running TK Extreme. If you have a look at the kart, it's an easy one to spot because it doesn't have the radiator to the right of where the driver sits. You simply have the cooling fins on the top of the engine block that surround where the spark plug sits. That's an easy way to spot a TKM Extreme kart. Slightly smaller grid then than Senior Rotax. What do we got? About sort of 15 or 16 drivers lining up for this one. Keep your eyes on Yian Kalichern, former champion in TKM Extreme with that ARC chassis from Klassen Motorsport. I had a little chat to him yesterday. William Bryant, number 72, very keen competitor from PSR. And I think our only female racer in TKM Extreme this year, Jessica Fitch-Hall, a privateer, but been around karting for many, many years. Kart number 14, lining up towards the latter stages of that grid there. But she knows her way around a kart track as well. So lots of experience in this grid. But I, for one, sitting here with my UKC hat on, I'm really looking forward to watching this, learning a few names, learning what the class is all about, seeing who can do what, and maybe this first superheat in TK Extreme will be a bit of a marker and a bit of a sort of a marker for us to see what the rest of the season might, unfold, how it will unfold for us.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one indeed. And one thing I want to put to you, Kev, which I think has been amazing this season, is the substantial increase in female representation throughout all of the classes. We've seen such a large increase in female drivers getting involved in the sport, and it's amazing to see because a lot of them are putting up a great fight to the lads and the boys out on the circuit and proving that gender doesn't make a difference out on the track.
No, it's brilliant. We have got, gender is not an issue when it comes to motorsport.
Yep.
If you can pedal the kart or pedal the car, it doesn't matter.
100%.
It doesn't matter, what gender you are, one way, shape or form. But certainly within UKC, as you walk around the paddock, female drivers are plenty across lots of the classes then. People like Lizzie Mentier, of course, in Junior Rotax, back with us now, running for DHR. Like I said there, we got Jessica running in this one, and many, many more. I'm going to have a little whiz through my list and pick out a few more. But yeah, it's really good to see. It's really good to see. UKC is certainly open to all. Motorsport is open to all, and it matters not. It's all about. You can't argue with the clock, can you?
Nope.
It's just the clock. That's it. If you go fast, you're going to do well.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to see an increase in representation out there on the grid. But TKM Extreme, as you mentioned, 15 years of age plus, very similar to the Senior Rotax class. The main differences between these cars, it's a 115cc engine, 125cc engine for the Senior Rotax, and a little bit of a higher weight class here for TKM Extreme.
Yeah.
So maybe slightly slower lap times than what we would see from the Senior Rotax kart, but nonetheless, we're going to be pushing top speeds of nearly 70 miles per hour
So
in
good.
these karts, especially around a track like Kimbolton on a sunny day like this. We're going to be pushing the limits of that sound.
Yeah, and we got Maxxis rubber under these TKM Extreme karts as opposed to the Mojo tyre on Senior Rotax. So we'll see what the difference is as we are getting set to go racing. Great sound from the engines on these. I like it.
Yeah, lovely sound as the revs rise and the karts roll towards the start-finish line. It'll be a great start there. Everyone keeping it in order as we go diving down towards the first corner. The red and white numbers in suit as we now go through down towards Willows. Every driver keeping it in the right order, all squabbling for positions all the way through the pack. Adam Sparrow got a great start there off the line as Springfield having a tuck in behind in second position for the time being. Springfield in that all-black suit and helmet combo. You can't miss him out on the circuit. The TKM kart with the TKM colours as well. Adam Sparrow, the driver who put it on pole position, and the driver who will take us away from the front row of the grid. He got a great start down towards that first bend, managing to hold form and hold position for the time being. Down through Kimbolton Bend and down the home straight for completing the first lap of this race. Adam Sparrow, will he be touchable this race?
Well, Adam Sparrow leads them from Kai Springfield. Then we've got Kian Bennett in third, Sean Abbott in fourth. Noticing as well, look at just on the bumper, the first two, just getting in a train. Very important in these TKM Extreme karts, once again, to carry your speed and just work as a team and use the slipstream of the kart in front of you. And I noticed as well yesterday when I was watching them run, when they're on the straights, a lot more sort of ducking of the head down under the fairing, trying to make the most of that aerodynamic advantage. But there's nothing to split them after one lap, which is brilliant.
No, it's such a tight-knit field here is the TKM Extreme. As down home straight, all of the drivers tucking their heads as we go down towards the first corner. There was a thought of a move there from Kian Bennett, but he backs out of it. Kyle Springfield with some great straight line speed and a great run off that final corner means he's able to clutch on to second position for the time being. Maybe even a chance of the lead. He's actually going to push along with Adam Sparrow. Maybe those front two drivers are going to try and work together to push away from the rest of the field, but Adam Sparrow out in front, he's going to have a world of weight on his shoulders right now.
Yeah, Adam Sparrow, a privateer, then running the number 19 car out in front. You can see him go there. In second behind him, we've got the Birrell Arch chassis of the privateer, Kai Springfield, that is the number 4. Then in fifth, we're looking at the moment, that's Mr. Bennett there. There he goes, Kian Bennett. Or rather, not fifth, in third, sorry, kart number 5 is in third. But look, there's nothing to split them. This is really close racing. This is really, really good stuff. In fourth at the moment, who we got in fourth? Mr. Abbott there, kart number 38. Sean Abbott.
We have one driver going off and round, two drivers, sorry, going off and round out of that first corner there. Maybe a little collision between the two of them. They all go spinning off into the barriers. Both drivers out of the car and walking away from the scene of the incident, so that's great to see between the two of them. Once our timing screen updates, we'll be able to see who those drivers involved in that incident were. But up at the front of the field, there's a move down the inside. He thought about it last time round, and Kian Bennett past Kyle Springfield. It's a switch up for the second position.
Yeah, that was a great move. That was unfolding a couple of corners before that. Sparrow, Springfield and Bennett were sort of duking it out there. Front four then now, Sparrow, Springfield, Bennett and Abbott all battling away. We're a few minutes into this, but it's still very, very close racing. But yeah, full credit to getting that move done there from the number 5 kart, putting himself into third then. That's that man, Kian Bennett. Number 19 still out in front though, being chased down by kart number 5, Kian Springfield, or rather Kai Springfield, I do apologise. We've got Kian Bennett and Kai Springfield in this one.
Yeah, and we do have confirmation now that the two drivers which had that issue at the first corner going out of the race is Spencer Lane and Harrison Morrow. So unfortunately, those two will drop all the way down the order. Spencer Lane was in 6th position, so it's a shame to see him go out so early in this race. With 5 minutes remaining on the clock, we still have more than half of this race left. And down the inside, wasting no time on the clock, is the number 5 of Kai Springfield, as he now, that's Kian Bennett now making his way into the lead of the race, as Kai Springfield still holding on in 3rd position for the time being. But Adam Sparrow, he was in a comfortable lead for pretty much the whole race so far, and it's now been switched up. The number 5 finds himself in the lead of the race, and a move in the background as well. Was that Spencer Lane making a move on Abo? No, it wasn't. It looks like that, looks like it was Leo Robinson making his way through the pack. So Leo Robinson finds himself in 3rd position right now, as trying to squabble for position all the way through the willows, as on edge battling there with what is going to be Kai Springfield and Leo Robinson, having a great battle there as they go through Derek's corner. Yeah,
just looking at these on-screen graphics here, Kai, and then our timing screens in the commentary box. Looks like Kian Bennett out in front. If you're watching on the live stream, the graphics don't seem to be updating as fast as the circuit live stream. Here we got Kian Bennett out in front, Adam Sparrow in second, Leo Robinson now in third. Then that's kart 36, and Kai Springfield, kart number 4, down to 4th as our front two cross underneath us then. Kian Bennett and Adam Sparrow. Springfield up to 3rd, Robinson in 4th then. Chris Whittam finds himself in 5th, as Sean Abbott is up to 6th. The lead two then stretching their legs out in front, off and away they go. Look at this battle for first there. This is brilliant. We've got a battle for first, we've got a battle for second at the moment. I think we've just had an overtake there through Derek's.
Yeah, that was Leo Robinson going back in on Kai Springfield. These two drivers have been duking it out for the past couple of laps. As you mentioned, the on-screen graphics are not quite accurate at the moment, but Kian Bennett a few laps ago made his bid for the lead on Adam Sparrow. Sparrow now finds himself in 2nd position, but down the inside, that was a move there from the number 33. That was Christopher Whitten, also making a move on Kai Springfield. So Springfield dropping down 2 positions in that previous lap of the race, so that's unfortunate for him. Leo Robinson with a little bit of breathing room in 3rd position for the time being. He's going to try and catch on to our leading 2 drivers, but does he have enough time to manage to be able to do so? His lap times are definitely up there and definitely competitive to catch on to our leading 2 drivers, but out in front, it looks like Kai Bennett and Adam Sparrow looking quite comfortable between the two of them. Sparrow not quite thinking of making a move for the lead just yet.
No, that battle out in front, those two drivers are running on their own. But look, we join the battle here then between kart 36, kart 33. We're talking about Leo Robinson and Chris Whitten. That battle is fantastic there. That's the battle for third at this point in time. Is he getting a move done up the inside? Yes, he does. That's Chris Whitten just going past Leo Robinson, 33. Oh, look at this behind him now as well. Is that number 4? Kai Springfield getting in the mix. This is great.
Yeah, Kai Springfield trying to get involved. And in the background, we have a few more drivers battling as well as these three, all scrapping for position. And has his work cut out for him right now. Has Leo Robinson, number 4 of Kai Springfield, applying a world of pressure on his shoulders for the time being. They go through the Kestrel corner and down towards Kimbolton corner as well, through the final sections of the circuit and back onto the home straight once again. Our leaders cross the line. It's still Kian Bennett from Adam Sparrow. Christopher Whitten now finds himself in third position, which we're looking down on right now. They go through the first corner. That's Kai Springfield, very neatly tucked in behind Leo Robinson. Doesn't look like he's quite thinking of making a maneuver just yet, biding his time, waiting for the perfect opportunity, maybe even waiting for a small mistake to be made, and then he'll pounce at the chance of getting that move done. But out in front, we're just waiting for the opportunity, waiting for Adam Sparrow to make that bid for the lead. He has the pace to manage to be able to do so, but he's just waiting his time, and Kian Bennett maybe getting a little bit too comfortable out in front.
Yeah, he might be. Kian Bennett and Adam Sparrow sitting matching each other for pace, but Sparrow just sitting there biding his time, like you say, Kai, with under a minute left on the clock. So I think next time come by we might see a last lap board. Find out in a moment or two. But behind them, that intriguing battle between Whitten, Robinson and Springfield. The man who's sitting in 6th at the moment, though, number 28, Ian Calichurn. He knows how to handle a TKM kart, but just not at the front end of this one. Sitting back at the moment in 6th. And just whizzing down the order. Whittaker, Abbott, Bloom, Bryant, Cornell, Stewart, Patterson, Fitchell and Jarman finish off the 15 karts that are running. Karts 16 and 17, Spencer Lane and Harrison Morrow no longer running.
As our leaders dash towards the first corner, there's the move we've been waiting for. Down the inside, Sparrow's made it into the first bend, but fighting back. Bennett tries it, but holding it through the willows. You don't see that very often. Adam Sparrow, a great battling sequence between the two of them. But pinning it to the inside white line right now is Christopher Whitten, as Leo Robson and Kai Springfield are breathing down his neck as they go down towards Dan Weldon. Robson looks to the inside, Whitten holding on to it for the time being though, but out in front right now, our previous leader of the race, as Adam Sparrow just about holding on in front of Kian Bennett, Bennett looking for the switchback. He's trying anything opposite, which Adam Sparrow is doing down the outside towards the first corner. Will he try to switch back into the willows? It's going to be a difficult one to do. Final lap is upon us, and just a few corners for it managing to be able to be done. The drivers are going to be scrapping all the way to the line.
Yeah, they are. Look, we can't keep up with this. It's 19 versus 5 and 5 versus 19. Sparrow and Bennett trading places almost corner to corner, but as we come into the closing stages of it, around the down Weldon, it looks like kart number 19, Adam Sparrow, has it from Bennett, but Bennett is still in touch. Sparrow looks over his shoulder, Bennett flicks out wide. Then we've got Sparrow countering. What can they do as they come around the final corner, Kai, away to our right? Looking on screen now, who's going to have it as they come past us? Wow. There we go.
Yep. Great race, and lovely to see the sportsmanship between those two drivers. It was a clean fought battle between the two of them, and they fought it all the way to the line. Hats off to Kian Bennett for trying every opportunity that was presented to him, but a defensive masterclass there from Adam Sparrow, showing his knowledge and his worth in the class. He pinned it to that inside white line, waited for Bennett to make a move, and then he responded and placed his car in the middle of the circuit, leaving Kian Bennett with nothing to do apart from yield in that second position. Adam Sparrow waited long to get that move back for the lead of the race, and he'll hold on to it to the line.
Yeah, well done to both of those drivers, showing their racecraft in spades there, and the camaraderie. They just had the most fun for the last few laps. The camaraderie was evident with that fist bump as they crossed the line. Sparrow and Bennett just giving us the entertainment and themselves, and full credit to Chris Whitten, who came home in third, kart number 33, because he was locked in all sorts of battles battles throughout that. Ian Calichurn in 4th and Kai Springfield finishing in 5th. That's TKM Extreme, folks. If you're new to UKC, they're new to us. I love it, Kai. I want to get one. I want to go.
Yeah, definitely. And one name that we just breezed over there, Yehan Calichurn, in the midst of that battle that we were so focused on the lead of that race, Calichurn went from 7th all the way to 4th in that final lap of the race, just getting himself involved in that battle and making the opportunistic move stick there. He finds himself finishing in 4th for the Superheat, and that will set him up very nicely moving into the finals later on today. But Adam Sparrow and Kian Bennett, I can't wait to see round 2 of that battle later on today in the TKM Extreme Final.
Brilliant stuff, Kai. Well, there we go. 2 superheats done. We move on to our 3rd superheat coming up right after this. On your schedule then, race 28, Micromax, when we come back.
So some of the youngest drivers to take to the circuit, apart from the Honda Cadets Micromax, will now be showing us how it's done. The youngsters, but definitely not to rule them out at all. Sebastian Behrman starts on pole position, joined alongside by Max Jolly. We've seen brilliant racing between the two of them over the course of the weekend so far. Maximilian Aberhart will start in 3rd from Harry Radcliffe in 4th. 3rd row of the grid is Jos Hushka, from Harris Barber. Ansel Murray and Austin Oman returning to the series once again. And on the 5th row of the grid, it's Maria Roberto from Logan Stanley Jones, with Sebastian Crawford and LBJ Stubbs from Joseph Davies, and Finley Beals rounding out in 14th position. 15th will be Yujan Liu. Then it's going to be James Devereaux from Oliver Dawson and Dean Sinj Pahal, rounding out the 18 drivers on this grid. 9 rows of drivers and 9 rows of pure action. We're going to have 9 minutes of racing here for the Micromax. Another rolling start and another start that I am eager to see get underway. From the front row of the grid, Sebastian Behrman and Max Jolly, 2 huge names in the Micromax class. A little bit of a scrappy grid up there from the drivers, but we'll let it go, fighting down towards the first corner. Down the inside, he's gonna try it, but held off by Max Jolly around the inside. Amazing to see 3 wide as we go through the Willows in the midsection, as drivers all squabbling for position in the mid-pack as they're trying to get themselves sorted out.
Yeah, we're trading places out at the front here, Kai. We'll see what happens when they come back through the grids. But look at this out in front then, kart 37 from kart 61. Sebastian Behrman then beating Maximum Aberhart in the early stages of this one. That's your 1 and 2. Back in 3rd then, I'm looking what we got. Kart 26 in 3rd. Harry Radcliffe finds himself in 3rd. Looking on the live stream, following it as we go. Really exciting stuff. The images being brought to us by Alpha Live. They're going to come under our commentary position now. The timing screens update, and then we're off and running. Sebastian Behrman from Maximilian Aberhart, Harry Radcliffe, and then Max Jolly in this Micromax Superheat, in the Superheat indeed, here at Kimbolton.
Great start there from Aberhart. He gains himself a couple of positions to now find himself in 2nd, pinned to the rear bumper of Sebastian Behrman, who started in 2nd position but held around the outside. It was a great jump off the line. He was able to beat Jolly to the first corner, and he's definitely felt the benefits of getting that move done early, as the number 37 comes blasting down the TKM straight towards the Kestrel corner. Kimbolton corner is now following him up next, but with a few drivers, around 4 eager drivers tucked in behind him. Sebastian Behrman, he's not comfortable just yet in this race.
No, he's not. We've got a close race here in this Micromax Super Heat. Out in front then still Sebastian Behrman from Maximilian Aberhart, Harry Radcliffe in 3rd, and then that man Jolly back there in 4th. In 5th though at the moment it's Jos Hushka from Sam Pollitt Racing, as they are very close, going through Derricks up to the Dan Weldon corner. We've got 2, 4, 5 drivers then very close out in front, but that man in front, kart 37, there he is racing Sebastian Behrman on a Project 1 chassis. Can't remember what team Sebastian's running with this weekend, but he's, it looks like Jack's Motorsport. There he is, got the Jack's Motorsport colours on the kart. Back in 3rd then, kart number 26, Harry Radcliffe. Shout out to Harry from Sam Pollitt Racing. Immaculate awning, I went in there yesterday, SPR. full credit to Sam. Such a class outfit. Looks so, so good under that awning. As we've got a move coming up the inside here. Kart number 14 trying to do something, clipping the curb as he does so. Maximilian Jolly there, or Max Jolly from Hunter Motorsport, clipping a curb but getting an overtake done.
Yeah, Max Jolly trying to get involved in the action on the track. Austin Oman, a familiar name in the Ultimate Karting Championship. The number 11 sets the fastest lap of the race so far. 47.7 is the fastest time, which has been put down on the tarmac right now. But out in front, Sebastian Behrman, even though he's had a lot of pressure put in behind him, he's doing a great job to keep that car in fighting order and keep himself in the lead of the race. Just one small mistake to ruin your momentum, and the drivers will be swarming all over the back of you like mosquitoes on a hot day. But in the background here, we're going to see an attempt for an overtake. Harry Radcliffe is going to go down the inside of Maximilian Eberhardt, so Eberhardt now is demoted down into third position. He's lucky to not lose any more than that one position, as two drivers very eagerly tucked in behind of Jolly and Hushka, waiting for the battles to unfold.
Yeah, great move from Harry Radcliffe there. Kart number 26 getting it done up the inside in second position at the moment. So it's 37 from 26. So it is that man Sebastian Behrman with Harry Radcliffe in second. In third then, just looking at that one there, looks like a zip car. We are, yeah, on a zip car indeed. 61 is in third there. That's our man Max Eberhardt. So yeah, the graphics just update as they cross the start-finish line underneath us here. But we've got 2, 4, 5 drivers, Kai, out in front, leading the way in this one. Looking comfortable out in front then is Sebastian Behrman. He's not being troubled too much at the moment. They close up a little bit as they come through derricks, but as we often see in karting, the driver out in front has a little bit more breathing space. The battle for third, though, going on. We've got a move here. Back in third. What are we seeing in third as we pictures just catch up? 61 being chased down by 14. So Max Jolly just, it's Maximilian and Max then just working against each other, fighting against each other. 61 versus 14.
Yeah, it's a great battle going on between the two of them right now. As you mentioned, out in front, Sebastian Behrman with just a little bit of breathing room. It looks about he has a 1 kart length gap back to the second position of Harry Radcliffe with his head to the steering wheel. You may be sat at home thinking, why are the drivers tucking their heads on the straight? And that is clearly just for the aerodynamical advantage. He's in the slipstream. If he puts his head just a little bit lower, there's less of air resistance on the driver, meaning they're able to just get that little bit extra speed in the straight line. And it really matters on a circuit like this in Kimbolton, where it being such a flat open space, the wind can really pick up very quickly, and it does affect the straight line speed of these drivers. But out in front, punching a hole in the air right now, Sebastian Behrman. He's got brilliant pace right now to keep that kart held out in the lead of the race. But Maximilian Eberhardt, he was momentarily in third just on that last lap. He now finds himself tumbling down the order as he's now down in fifth with Hushka and Jolly both working together to cut through that pack.
Yeah, it's all going on out front, but I've been watching just while you were chatting there, Kai. I was watching that man, Harry Radcliffe, sitting kart number 26, sitting in second at the moment. He seems really laser focused on the back of Sebastian Behrman. He is not letting get away. He's matching him move for move as they just bunch up, going through derricks around the down Weldon. They're wide abreast. Still, they say in the same order, though. 37 from kart 26 then, and then behind him, kart 14. But keep your eyes on that man, Harry Radcliffe. Look, he's tapping his helmet there on the on-screen, just kind of telling people to focus. Think about what we're doing, guys. We've got to beat the man out in front. I think that was a little message to the guy that's racing behind him there, Max Jolly. But yeah, keep your eyes on the guy in second. I think he's going to get it done, or he's going to try to get it done in the closing stages.
Yeah, Radcliffe trying to use the motivation and the camaraderie and the teamwork of the drivers in behind him to try and push past the leader of Sebastian Behrman. Behrman putting up a great fight right now, but pinned nose and tail are these two drivers. Behrman's going to struggle to hold it, and down the inside, there's the move we were waiting for. Harry Radcliffe gets himself up into the lead of the race. Sebastian Behrman now on the back foot. He tries to go up the inside. He tries to sneak on the first apex of Dan Weldon, but he doesn't manage to get it done into the lead of the race. The number 37 now on the back foot in second position. That opens the door for Max Jolly and Jos Huschka to try and get themselves into second position. But Sebastian Behrman, that kart looking a little bit more on edge. He doesn't like second position. He looks for thirst, but he's not able to sniff it out.
He's not. But I tell you what, I've seen him do it again. That man, Harry Radcliffe, tapping his helmet again. Is he talking to himself saying, focus, switch on? Or is he just sort of sending a message as we look down the inside 37, taking the place back, goes Sebastian Behrman. Back there from Harry Radcliffe, who I was just talking about. This one has a long way to go with 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. We're going to see these two trade places again, I'm sure. Harry Radcliffe laser focus. Sebastian Behrman not letting him get away with it as they go now then around the final sort of time in this lap for Kimbolton corner. Then they'll come past us in our common position. Up to third. We got a driver up to third there.
Josh Huschka.
That was Josh Huschka, wasn't it? Josh Huschka. Right. Yes, it was. Back to 14 or back to fourth is kart number 14, Max Jolly.
Yep, Sebastian Behrman clearly didn't enjoy his time in second position as he very quickly promotes himself back into the lead of the race. Harry Radcliffe once again finds himself in the attacking position and he takes advantage of it as well. Back into the lead of the race, but will we see Behrman respond quickly, or will Huschka try and get that move done for second position? He had a look for it going into Dan Weldon, but he has to back out of it and think better of the overtaking opportunity. Down the inside, Behrman's gonna look for it, but held off very nicely there by Sebastian, that's Harry Radcliffe. And banging wheels there. Behrman drops to the back of the pack. Couldn't quite catch who was at fault for that incident.
I think that's a racing incident.
Yeah, a lot of drivers just trying to go into one section of the track and it didn't quite work out there for Behrman, but that's opened the floodgates for second position here as all of the drivers now getting involved. Max Jolly finds himself back in second position. Josh Huschka now dropped down into third, but looking for the move for third and fourth is Austin Oman, the fastest driver on the circuit for the time being. He has a look for the move going out into Derek's, doesn't manage to get it done. Going down into Dan Weldon in the background, trying to regain some of the track that he's lost is Sebastian Behrman as weaving left and right, waiting for a gap to open up for him, but it's going to open up for the driver in behind. That's Maximilian Eberhardt. He'll get the move done down the inside of Sebastian Behrman, and from first all the way down into sixth, it all fell apart there for Behrman. Final lap is upon us as if it wasn't chaotic enough.
And number 14, kart number 14, Max Jolly just drifting sideways as he soars the steering wheel in his hands there on this final lap. 56 then is on your screen, is who we're looking at the moment. Just behind him, number 11, or rather that's 55, isn't it? That's Josh Huschka with Austin Oman racing 11, but out in front it's still Harry Radcliffe, 26 then. The battle for second, 55 versus 11. Huschka versus Oman then, sitting in third at the moment. Where's Max Jolly? Where's my man? Kart 14 as he just slipped back. It is all going on this final lap. Rounding then the final corner, Kai. On-screen graphics, look at this. We've got 26 from 55 from 11. They cross the line below us. Radcliffe from Huschka from Oman. Jolly, then Behrman. That's your top five.
And what a race it was towards the end. All unfolded. It was like a bomb going off in the middle of the pack. It all exploded and the excitement just bubbled a little bit over for a couple of the drivers. Harry Radcliffe is able to walk away with that one at the top of the grid, but it wasn't an easy one for him at all. I thought an interesting note was, if you looked at the digiboard on that final lap of the race, after all that contact down at the final bend, it was the number 37 of Sebastian Behrman who was given a warning for contact. So maybe the stewards or the marshals have deemed that Sebastian Behrman was the one who was at fault for causing all of those issues on that last couple of corners.
Yeah, maybe contact warning at 12:22 for kart number 37. Sebastian Behrman, he did knock wheels there with Harry Radcliffe, didn't he, as they were sort of fighting for positions. Looked like a racing incident to me, but he came off worse, dropping back down the order. But as they crossed the finish line, it was that man, Harry Radcliffe, from Josh Huschka and then Austin Oman. Look at the fans down here, and I don't just mean the fans in the stadiums, but I mean the fans on the dummy grid if you're watching the live stream, trying to keep that zip kart driver dry, or rather keep that zip kart driver cool, as we're about to go racing with Honda Cadet with their superheat right after this.
So, Honda Cadets for the second time today. It was the heat earlier on, and superheat is now about to take place. Kevin Ivanov and Elliot Burke take to the circuit once again. The dynamic duo who were fighting up at the front end that we seen earlier on. Ralphie Branscombe starting third with Marjorie Skovicius alongside him. From Ricky Jr., McIntosh and Ryan White alongside him on the third row of the grid. Teo Hamilton and Ashton Horsepool will be on the fourth row. Fifth row will consist of Jack Fulbrook-Harmer and George Johnston. Then it'll be Harry Grant and Morgan Cooney. Then it will be Jackson Heath and Shea Hilton on the seventh row of the grid. Eighth row of the grid is going to be rounded out by Harry Pennington and William Davison. 16 drivers and 8 rows will take to this circuit. Once again, with it being Honda Cadets, we don't have a rolling start, yet we have a standing start. Ralphie Branscombe struggled off the standing start last time round. He was able to regain some of the track that he lost, but will he be able to get a better jump off the line this time round? We'll have to wait and see. The warm-up lap is underway as we see the drivers rounding the Dan Weldon corner, and what a race we have paved out for us now.
Kai, I'm really looking forward to this one because, as you just said there, our man Ralphie Branscombe didn't have the best of starts last time, did he? So he's going to be out. He would have gone in from that last heat that we saw with him, really cross it himself. He pulled himself up though as the race went on. So he's going to be thinking in his head, I've got to do better this time. But kart number 14, Kevin Bourke. He's going to be thinking, I'm in the same start position as last time, so I want to do well again. Kart number 50, that man, well, he gave us loads of entertaining racing, didn't he? That was our man there, Kevin Ivanov, wasn't it? Kart number 50, and he's lining up in pole. And then kart number 15 there, lining up in fourth. Who have we got there? That's Margaret Kovaceks. I'm not going to pretend I can pronounce that one. I do apologise, Mr. and Mrs. Kovaceks. I'll have to check that.
I'll tell you what's an interesting sight right now. You can see the drivers wiping down their front tyres with it being so grippy out on the circuit right now.
Here we go.
A lot of debris getting stuck to them, but the lights are on the board and the lights are out and we are racing here, bobbing off the line. Are the Honda Cadet drivers diving down towards the first corner. The inside line getting a much better start, and a much better start this time round from Ralphie Branscombe as he manages to find himself up into fourth position after they cross the start-finish line for the first time of this race. Diving down towards Derek's corner. Any attempts for an overtake? We see one move in the background there. A similar pink helmet to Branscombe. It looks like that may have been Jack Fulbrook-Harmer making a move in the background there through Derek's corner as we make our way through Dan Weldon. The field a little bit more strung out than we seen last time round. A little bit less chaos off the start-finish line with drivers managing to get away cleanly this time round. Yeah,
it's a clean start. Everyone's settling in on this opening lap. No kind of silly business going on. Just kind of getting the job done for one lap, getting it safely home. Out in front then, Kevin Ivanov from Elliot Bourke from Kovaceks. Go on, you go, Kai.
I would have said Kovaceks. Kovaceks is my
Kovaceks, there we go. That'll do, and I apologise in advance. Oh, look at this, though. 4 wide as we come into Derek's in, battling for 4th or 5th. Then they slot in. But out in front, the 2 lead drivers then of Ivanov and Bourke, who had a great battle in the heat that we saw earlier this morning. They're stretching out in front. So we've got that situation once again where we've got a 1 and 2, and then a battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th.
Yeah, Ivanov doing a great job out in front right now. With, once again, Elliot Bourke in behind him, the 50 and the 14, the 2 zip carts, which we seen in the heat earlier on, which were battling it out. Talking about battling it out, Ryan White is having his work cut out for him as he's fighting once again for that track position, as he's currently in 5th as he dives down towards the first corner. Was able to get the move done there on Horsepool as they went down towards the first bend, and Ryan White gets it stuck and gets it done. Elliot Bourke, fastest lap around that circuit, as stuck in behind his teammate right now of Ivanov. Ivanov out in front, punching a hole in the air, using that slipstream to his advantage to gain the fastest lap.
Kart number 1 then is indeed Ryan White. The picture's just showing him here, the centre of your screen, currently running in 5th at the moment. Last year's champion, there he is, leading that one away on his Project 1 chassis this year, running as a privateer. Full credit to his family who do a great job of getting him up and down the country to all these races, and he's a really nice young man, great driver, a lot of time for Ryan White, as I have all of these. But we've got a move going up the inside here then, just around that one, and I didn't see who that was. It might have been that man. No, I didn't see who that was actually making that move. But out in front then, we've got ourselves Ivanov and Bork then, 1 and 2. Behind them, Ralphie Branscombe up to 3rd. And then McIntosh, Ricky Junior McIntosh then, currently sitting in 4th at the moment. Ryan White back in 5th.
The battle which we have on our screens right now, Ryan White and Kovacic both going at it. Ryan White lost out on that 5th position to Kovacic, so Kovacic now finds himself in 5th position. Ryan White dropped down into 6th, maybe dropping a wheel a little bit wide there. But looks like that was Grant and Horsepool both going at it out of that final bend. As the drivers blast past our camera and down the home straight once again, you can see the heat waves in the distance just off the track temperature that we have right now. The number 153 of Horsepool stuck in the middle of a sandwich right now, and probably in the most difficult position that you can be as a driver.
He was the one that got a great move done there, so he got himself up 1 position. So can he climb higher as this one moves on? Great little move from him, well done. It was that man Kovacic who got the move done, who I couldn't quite see on the lap before, so well done to him as well. He's now running in 5th. Out in front though, Ivanov and Bork. Really impressive racing from young Elliot Bork. Did a great little interview with him yesterday. Like I say, he was confident off track, and he appears to be confident on track as well, which is good to see.
Yeah, great to see there from Elliot Bork. The 2 Zip teammates clearly have been talking to each other off the track and have orchestrated this one perfectly like they did in the last heat. Both working together, using the slipstream to their advantage, as Elliot Bork and Ivanov just breaking away from the rest of the pack. 1.28 seconds is what separates those 2 drivers from Ralphie Branscombe, the O-plate in behind. Ivanov out in front right now. He's the one punching the air and actually picking up the fastest lap he gets with a 48.2 that he managed to get last time round of the circuit. Going into the middle of the circuit there, Ivanov maybe not feeling as comfortable with his teammates as he should going around the circuit right now, diving down into Kimbolton corner once again. The 2 Zip teammates sticking it still in order. Ralphie Branscombe head to the steering wheel, trying to gain that aerodynamical advantage, trying to gain any advantage he can to try and eke that gap down between him and the Zipcar teammates in front.
Yeah, super racing in this one, Kai, then for the super heat, of course. We've got this and then the super final, but the 2 men out in front who are indeed setting their stall out are Ivanov and Bork. Ralphie Branscombe is a long way back from those drivers. They're battling away. He's got, what, 1.43 seconds between him and what's going on down the road just in front of him. So a bit of a gap back to Ralphie, but the gap between the front 2, they're much closer. Kovacic there, number 15, behind him. Who have we got? Racer number 1, Ryan White. That battle's going to be intriguing. Kovacic is, yes, he's still got Ryan White just on his tail. As I look at the on-screen pictures here on the live stream. Yep, that's it. That's 4th then. Ryan White sitting in 5th at the moment. Not as happy, definitely, on these Vega tyres compared to the Dunlops from last year. And number 300, that man Theo Hamilton, full credit to him. He was in the mix in the heat that we saw earlier this morning, and he's in the mix once again. Look at the Zipcar factory teammates running, racing each other.
Well, the 2 Zipcar factory teammates have just swapped positions in that first corner there. So Elliot Bork is now the one at the head of the field. He'll be the one torpedoing through the air right now, with Ivanov taking a break from that front runner, and he'll sit in 2nd position. But Ralphie Branscombe, even though he has no one to work with, it does look like he's slowly breaking down that gap, maybe around a 10th a lap. It's 1.1 seconds currently, the gap between him and the teammates in front. It's now down to 1 second, so about a 10th of a lap quicker right now is Ralphie Branscombe than the 2 Zipcar teammates. But with time running out on the clock and only 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, is there going to be enough time, Kev? There
might be, there might not. We'll have to find out. But I think he's going to have about another 3 laps, maybe 4 laps, something like that. We'll see. He is getting quicker, like you say. He's reeling them in, but don't forget, they're trying to stretch their wheels off and away down the road. But as we always see in this game, if they get involved in a little bit of a battle and start jostling with each other, then the gaps close up really quickly. But the gap behind Ralphie Branscombe now, the gap back to 4th, as we see a move getting done up the inside out of our commentary window. Not quite capturing it on the screen, though. When we come by, see what Ryan White's doing with Kovacic. On-screen graphics change. It was Theo Hamilton who passes Ryan White to put himself in 5th. Here we are then with that battle, Kovacic, Hamilton and White. Karts 15, 301. This is the battle at the moment. A train of 4 of them, and behind White we've got Horsfall 153. We know he can overtake. Look at kart 300, Theo Hamilton up the inside then of Kovacic. There we go. Great move from him. Well done, Theo Hamilton. Brilliant overtake. But look out in front. I'm looking out of our commentary position, Kai. Is Ralphie Branscombe reeling him in a little bit?
Visually, it definitely looks like he is. Currently, only 8.8 tenths is what separates Ivanov and Branscombe for the time being. And as you mentioned, once those 2 Zipkart drivers start to battle and start to squabble for that first position, that gap will very quickly diminish, as it visually is already. Probably around 6 tenths is what separates those drivers right now. Ralphie Branscombe leaving nothing left on the circuit. Ralphie Branscombe fastest lap that time round, as he's 2 tenths of a lap quicker than our leading drivers right now. Ralphie Branscombe really pushing that kart to the limits right now, and this is what you love to see, the underdog coming into this fight. Visually looking at it from the start of the race, you would have thought that Bork and Ivanov would have just disappeared from the rest of the pack. But the O-plate clearly showing why he won the British Open and why he has the O-plate on that kart. Ralphie Branscombe putting his talents on show right now as he pushes down the home straight once again. 5 seconds left on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. Elliot Bork there, sorry.
This is the penultimate lap, Kyle. I'm just watching out the window. Branscombe is catching these 2 before our very eyes. So this one, I think that's going to be our front 3, but then the battle for 4th behind them, that's still going on as well, as we see a move get done going into Derek's out of the live stream window. On-screen pictures then focusing at the moment with the battle at the front. Ralphie Branscombe back in 3rd. Look, he's closing the gap. We can see it before our very eyes. So we've got Bork from Ivanov, from Branscombe. Elliot Bork out in front, kart number 14. They close up then in the closing stages, Kai.
Yeah, it's really getting close up at the front end, and it definitely is in behind as well, as Ryan White is going to battle with Kovacic and Hamilton. Those 3 drivers scrapping it out and going defensive out in front. This is interesting to see. Bork goes defensive. Ivanov's there on the switchback.
He's got it.
And this just reels in Ralphie Branscombe into this battle. Those 2 drivers switch positions again, but watch for the bright pink helmet of the machine in 3rd position, the O-plate of Ralphie Branscombe. He's now arrived on the scene, and let's see what he's able to perfect. What is Ralphie Branscombe able to do in these closing stages of the race? It was just the 2 Zipkart teammates. It's now built up to 3 with Ralphie Branscombe popping his head in to say hello. He'll arrive on this battle just in time for the final corner. Will he be able to get anything done? He's a little bit too far back. And time just running out there for Ralphie Branscombe. But what a drive it even was to get onto the Zipkart teammates. Ivanov takes it away from Bork on that final lap of the race.
Wow.
And in behind, Hamilton takes it from White in 4th position. Kovacic drops down into 6th from 4th. Horspool just tucked in behind once again.
Yeah, that was brilliant racing there. The closing stages were great. And full credit to Ralphie Branscombe finishing just 0.18 seconds off the pace there. Earlier he had a second or more gap between him and that lead 2. So he closed that gap at the end. Really well done to him. And full credit to Kevin Ivanov, though, staying in the mix with Elliot Bork, just sitting on his rear bumper and just getting it done with, well, on that final lap, wasn't it? But well done to Elliot Bork. I mean, that was hard driving from him, having to keep his head out in front for all of those laps. It was he was under pressure for so long. Shout out to Theo Hamilton as well, who came home in 4th. Well done to you, sir. That was brilliant. That man from RSR. He was in the mix in the heat this morning, stayed within sight, and he's just gone. I think it's his best finishing position maybe of the weekend, in 4th, certainly of today. Ryan White, former champion last year, finishing in 5th. Kovacic was always in the mix, wasn't he? And Horsfall, McIntosh, Grant, Fulbuck, Harmer, Hilton, Heath and Cooney. I mean, it's just great racing, isn't it, as it goes on, Kai?
Yeah, there was not a dull moment in that race at all, with the 2 Zipkart teammates pushing away, Ralphie Branscombe reeling them in. But that will be the end of the Honda Cadet Super Heats. We'll see them back out on track later for their Super Final. But coming up next, it's the first of the big boys. It's the first of 2. Senior Rotax Super Heat A is out next. So our oldest drivers of the weekend, the most experienced and some of the fastest karts taking to the circuit. Macaulay Bishop, the European superstar, will take it away from pole position, joined alongside by Pearson Bullock Carter, Jack Collins and Ethan Martin on the second row of the grid. From Jack Lilly and Ryan Ward, then James Dunbar and Stephen Duncan. George Robinson and Rachel Robertson will round out the fifth row of the grid. Deacon Russell and Liam Hartley on the 6th. 7th row will be James Tester and Paul Simard starting 14th. 15th will be Harry Lamond. Then it will be Benjamin Southgate, Gemma Heorns, then James Pearson in 18th. 19th will be Alfie Bushell and 20th is Ryan Hedge rounding out the 10th row of the grid. The final 11th row of the grid, sitting by himself in 21st, will be Callum Ingray with places to make, and he definitely has a time to do so. 9 minutes of pure racing action here from Senior Road Tax. And I don't know about you, Kev, but this is one of the classes that I'm most excited to see. We've got such a wide array of talent taking to the circuit right now. Macaulay Bishop being one of the biggest names out on the circuit, but he hasn't had an easy weekend at all. He's definitely had some close battles with the likes of Kai Hunter, our reigning champion in the Senior Road Tax class from the Ultimate Karting Championship last year. But the British Open champion of Macaulay Bishop will be looking to fend off that first position that he has set out from right now.
Yeah, this is going to be really exciting. I'm sort of getting set for this one. We have to bring our A game because it all happens so fast. It's sometimes very, very difficult to follow on the live stream because the overtakes happen as we get ourselves lined up for the start, then watching them side by side, opening up the engines, then Kai, and they go off and away then on the live stream. Here they go under our commentary position. Great opening gambit from Macaulay Bishop, keeping himself in pole. Did we see Pearson Bullock Carter keep his position? Yes, we did. As they go off and away around Derrick's then. Kart number 11, that's Jack Collins, keeps third. So it's Bishop from Bullock Carter, from Collins, from Lilly then out in front as we look at it right now.
Yep, an adrenaline rush as we dive down towards Dan Weldon for the first time of this race. A brilliant start there from Macaulay Bishop out in front. He manages to get himself about a kart's length gap there. Back to Pearson Bullock Carter in second. Bullock Carter, he will have his aims focused on bringing down that gap as soon as possible. Driving down the home straight once again. The engine's roaring as we cross the line down towards the first bend. There was an overtake in the background. That was Jack Lilly trying to make a move on Jack Collins. He managed to get that one done down into the first bend as Jack Collins now drops down into 5th position. As that's Jack Lilly up into 4th position. Jack Collins down into 5th. Going through Derrick's corner, a couple drivers in the back of the pack squabbling for positions, but out in front right now, Macaulay Bishop has taken an early lead and he's making a bid to run away with it.
Yeah, this is where he likes to be, out in front with some clear road ahead of him, and he's not afraid of having the pressure going on behind him. He's a very experienced driver. He's been in this position many times before. So if he sits there now for the next 7 minutes and 30 seconds, well, he can do that, because we know that he can keep a clear head and he will be able to just keep his laser focus on just doing the job lap after lap, hitting the same apexes, hitting the same braking points, and he'll just be able to do it. But behind him then, talent in the form of Bullock Carter, Lilly, Collins, Martin and Ward. That's your top 6. Robinson then 7th, Dunbar 8th, Duncan 9th, and then Deacon Russell. It was Deacon Russell, our man that went off earlier in the heat that we saw this morning. So I think Deacon Russell is going to be kart number 21, running 10th at the moment, looking to make amends. He's going to have the bit between his teeth for this one as they come under our commentary position again. The live stream picture's just a few seconds behind us if you're watching at home on the YouTube.
George Robinson there was applying a lot of pressure on the back of the 75 of Ethan Smith in the DHR colours. Ethan Smith just managing to hold off for the time being. A check over his shoulder as they go down the back straight and down towards Derrick's corner. You'll hold on to it for the time being. But out in front, 4 drivers breaking away from the rest of the pack. 4 drivers asserting themselves at the top of the racing order right now. A little bit of breathing room between all of them, so no fights currently going on towards the front end of the field, but it's interesting to keep an eye on it. The 1, 2, 3 there of George Robinson once again having a dig at Ethan Martin, but Martin just about holding on to it. Yellow flag's going down into turn 1. Can't quite see why that yellow flag is out. Maybe a bit of debris out on the circuit, but definitely no cars have came off the order. No, actually there is 2 cars off the circuit. just after post 2. That's after the Willow section, just at the start of the Yamitsu straight. That looks like the number 20 and the number 26 and the 69. That's Callum Ingray and Alfie Bushell. Looks like they've came together coming out of the Willow section, and unfortunately that'll be the end of their superheat, which is probably the least fortunate race that you could fall out of, with it being such an important race setting you up for the final later on today. Macaulay Bishop out in front. He did have a little bit of a gap back to Pearson Bullet Carter, but that's been cut down in the blink of an eye as Bullet Carter applying a lot of pressure to the back of that DHR kart, the British Open champion, out in front right now, but will it stay that way for long?
I'm not sure. Bishop, Bullet Carter and Lilly then out in front. That's the battle that we got on your screen right now. You can see, in fact, no, we just dropped back a little bit, picking up some of the mid-pack there, coming through the images here. Who've we got there? Looks like a Dan Holland Racing kart, number 123. That's George Robinson we're looking at there on screen at the moment. Robinson currently at the moment running in 6th with Ryan Ward and Stephen Duncan behind him. Out in front, though, Bishop, Bullet Carter and then Jack Lilly. Just watching that battle there, but staying with this mid-pack. The DHR pictures here. Here we are then, back out in front with Macaulay Bishop, Bullet Carter and Jack Lilly. A little bit of clean air between those 3 karts. Bullet Carter is so focused on the back of Macaulay Bishop. Is Jack's Motorsport kart there. Number 3 is just chasing down Macaulay Bishop, but behind him kart number 5, Jack Lilly. Look at that, he is not letting them go either. And Jack Lilly, of course, running for Sam Pollitt Racing. Has he got a move done up the inside? Tries to. Yes, he has. Yes, he has.
That was a very big decision to make there for Jack Lilly. Does he feel he has the pace to catch on to the back of Bishop? If so, that's definitely the move that you want to do. But the question was, would it have been better for him to work with Pearson Bullet Carter to catch on to the back of Macaulay Bishop? But it's too late to look back now. He finds himself in 2nd, and he's going to be the one pushing the air to try and catch on to our leading driver. Macaulay Bishop is going to be the Goliath of this race, with David, also known as Jack Lilly. He'll be chasing him behind in 2nd position right now. Pearson Bullet Carter sitting tight in 3rd position, waiting for this all to unfold, giving Jack Lilly an opportunity and giving him a chance to try and catch on to our leading driver. 3.5 minutes. Where has the time gone in this race?
It goes so fast, Guy.
Does.
And one man who's still in touch as well is kart number 11, Jack Collins, on his Tony Kart chassis there, running with Team Pro Train. He's still in touch in 4th. Those 4 out in front. That's what it looks like at the moment for the front 4, but will it change between now and the next 3 minutes? We'll find out. Macaulay Bishop, as I said, though, he's such an experienced campaigner. He doesn't mind sitting at the front. He's got the focus. He's got the mental fortitude to be able to just do it lap after lap. We've seen him do it before, and I'm sure he'll do it again. But yeah, Sam Pollitt Racing driver there, currently sitting in 2nd. Jack Lilly getting the overtake done, puts himself up to 2nd, with Bullet Carter now then in 3rd. So will we see that Jack Lilly has got the laser focus to be able to sit in 2nd? Because we know Bullet Carter's not going to let him run away.
Well, Macaulay Bishop out here just looks like a Sunday drive. It looks like he's feeling no pressure, no cares in the world.
He's a smooth driver. He's a smooth driver.
Yeah, he very much is. He's got a very unique driving style, especially around a circuit like this. It's definitely going to benefit him with the heat which we have blazing down on the circuit. Bishop just taking care of the tyres, taking care of the kart as well, and keeping himself poised out in front right now. Yellow flags out at post 7. As a driver went off down at the Kimbolton bend. We can't quite see out of our commentary box, but one driver seems to have went off down there at the Kimbolton bend. Macaulay Bishop as cool as a cucumber. Well, he may be sweating under that helmet, but it doesn't look like he is at all.
No, it really doesn't look like it. And just talk about his driving style there, one thing that I spot, it looks like some of the drivers do sit very upright in the seat, whereas Macaulay almost has, it's like he's got it just wound back a couple of notches. He leans slightly back into the seat, sort of cruising, but glancing over his shoulders. He's not fully confident that this is in the bag. He keeps glancing, he's keeping an eye on what's going on behind him. Really hard to do while you've got to, keep your eyes on the road and look ahead and just focus. But you've got to just keep an eye also what's going on behind you. And what is going on behind him is that Jack Lilly from Sam Pollitt Racing put himself up to 2nd about 3 laps ago, and it looks like he's comfortably staying there at the moment. Pearson Bullet Carter then running in 4th, and behind them, or rather in 3rd, sorry, behind him in 4th is Jack Collins from Pro Train. But those 4 have really extended a lead. The battle for 5th goes on then at the moment. There are 3 drivers locked in a battle for fifth, and that's Martin, Ward and Duncan, 75-39 and A, driver number A on that one.
I'll tell you what, Kev, these front four drivers have completely disappeared from
They
the
have gone
rest
down
of
the road.
pack. It's nearly 5 seconds which separates that front four from the rest of the field as well. And out in front right now, as we keep driving down, out in front right now, there's currently 5 of them fighting. Out in front in 5th position, you can see Ethan Martin. He's the one in a difficult position because he knows he has so many cars parked up behind him. One driver going slow in the straight line. That looks like that was the number 27, or was that the 92? Going down towards Derek's corner. It was so fast that I couldn't quite catch the number of who that was slowing down in a straight line. Looks like the issue may have been resolved very quickly though. Out in front, Macaulay Bishop. What a drive it's been from him. 2 seconds ticking down on the clock, meaning that we now have 2 laps remaining underneath us. But Macaulay Bishop seems to have got quite a comfortable gap now back to Jack Lilly. Jack Lilly, will he be able to rectify that?
Well, we're not sure. We'll find out in the closing stages of this one, Kai. Lap 13 and 15 is what it says as Macaulay Bishop logs a fastest lap. It's actually a 40.99. Our on-screen graphics not keeping up, sadly, today with our actual graphics here in the commentary box. Macaulay Bishop with a 40.99. Fastest lap of the race so far. Might be fastest lap of the weekend, I'm not sure.
Well, the track is definitely evolving as the weekend gets on. With the more rubber being put down on the circuit, the more grip the drivers will be experiencing. As rolling onto the final lap of the race, we now go. Jack Lilly currently sitting in Jack Lilly still sitting in 4th position. Pearson Bullock Carter in 3rd, probably in a prime position to make a move on Jack Lilly if possible. Jack Collins just sitting there in 4th, waiting to pick up any scraps if anything goes down between the drivers in front of him. But with a little bit of breathing room separating all of these drivers, it's going to be difficult to get anything done going down into Kimbolton corner and staying in order. The front 4 will stay the same. It'll be Bishop there who crosses the line from Jack Lilly, Bullock Carter and Collins. But the race, which has actually been going on in behind, crossing the line, nothing's going to change there. The A plate of Duncan from Ryan Ward, Dunbar, Tester, Liam Hartley and Paul Smart will round out the top 10 drivers there for the first of the 2 senior Rotax Superheats. Macaulay Bishop out in front, the dominant driver, I think it's fair to say, controlling the pace throughout.
Yeah, he really did, and this is exciting because he is on great form, a 40.99 being the best lap. Jack Lilly drove brilliantly, Pearson Bullock Carter drove brilliantly. Now we've got another superheat to come in Senior Rotax, and we're going to see Kai Hunter come out for this one. And then when we get to that super final, he's going to be in the mix with those drivers. We are set for a great race.
Yeah, we definitely are indeed. As you mentioned, Kai Hunter, he is our leader, he's our reigning champion in the Senior Rotax class in the Ultimate Karting Championship, and we'll see him take to the track next for Senior Rotax Superheat B.
So here we go then, Senior Rotax Superheat B, and the man who I just mentioned, Kart 101, lining up on the front row of the grid. In pole position, Kai Hunter. Behind him then in position 2, kart number 29, Lewis Gilbert. Gabe Fairbrother, another name back. Great to see Gabe Fairbrother here. Then kart 111, Ultimate R driver. He's lining up in 3rd. Then it's Archie Buttle, Alexander Cull on the 3rd row of the grid alongside Reg Hayward. Morgan Hudson Brown, kart number 25, lining up on the 4th row of the grid. Great driver from Sam Pollitt Racing, looking forward to seeing him go. Ewan Richards then next. Brandon Klein Nagelvort had a great heat, didn't he, early this morning when he went out. He was an exciting driver to watch. Aaron Mackay, Tom Pryor and Caitlin Seabrook, your next ones lining up. Then we look at the position 13. Stephanie Hobika, Reese Bailey, Presley Walker, John Brown, Mac McGilvray, just as we come to the penultimate row of the grid, Harvey Powell, and then in 19th position we got Louis Merica and Zaki Hussein lining up in 20th on the 10th row of the grid, kart number 13.
10 rows of drivers, 20 drivers on the grid which are about to take to the circuit. Multiple big names in the karting world, as you mentioned, Gabe Fairbrother and Kai Hunter on that front row of the grid. That's a front row of the grid which I would definitely be scared of as a driver going into this race, but it's one that I'm very excited for as a spectator and as a commentator going into this one.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting, this guy, and this is obviously just like, this is the precursor to what we're going to see in the final, because we've got all these big names in this superheat. We had the names that we just saw in the last superheat, and a little bit later on this afternoon they're all going to be put on the track together, and then we really are in for a treat. This is going to be quite something. So yeah, we're going to have to bring our A game. We're going to have to see if we can keep up with the speed of the karts and keep up with the speed of the overtakes that we're expecting, but maybe too close to call. Do you want to try and call it?
Ooh, I'll give you the honours. I'll give you the honours, Kev. What's your predictions for this one?
You can't, well, you simply can't bet against Kai Hunter. You simply can't. He did everything right for all of last season. He's come back this year. He's keen. He's kind of got nothing to prove, so he's maybe coming back from a more sort of relaxed mindset. He's under his Hunter Motorsport chassis there, his brother's team, of course. And I saw his kart yesterday, and I do apologise, I forget the name of his mechanic, but his kart just looked absolutely immaculate. There wasn't a nut or a bolt out of place. It was as tight as a nut. And there we go, kart 101, there he is. CS55 livery on that Tony Kart chassis there, running for Hunter Motorsport. Kai Hunter out in front, so look out for him. You can see the red and black with splashes of yellow on those CS55 Colosigns chassis he's got a few of actually under the Hunter Motorsport awning this year. Look at them getting the warmth in the tyres. Be interesting to see. I haven't seen much of Gabe Fairbrother this weekend as well from Ultimate Art, kart number 11. Want to see what he's going to do. Kai really backing them up. Look, as we can kind of just see here, this should be a really, really good start. He knows what he's doing. He's paying attention here. This is really exciting. Here we go, Kai.
Yep, Kai Hunter taking it away from the front row of the grid, controlling the pace right now, trying to catch his competitors off guard, but Gabe Fairbrother, he's stuck to that rear bumper. Going down the home straight, it was a great start from that inside line. Kai Hunter diving down towards the first corner, not really any issues for him, but issues in the background. That's the number 88 of Caitlin Seabrook, unfortunately, getting involved in an incident down there. That was Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort as well, getting involved, slamming his car on the ground there was Klein-Nagelvoort. Clearly not happy with the circumstances that he finds himself in. You can't blame him at all. Gabe Fairbrother promotes himself up in a second position after starting in third. But Kai Hunter, your prediction, Kev, he's still out in front.
Yeah, he is, and Lewis Gilbert started on second in that one, but he finds himself in third. Gabe Fairbrother's obviously been off and away racing cars, I think, in Ginetta since we last saw him at UKC, but back, thankfully, racing karts with us this year. Really is going to be an exciting one. Kai Hunter stretching his legs then out in front, putting a little bit of a breathing space between himself and Gabe Fairbrother. Behind him then Gilbert and then Archie Buttle. A hard-charging Archie Buttle, serious campaigner from KR Sport on his Cosmic chassis. So yeah, really exciting. Everything that we would expect from Basunia Rotax Superheat has already played out in the opening couple of laps as they now start to calm themselves down. How much air can Kai put between himself and the chasing pack, I wonder?
Well, it's definitely a good question because he's already managed to get himself quite a significant gap over second place. He's got about a second between him and Gabe Fairbrother. Fairbrother down the inside. It was Gilbert momentarily. Gilbert dropped down in third. Alexander Cole getting himself involved in this battle as well. He gets himself in a fourth position. A great move there from the number 14, rocking the Scottish team colours as Alex Cole, a long way from home, but he's making himself at home out here on the Fulbeck kart circuit. It was a great move from him. He's all over the back of Gabe Fairbrother right now. Lewis Gilbert managed to get that second place back in the midst of all that going on. Fairbrother gets himself in a second position for just a small amount of time down the inside. That was Reg Haywood, as Haywood manages to get himself past Cole. Cole managed to get the switch back, but down the inside, it looks like it's still going to be a fight going on between him and Buttle. Buttle manages to get it done eventually on Cole, and following through as well was that Reg Haywood.
Yeah, it might well have been. Keep your eyes on Archie Buttle. Easy man to spot there in his KR Sport colours and the Cosmic chassis. He was now up to fourth, out in front though. There he is. Look at that, kart number 22, Archie Buttle. up to fourth. Alexander Cole was doing well. Reg Haywood, like you say, was fully in the mix in that little trading of places. But out in front then, as they're making their way around this lap, still Kai Hunter out in front. A move gets done there. Kart number 14, Alexander Cole, makes up another place. In fact, he's now fifth. Buttle up to fourth. Move getting done up the inside here. Who have we got here? Kart 37 going past 14. Reg Haywood going past Alexander Cull on the live stream. Just watching on screen then here with Kart 37 now, keeping that one. Reg Haywood in sight. Great pictures being brought to us by Alpha Live following all of the actions. The kart seemed to run just offline there or off track. Couldn't quite see, but Kai Hunter out in front. 1.7 seconds back to Lewis Gilbert. Kart number 29 behind him. Gabe Fairbrother, 111, was in second in the early stages, now in third.
One thing we did just see involved was Ewan Richards getting himself up past Morgan Hudson Brown. He finds himself in 7th position for the time being. And it's a great race here from Alex Cole. He's had so many unfortunate events over the last season in the Ultimate Karting Championship. So great to see him fighting up at the front end once again, representing the Guy Cunnington Racing colours. As Alex Cole currently sitting in 6th position. It's a nice haul of points which he would be taking away from this race, and it would set him up very nicely for the final later on this afternoon. But talking about setting himself up nicely, he did it from the go, did Kai Hunter. 1.9 seconds is the gap back to Lewis Gilbert. And don't think that Lewis Gilbert is a weak driver, because Lewis Gilbert is a very strong driver indeed, not just in the UK but throughout Europe as well. One driver going very defensive on that inside line. That was Reg Haywood. Alex Cole not able to pick up the scraps there. He tried to make it through, but Ewan Richards is actually able to pick him up as they go down the Yamitsu straight towards Derek's corner. So Alex Cole losing out on a position there. He tried to get one done, but actually loses one in the method of doing so. So Cole down into 7th and Richards back up into 6th.
Yeah, an intriguing battle further back in the pack, because out in front there's no battles going on. Kart 101, Kai Hunter screams past our commentary position, extending his lead to 2.2 seconds. Look at the on-screen images though. An overtake getting done there. Couldn't quite see who that one was, but kart's wide and then slotting back into line. This is where the battle is. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 karts out in front then. The battle for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th is what's playing out at the moment in this one. Clean air between the front 4, so not much going on out in front in that Senior Road Tax. We're going to see absolute fireworks when we get to the Senior Road Tax Super Final this afternoon, and we throw in Pearson Bullock Carter and Macaulay Bishop and all the others into the mix of this one.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the pace of Kai Hunter and Macaulay Bishop really does mix and match up in the final, which we'll see later on this afternoon, as you mentioned, Kev. Kai Hunter with a huge gap back to Lewis Gilbert. Gilbert is quite comfortable in that 2nd position right now, about 9/10 back to Gabe Fairbrother in 3rd position. Fairbrother not sitting so nicely though. He has Archie Buttle to deal with, who sat right on the rear bumper of that 111 car in 3rd position right now. And we've seen since earlier on in this race, Buttle is not afraid to make a move, and he's not afraid to bid himself on that inside line. Just checking over his shoulder there was Gabe Fairbrother, making sure that he's secure, and he definitely isn't in that 3rd position of this race right now. Down the home straight we go once again. Kai Hunter blasting across the line, and in the background a few drivers squabbling for position. Alex Cole looking over his shoulders, but he doesn't have to worry. There's a yellow flag down into turn 1.
Yellow flag down into turn 1 then, so no overtaking should be going on down there. Just picking up the action on screen here then, seeing where we're at. Lots of drivers linking their way through the midsection as we pick up the action with Archie Buttle chasing down Gabe Fairbrother. That's KR Sport chasing down Ultimate R. Then we got Kart 37, Reg Haywood there. Well done to you, sir, putting in a good drive this afternoon for Coles Racing on your Red Speed chassis. There we go. Look at this up the inside. Who have we got? Kart number 14, Alexander Cole. He's been taking places for the afternoon.
Yeah, Alex Cole doing a great job, but now he's going to have to put in the defensive work. Manages to hold off the line. Reg Haywood thought about doing the double, but wasn't able to do so. He was able to hold off Ewan Richards, though, so Richards still sitting back in 7th. quite nicely in 6th is Hayward, but Cole in 5th. This has been a great drive from the Scotsmen as they go round Derek's corner and into Dan Weldon. Now the Guy Cunnington Racing colours. You don't see them often through the field, but some very quick drivers in that team indeed. Alex Cole being one of them right now, but he has so much pressure on his shoulders. He pins it to the inside white line as they go down towards Kimbolton corner. But out in front, Alex Cole doing a great job indeed.
So here we are picking up the action with Gabe Fairbrother and Archie Buttle behind him. 1-1-1 with 2-2. Well, 2-2. 1-1-1, 2-2-2. Just the 3-1s, the double 2s then chasing each other. There we go. This is really good to see. We got Gabe Fairbrother, a really seasoned campaigner, had a lot of experience in cars since we last saw him in the UKC. But behind him, the hard charger that is Archie Buttle from KR Sport on that Cosmic chassis. This is a great race. Ahead of them, then, of course, this is the battle for third. Ahead of him, we got Lewis Gilbert. Clean air to Lewis Gilbert. And then even more clean air out to Kai Hunter, who's just kind of absolutely dominant in this race. Look at the battle here, then, back for 5th. At the moment, the battle for 5th, they're 4-3 abreast as they go into turn 1. Here we are then picking up the battle for 5th, kart number 37, Reg Hayward looking over his shoulder. Behind him, Alexander Cole checking his shoulder as well. They've put a little bit of clean air between them and the chasing pack. And how many in that chasing pack? 2, 4, 5, maybe 6 other drivers. Super exciting stuff.
Yeah, it's all going off right now with Alex Cole being in the midst of it once again. But Reg Hayward is the one that finds himself at the front of the pack. An attempt of an overtake there from Cole. Covered off the inside line there, did Hayward. Hayward just about holding on as they go down the home straight. Pin to the inside white line. Tries to sell him, the dummy does Cole, but doesn't fall for it at all. A seasoned driver is Reg Hayward. He's not going to let that one slide past him at all. He says, no, no, no. I'll hold on to that 5th position. Sorry, thank you very much. As all the drivers backing up a domino effect right now as they all slow each other down going into the Derek's corner section. Through Dan Weldon we go, all simultaneously looking over their shoulder. Reg Hayward, the one with everything to lose.
Yeah, this is brilliant. Hayward from Cole, from Richards, from Pryor. This battle then for 5th that's playing out behind the clean air that's on the clean road that's ahead of them. This is really good. Look, we're having another look here. Who's flicking it wide back there? That would be that man Richards, I think, there. Kart 71. No, that was Pryor flicking it wide, having a little look, but he's never going to get past Hayward, Cull and Richards and Pryor, or rather Hayward, Cull and Richards. Just watching this one then. Here we go, back with Archie Buttle and Gabe Fairbrother. They're locked bumper to bumper. Kart 22 and Kart 111, KR Sport and Ultimate Art. The battle going off. Both season pack campaigners, both experienced drivers. Really, really going well here today. There's Lewis Gilbert as we have finished the race. In all of that excitement, I was so busy. Watching that battle for 4th, Kai. I completely missed the last lap board and the checkered flag.
Yeah, so was I. I mean, there was so much going on in that race. Kai Hunter, just a little bit of a testing session for him. Just testing the waters of his competitors. 2.9 seconds. That's
big gap.
Such a large gap, especially on such a short circuit like Kimbolton. Kai Hunter eking out that gap over Lewis Gilbert, just building it up over the course of the race. But Macaulay Bishop, will he be able to deal with that pace? You can't really say until we see that fight on later on.
Yeah, and also talking about the pace, Kai Hunter had a best lap there of a 40.79. Wow. Macaulay Bishop had a best lap of a 40.99. Just 2/10 split them, folks. So Kai Hunter and Macaulay Bishop are going to be going wheel to wheel, pace for pace, when they line up and go out for that super final. That is going to be a class race.
That is a race that I am definitely looking forward to. Senior Rotax out the way, and we now move on to the biggest grid of the weekend. 3 races to come. Junior Rotax Superheat A will kick it off in just a moment. Junior Rotax Super E Heat A kick it off for the last of the Super Heats to take to the circuit. Jacob Ashcroft and Joshua Smith take it away from the front row of the grid from Lewis Goff and Jack West. Then Cameron Nelson and Mikey Walker from Joshua Turnbull, Miles Roby and Vlad Tomanchuk. Then Owen Wallace rounding out the 5th row of the grid. 6th row is kicked off by Benjamin Baker and Shane Chandaria from Kian Bernard and Jared Fox Whiteley. Zach McKay and Zane Quaker from Elliot Surtees and Amy Peacock. Miley Curran and Oliver Fabricus round out the 10th row of the grid, the 11th row being Eric Smith and Ethan Hatch, and the 12th and final row of the grid, Bella McConville and Callum Foster will round out the 24 driver grid, which we have here for the first of the 3 Junior Rotax Super Heats, and 3 Super Heats packed full of 9 minutes of action. There's never going to be a dull moment in these races, with so many drivers on the circuit, so many overtaking opportunities, and so much competitiveness just oozing through the field. I can't wait for this one to get underway.
Yeah, this is going to be great, Kai. Excitingly, I'm looking forward to seeing what Jacob Ashcroft of Dan Holland Racing can do. In his first year in Junior Rotax, he was doing brilliantly through all of yesterday's racing out on track, and chatting to his dad Barry in the awning last night. He reminded me that he's only 12 and it's his first year in Junior Rotax, and he's put it on pole for this one. So we have a lot to look forward to from that young man, and indeed from all the other names that are lining up in this end, the first of 3 Junior Rotax Super Heats, because we've got so many drivers. We're doing 3 Super Heats. This is going to be class, Kai. I'm really, really looking forward to this.
73 drivers registered for one class. It's almost unheard of. Nearly record numbers here for the Ultimate Karting Championship, and we'll love to see it unfold in such a sunny and beautiful day here at Kimbolton. The weather really turned up for the first round of the Ultimate Karting Championship, and the drivers have come out to play. Across the line we go. Jacob Ashcroft and Jack West fighting down towards this first corner, but who's going to get there? Ashcroft manages to get to the apex first. We go through the willows, all of the drivers squabbling for position, just about keeping it tight, keeping it nice and clean as we go through. And down through Derek's corner we now go. Jacob Ashcroft out in front, a textbook start. You couldn't have asked for any more from him. No, not at all. And I tell you what, full credit to all of these Junior Rotax drivers. That was one of the cleanest first opening few corners that I think we've ever seen. Very, very easy to get locked in battles and, you know, send yourself off in the early stages. But their experience showing, clever thinking showing as they disappear out of view from us in the tower around Kimbolton corner. But picking up the live stream pictures then, Jacob Ashcroft leading as they cross the line from Joshua Smith, kart number 11 in second. Then it's that man Jack West, kart 92 in third then. And then we've got Cameron Nelson and Joshua Turnbull in 4th and 5th respectively. Clean racing, tucking in, starting to find their lines, starting to warm the tyres up. And we are now then 7 minutes and 50 seconds away from the end of this, the first of 3 Super Heats. But clean racing, smooth racing, fast racing so far, Kai. Joshua Smith probably being in, nonetheless, one of the most pressurised positions. One driver going off and around, manages to get back going on the circuit though, so no issues being caused. Down the home straight we go. 4 tenths is what separates Jacob Ashcroft and Joshua Smith. Smith with drivers tucked in behind him, and we're cut out in front of him to try and catch on to the back of Jacob Ashcroft. It's going to be a difficult race indeed for Joshua Smith, but it's another one of the Joshuas. Joshua Turnbull is the one who picks up the fastest lap of the race going that time round. 7 minutes of action still to unfold with only 2 laps completed. The drivers all still so bunched up together and raring to get themselves up into higher positions if possible. That's a dive down the inside, and a great move there from Joshua Turnbull, holding the fastest lap of the race and gaining himself another position on the circuit.
Yeah, great move from young Turnbull there, and I think that's the first overtake that we've seen in this race after the first lap. Everyone seemed to slot in and start just, slipstreaming each other, getting themselves in a procession, but good to see the first of, I'm sure, many overtakes getting done. But out in front, Jacob Ashcroft keeping his head, as just under our commentary position goes kart number 19, I think that was. That was, who we got there? Eric Smith from Ultimate R. Sound like his muffler's come off the back of his exhaust there. So he's gone and made his way into the pit, but out in front, Jacob Ashcroft then leading from Joshua Smith, and then Cam Nelson, well done to you. And then it's kart number 92, West, leading Turnbull, kart 20. Great on-screen images here then showing the heat rising up off the tarmac. as they round their way through turn one. Business as usual for our lead drivers with 6 minutes left on the clock. Ashcroft actually putting daylight between himself and the driver in second, who is indeed Joshua Smith. He has slotted into this Junior Rotax car just so well. Really good racing from him, but I'm seeing a yellow flag being waved here, Kai, just as they come around.
Yeah, not just a yellow flag, but a slippery surface flag, which I would not be expecting to see today.
Well, that'll be to do with kart number 19, obviously, who just went
from
off.
The radiator.
Yeah, coming from the radiator, yeah, could well be.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be surprised if that's some water or coolant leaking out of the radiator from the number 19, which we see pull
Eric Smith
into the pit lane.
Yeah, so interesting there. Paul Heath, one of our clerk of the course, just on the infield, just keeping an eye on that one for us.
Yeah, great job to put out the warning to the drivers there to let them know that there will be a change in grip levels through that final section of the circuit. Luckily, it doesn't look like it's caught out any of the drivers just yet, but Tentuous going through that section indeed. Down the home straight once again. Out in front, Jacob Ashcroft. Another fastest lap to put under his belt. He now pulls a second gap over the drivers in behind him. That was a move in the background from Mikey Walker. Walker manages to get the move done there on Jack West for 5th position. So Walker carving his way through the field. Let's see if he's able to get any more done.
Yeah, and out in front, well done to Jacob Ashcroft of Dan Holland Racing, extending his lead on the driver who's chasing him. That's Joshua Smith, almost a second now, 0.92, but also as well, in the midst of all of that, clocking the fastest lap, turning the timing screens purple with a 41.87. Joshua Smith, though, goes quickest in Sector 2 with a 14.28. But at the moment, the fastest man out on track is the man who's just passed us, kart 222, Jacob Ashcroft, with the fastest lap of this one so far, 41.79. So well done, Jacob. Clean air. You can visibly see the clean air between him and Joshua Smith, who's in second at the moment. And then Cameron Nelson back in third. Picking up the on-screen images here, then if you're watching us on the live stream, middle order here, just looking at the likes of Wes Turnbull, Walker Goff and Tomanchek. Great racing, KR Sport, Dan Holland Racing, Sam Pollitt Racing, all in the mix there. Lewis Goff as well, kart number 74. Racing for SPR. That's where the action is, as we see a move getting done up the inside. Dewey there, couldn't quite see who that was, just drifting wide and then back in. Here's your leader though, on the head-on picture, Jacob Ashcroft. A Dan Holland Racing kart puts one up the inside. Who have we got there? Couldn't quite see the number on that one.
Mikey Walker making another move there on Joshua Turnbull to get himself up into 5th position. Walker wasting no time in getting past as many karts as possible to get himself in the best position, which will very much set him up nicely for the final later on today. On our screens right now, we're just looking at Lewis Goff and Tomanchuk in behind, tucked in those JDR colours. It's great to see Jack Deck's representation still out on the circuit. A very family and tight-knit team right there. Jack Deck's running a great organisation, and that's very well shown off there by Walker as well. The double three with the 2 on the end, 332 tucked in behind Lewis Goff right now. He's trying to gain that position back. He lost it just a lap ago, but the 74, will he be able to hold on to it?
He's giving number 74 there, Lewis Goff, a torrid time. He's not letting him go. This is a great battle. Full credit to you, sir, Mr. Walker there. Really exciting racing from you. Really good to see the 332 of Mikey Walker, JDR, just putting the hammer down, just pressurising Lewis Goff, the driver who's ahead of him. As we re-pick up our pictures here, seeing Jacob Ashcroft nose on, crossing the start-finish line. The gap behind him now back to the second place driver, Joshua Smith. Now 1.88 seconds. This is just great driving from Jacob in his first year in Junior Rotax. Full credit to you, sir. The gap between second and third, much tighter, just a tenth of a second, and that's between Smith and Nelson. Joshua Smith, Cameron Nelson.
Getting a bit tighter up at the front end between those second, third and fourth position drivers. In behind, you can see 5th, 6th and 7th all going at it. That's the battle. That includes the JDR driver of Mikey Walker. Walker getting himself involved in the middle of that battle as well. But one driver that hasn't had to bother with a battle all race, Jacob Ashcroft out in front, now extends his lead once again with another fastest lap 2.1 seconds is the benefit that he has going his way in this superheat right here in Junior Rotax Superheat A. Still Jacob Ashcroft leading from Joshua Smith in second, with a little bit of breathing room back to Cameron Nelson and Jack West, who are both nailed together, front bumper and rear bumper. That's the number 41 and the number 92 on your screen there. Nelson and West. This is for second, third and fourth. All of these drivers have been battling out all the way throughout this race. As we cross the line with just shy of 40 seconds on the clock, this should be the penultimate lap of the race.
Yeah, it should be. What a great battle that is there between Smith, Nelson and West, just behind Jacob Ashcroft, who extends his lead again, 2.47 seconds, almost 2.5 seconds. He's putting clean air between him and what's going on behind him. That battle for second then. Great stuff. Smith, Nelson, West, car 11, 41 and 92. Great images on the screen here, thanks to the guys at Alpha Timing showing us what's going on. Looking over his shoulder there, kart number 11, Joshua Smith, just checking in what's going on behind him. Joshua Smith from Project One Racing. Then we got kart 42, 41 rather, Cameron Nelson. I do apologise, tripped myself up there. Cameron Nelson is 41. Shout out though to kart 42, Jared Fox-Whiteley of Jack's Motorsport. But yeah, this battle really exciting. 11, 41, 92. Smith, Nelson, West. Just a little bit of a gap have we seen there between Smith and Nelson maybe. Nelson then just doing everything he can to keep on the bumper of the driver ahead of him, but not quite reeling him in.
No, we've seen over the course of this race the number 11 of Joshua Smith just maintaining a little bit of breathing room between him and his competitors in behind, having to go defensive there. We see Nelson, he's really starting to feel the pressure from Jack West in behind him. They're sideways across the line and the checker flag is out. That was such a close one there to the line between Smith and Nelson. Just 0.01 of a second, that's 1,000th of a second. That separates the two drivers. The updates on the screen not quite keeping up with the order that we have in front of us. Jacob Ashcroft does take that one away with 3.35 seconds gap back to Joshua Smith. Then it's Cameron Nelson and Jack West, which were separated by 1,000th of a second. That's a millisecond between those two drivers. Blink and you'd miss it between Smith and Nelson in second and third position. Jack West will come home in fourth from Turnbull, Goff, Walker, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Abe from Tom and Chuck and Baker rounding out the top 10 there. Junior Rotax Superheat A, it was a dominant victory, but battles all the way through.
Yeah, it really was, Kyle. Full credit to Jacob Ashcroft going sub 42 with the best time there, best lap time of 41.5 seconds. So 41.5 seconds from Jacob Ashcroft in his first year in Junior Rotax. The gap back to Smith, 3.35 seconds. That was a great drive.
Yeah, an amazing race there from Ashcroft. The dominant one once again. Reminded me of Kai Hunter in just that last race. A couple of attempts faster than any of the other drivers on the field.
Yeah, one other name I just want to shout out, finishing mid-pack there, Kian Bernard, racer number 182 from Zipcar, finishing in 11th. Also, a youngster who is actually, let's remind our folks, Kian has come up from Micromax, skipping out Mini Inter, going straight into Junior Rotax here, and he's put himself in mid-pack in that one, finished 11th. So well done to you, Kian. That's a great result from you.
Yep, a big jump that he had for himself. But talking about jumps, we're going to hop off this one and move straight on to the second of the Junior Rotax Superheats. That's Junior Rotax Superheat B. So the second of the 3 Junior Rotax Superheats will take to the track very shortly, and we're going to run you through the grid here with Ariaman Bansal starting on pole position with Lucas Blanford alongside him. Alfie Thompson and Kai Verteach will start in 4th, then Lizzie Mentia, a returning driver from last year, 4th in the championship last year, starts 5th on the grid. From Finley Buck, Charlie Neve and Elliot Powell in 8th. 9th and 10th will be James Kell and Oliver White rounding out the 5th row of the grid. Then it's going to be Logan Launder from Joel Dixon Cohen. Then it's going to be Noah Barham, Sebastian Lurch, Charlie Benson, John Richardson. Then it's going to be James Philip King from Emily Cooper, Alessio Lamalfa. Then it's going to be Ben Horner rounding out the 20th driver on the grid. 4 more drivers to go, and that is Michael Dalton, Oliver Vox, then it's going to be Matthew Clark and Thomas Behrman, rounding out the 24 drivers on the grid. And if you don't recognise that name, let me remind you, Thomas Behrman, he competed in Junior Rotax in the Ultimate Karting Championship last year, finished 6th in the overall championship. But most notably, his brother, Oliver Behrman. Does that ring a bell? Yes, it may do. The Formula 2 driver who in the first round of the Formula 1 Championship at Jeddah made the step up to the Formula 1 grid, had an amazing race and finished in P7, still 12th in the driver standings, Oliver Behrman. It's great to see the Behrman family both competing well.
Yeah, it really is. Big names here then at UKC, Kai, right across all of the heats. But Super Heat B then, the second of 3 that we've got here today. We've had Heat A, but Heat B now right after this, and obviously Heat C seem to be running really well at the moment, certainly running to time. Don't forget that when we get to what should be 1 minute past 2, we're going to have the first of our super finals then. Mini Inter super final should be kicking off at 1 minute past 2. 2 to go then in these super heats though. Junior Rotax Super Heat B, Super Heat C. And we have a little bit, hopefully we're going to try for the super finals today to do something a little bit different. We might have time to do a little bit of a grid walk. Driver's going to take the karts out onto track and drop them into their grid positions off the dummy grid onto the main track. So we might have time for a little bit of pre-grid, maybe some pre-grid interviews to see anything on how the timings work out.
Ooh, you got me excited there, Kev. Will we be able to see you on the pre-grid there during the show?
It may happen. I'm going to be down doing post-race interviews. Then we'll see how it plays out before the start of the next one, if I can then leg it and get onto the grid and have a chat with someone before they start. Oh, look, somebody on the grass on a warm-up lap, just looking out the window. Can't quite see who that is. Who is that? Can't quite see. Just disappearing. Anyway, here we go then. Looking at Junior Rotax Super Heat B, Bansal, Blanford, Thompson, Bitch, Lizzie Mentier in 5th on this one. Finley Buck, that's a great name, in 6th. It's going to be good.
It's going to be a good one indeed. And if you weren't looking forward to this afternoon already, now you have to look forward to Kev Harris possibly doing the grid walk. And that's definitely going to be added to the atmosphere. But the atmosphere is roaring across the line as down into the first corner does Junior Rotax go. One driver off the road and into the wall before the corner is even challenged towards him, putting the barriers a little bit out of place there. All of the drivers, the rest of the field now diving down towards Derek's corner. A yellow flag is out in at post 1, obviously, and Battenbergs are out. Battenberg flags are out. So that will be, luckily, it looks like the driver which was involved in that incident, which I'm guessing is Alessio Lamalfa. That's the number 13. Yeah, Alessio Lamalfa is the one driver involved in that incident. The driver looks okay. He is out of the car and walking around. So this Battenberg flag will purely be just to give the marshals time to fix that barrier wall.
Yeah, so the Battenberg, of course, the virtual safety car in karting, so no overtaking, just grid up, stay in your positions as you were, keep lapping down till they're removed, and then you can go again. Effectively a virtual rolling safety car, that's what the Battenberg is, and we do hope Alessio is okay, taking a bit of a hit, bit of a shunt there in his SPR car. Look, we can see the tyres getting fixed to the right of our picture there, kart number 13. He's out the car, so I'm sure, yeah, and he's pushing the car backwards. He's okay by the looks of it, that's good to see. But yeah, we're going to roll again then. Let's keep an eye on the flags. What can I see? Just looking at the other post. Yeah, Battenberg's staying out, so we continue.
I would predict we have at least one more lap of the Battenberg flags, just to give the marshals time to make sure that the barriers are up to safety standards. And even still, if it's one more lap, that's a very quick turnaround. The marshals doing a brilliant job to get on the scene of the incident as soon as possible. Initially, make sure the driver is okay, which luckily he is. Walks away from that incident as Alessio. That's amazing to see initially, but the barriers being fixed now and in fast order is that being done by the marshals. A big shout out to the Orange Army once again here at the Hunt Kart Club. It's all voluntary, as you mentioned earlier on, Kev, and they're all out here in force doing a great job and helping this meeting run smoothly. Yeah, they did a fantastic job, and they do all year. Only able to run 12 weekends a year.
because of local planning restrictions. So given the restraints they work under, to keep the track looking as good as it does and to be as well supported as it is by all the folks that look after it and the folks that love it and come to race on it when they do get their 12 weekends a year, it's a credit to everyone who's involved. So well done to all of you guys, and thanks for having us. This circuit is brilliant. I think it's such a good circuit from a driver's point of view. Brilliant to spectate on, brilliant to commentate on, very fast, very flat. Of course, it would be, back in the day, a World War II United States Army Air Force base. Bombers were taking off from here and landing here back in, what was it, 1942 to 1945, something like that, or 43 to 45. But what a time that would have been. But now here we are then, making the most of some very flat, open ground, perfect for a kart track. So we're just looking at the drivers just cruising around in formation. The Battenberg's still out as they're making their way around the Kestrel corner.
It looks like we may have one more lap of Battenbergs as marshals are still on the scene of the incident. The green flag is ready at the home straight.
Yeah, and I'm seeing the clock is running, 5:35. Clock seems to have started running on the digiboard over the start-finish line. So we're racing again, we're racing.
Lucas Blanford, a brilliant getaway from him as he departs from the rest of the field. He takes off and disappears from his competitors of Bassau and Thompson in behind. Maybe just not ready for the launch there from Blanford, but Blanford doing nothing wrong. He's the one in the lead. He's the one controlling the pace of the field under the Battenbergs, especially getting going on that home straight once again. So the number 59 had a race win earlier on today when we had the rerun of the heat. Is he able to do it once again in the super heat? We'll have to wait and see until that clock strikes down into zero, but it's definitely not going to be an easy one here. Lucas Blanford round in the final corner and crosses the line for the second time in the green. And Lucas Blanford diving down towards the first corner, but cutting down that gap is Bansal. Bansal's not going to let him run away with this one.
No, he's not. Lucas Blanford, though, making a great showing of himself on his return to the Ultimate Karting Championship. He's been away off doing other things, and we're thrilled that he's back running at the front in this one. Behind him then, Bansal, then Thompson, then Vitch. Alfie Thompson, great racer there, really good name. So good to see him up in the mix. Kart number 87, that is. And, of course, he's from Evolution Racing on his Lando Norris kart there. But out in front, 1, 2, 3, clean air between the first four. A little bit of a move getting done up the inside here, bit of action. Can't quite see who that is. I'll pick it up in a moment. We're seeing lots of overtakes getting done at that Kimbolton corner. It's the sort of the left of Kestrel, then that little short squirt down Laser. Then you got that Kimbolton right-hander. That's where the overtakes are getting done. It seems to be there and then through Derricks as well, as that's where we pick up Lucas Blanford now, disappearing off through Derricks, and the rest of the pack follow him through that section, heading off away to the far end of the race circuit. There goes Lucas Blanford. Then we see a KR Sport chassis of number 75, Kai Vetch, I think that is there.
Blanford still sitting comfortably out in front right now. Bansal applying a little bit more pressure than he was just a couple laps ago. But the number 59 out in front. He did have the fastest lap very shortly, but that's snatched away by Lizzie Mentia, one of the top female drivers in the grid, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
Fourth in the championship last time round. She's looking to improve on that this year. And with the pace that she's putting down on the circuit, I would not be surprised if that's the case. Did have the fastest sector one once again. That's snatched away by Noah Barham by just 1,000th of a second. But Mentia really proving that gender does not make a difference out here on the race circuit, and it's brilliant to see. Diving down towards, once again, Kimbolton corner. There's our leaders. Out in front, that's Blanford from Bansal, Thompson, and looks like Bache in fourth. Down the inside, for the first time this race, we're going to have a change for the lead as Bansal finds himself in the lead of the race. The green OTK colours of Strawberry Racing hit the front once again. Lucas Blanford for Ultimate R sat in second, pinned to the inside white line. Bansal is not even giving Blanford a look at the inside line, not even giving him a thought of that overtake. But Bansal, he's going to have a lot more work to do. He wants to hold on to that one.
Yeah, he is. Did you see how fast Lucas Blanford went back at Bansal there? He lost the place, and there was a moment, as he goes wide, he loses another place. Blanford runs wide, and now we find ourselves with Blanford in third. They cross over the start-finish line. Bansal in first, Thompson in second and Blanford now in third. And what else is going on? It's all kicking off.
Yeah, Blanford tried to get the move back into the first corner, just ran a little bit too deep there, carried too much speed into the first corner and loses out on third once again to Alfie Thompson. He might even lose third here to Kai Vage. Kai Vage is applying a lot of pressure onto the back of that Ultimate R-Kart. What was looking like such a pleasant race for Lucas Blanford has all very quickly been plucked away by his competitors in behind, and Bansal will be loving this. He'll be sitting out in the lead saying, you guys continue to battle. I don't mind this at all, because this is letting him run away with this one, as he was nearly 4/10 a lap quicker than his competitors in behind, just based off the fact that they are racing. And Veitch managed to get past Blanford there in the first corner, so Veitch up into third, and Blanford is now out of a podium position, pinned to the inside line. Once again, Veitch goes defensive. Blanford tried to go the long way round, but has he given up another position to his Ultimate R teammate? He nearly did. Finley Buck's trying to get involved in this battle. The number 9 seed from last year is now applying a lot of pressure onto his teammate. But with both of these two drivers being teammates, do they now work together to try and push forwards? No, that's going to be broken up by your DHR car. As diving down the inside, Lizzie Mentia, our number 4 seed from last year, now gets herself into 5th to split the two Ultimate R teammates. And it's all kicking off here for the second Junior Rotax race of the day.
This is absolutely outstanding racing. Lucas Blanford, like you say, was out in front thinking, well, I'm all right here. But then suddenly in the course of about, what, a lap, 2 laps maximum, he's down much lower in the order than he would like, down in 4th at the moment. Full credit to Lizzie Mentier, who got the jump there on Finley Buck, up into 5th at the moment. Finley Buck then is 6th. Kai Vetch and Alfie Thompson then 2nd and 3rd. These are the names that are all jockeying at the front. It's happening so quickly as we see drivers just coming down to that bottom corner again, which is the Kimbolton corner. Look, 3 bumper to bumper then here. Out in front though, Strawberry Racing it is from Ariane Man Bransell, there he is. And then we just see more action. Who have we got here? We've got an overtake, another overtake.
Yeah, Blanford's just lost 2 positions in the first corner, going overly defensive maybe did Blanford, as Mentia and Buck managed to squeak past. Buck managing to get the switch back on Mentia, so Buck manages to find himself in 4th position now. Mentia stays in 5th after all that, but Blanford demoted down into 6th. It's all falling apart here for the 59 of Blanford as we go down into the final couple corners of the race. Is he going to lose another one? Checkered flag is out over the straight. Mentia's gonna try and get the switch back to the line, not able to do so, but out in front, Bansal takes it from Thompson, side by side to the line, but nothing changes. What a brilliant restart there off that Battenberg. It all kicked things off. Bansal takes the race lead. Not the race lead, sorry. He takes the race win here in Superheat B for the Junior Rotax. Alfie Thompson brings it home in 2nd from Kai Vage. And Finley Buck in 4th. Lizzie Mentia, what a drive back from her to recover to 5th position. Some great racing on display from her, from Lucas Blanford. It all just seemed to fall apart after that Battenberg flag was lowered. He got such a good restart, but what happened there, Kev?
Do you know, I don't know. I almost lost my way with that race because there seemed to be so much going on with that top 5. Like I say, Blanford seemed to have it all wrapped up in the early stages. We had the Battenberg, and then he led off the restart of that. But then Bansal was like, nope, I'm not giving you that. And he went off and away. And then it was almost like Lucas's head was sort of so focused, I think, oh, I've lost my position, that then suddenly he lost a couple more, and everyone else, it was all going on around him, wasn't it? But great to see Lizzie Mentier up there in 5th, running for Dan Holland Racing this year. Great images on screen, lots of blue, yellow and white from DHR we can see on the live stream right now. She's put herself in 5th by the looks of it. But yeah, really exciting one. Let's remind ourselves, what were we at there? That was Junior Rotax Superheat B. We've still got Superheat C, and then they're all going to get put into the melting pot for a super final, which is going to be nuts.
Wow.
Let's face it.
Well, there's going to be a lot of cutting down to do in terms of the grid. Quite a few drivers, unfortunately, won't be making it to that super final, but we're about to find out who's up at the front for the final of the Junior Rotax Superheats. That's going to be Superheat C coming up next. Well, Well, the superheats have delivered indeed. And some amazing action that we've seen out on the circuit. Some surprise races, some surprise victory, and amazing racing from everyone out there on the circuit. But to round out the superheats, it's none the less than the junior road tax. Cole Denham starts on pole position with Harry Bartle, the O-plate, alongside him. Jacob Dukes, with some issues in the heat earlier on today, he starts in third position with Charlie Wolfett alongside him. Zach Turner and Charlie Cox will be on the third row of the grid from Zach McDonald and Oakley Garthwaite from William Antrobus and Ollie Wise in 10th position. Ryan Gandor from Henry Cameron and Addison Smith with Samir Paul rounding out the 7th row of the grid. 8th row of the grid will be Jack Thompson from William Webb, then Alex Lynn and Alfie McBain from Jack Gruffity and Jensen Hinchcliffe rounding out the 10th row of the grid. 11th row will consist of Rachel Turnbull and Freddie Hammond, and the 23rd and final driver on the grid, but nonetheless is Stanley Clark starting down there in 23rd. A lot of big names in this race, and one name that stands out to me, it may be a little bit biased, is the name Zach McDonald. So another young driver who's getting into the broadcast industry. One driver who's making a name for himself, notably presenting on the Formula One Kids channel for Sky Sports. So paving his way in the motorsport world, not just racing on the circuit, but also in the broadcast industry as well. It's amazing to see him this weekend, and I'm personally cheering on for him as one of my commentary partners for that race. It's great to see him starting so high in 7th position. That's Zach McDonald.
Well, good luck to Zach McDonald. He can do it off the track. He's now got to do it on the track then as well. But a name that I was looking at there as well as we were looking at that start order for this, our final Junior Road Tax Super Heat, is Charlie Wolfett. Don't forget that last year he was battling out round by round with Jacob Ashcroft in Mini Inter. They both made the jump up, and we've just seen Jacob Ashcroft be absolutely dominant in his heat. What can Charlie Wolfett do in his? Lining up, I think, in third or fourth on the grid on the second row, I think he was. So good to see previous champions getting into their new class, but still running at the front. So good luck to Charlie, good luck to all of them. Let's see what they can do as they set off and away around the Dan Weldon corner then, getting some warmth into the tyres, Kai. Then they'll come round, and this is the last of our super heats before the super final.
Yeah, Ashcroft's form clearly not being knocked at all with him moving up classes.
None.
The dominant form in Mini Inter continues on into Junior Road Tax, and he's not worried with the challenge at all. Up at the front end, we have a Strawberry OTK kart and a DHR taking it away from the front row, and across the line we go. Racing is underway. Cole Denham's gonna fight it to the first corner and to the apex. Who makes it there first? It looks like it may have been the 62 of Cole Denham, with a little bit of squabbling in the mid-pack. Just means that breaking away at the front is Cole Denham. Gets himself some breathing room early on in this race, trying to make a move down in the mid-pack. That was Charlie Cox going at Zach McDonald. McDonald just falling down a little bit at that start there as we go down through what looks like Dan Weldon corner. I say falling down is Zach McDonald, but he now finds himself in what looks like first, second, third, fourth position. It's been a great start there from McDonald. He started 7th on the grid, gaining 3 positions off the line, and one driver going straight over the final corner. I don't think the stewards will be too happy about that racing line.
Yeah, an interesting racing line from him, and there was a little bit of bump and hustle, as you said, a little bit of squabbling going on in that first turn 1 on that opening lap, but thankfully nobody running off. Everyone's staying on the tarmac, everyone's still racing. Out in front though, Cole Denham, there he is, kart number 62, Cole Denham of DHR. The dominance of DHR continues in 2024. I forget how many trophies I gave out to them at the awards ceremony back in January early this year, but they had a lot to carry home. Second place man at the moment is 275 from Hunter Motorsport, and that is Zach Turner. No, third place man now as he runs wide. Up into second goes, looks like the 195 of that man Charlie Wolfett, is it? As they cross the line, yes it is. There goes Charlie Wolfett into second, but it's changing again, What's happening here before our eyes, Kai?
That was McDonald down the inside there to gain himself another position. So McDonald now up into third position. A brilliant start from him. But don't forget about Jacob Dukes. He followed through on that overtake. We know Dukes is a ruthless driver. He won't wait to make an overtake if the opportunity arises for him. He's all over the bumper of that Strawberry Racing car. But up at the front end, Denham, after pulling a little bit of an early lead, he's not been able to drive away like he would have hoped to. Harry Bartle, a terrible start from him, I think it's fair to say.
I was about to say, where's Harry Bartle
down in
gone?
fifth.
He's down in fifth, but he's, well, he had the fastest lap. He's lost the fastest lap. That now goes to Charlie Wolfett. 42.03 from that man, Charlie Wolfett. Mini Inter, vice champion last year. Well done to him. Fully in the mix in Junior Rotax. It's great to see. This is super. I cannot wait for the super final of this Junior Rotax. It's going to be absolutely nuts.
This is just a dip in the water in comparison to what we're set up to see later on this afternoon. All of the three heats combined into one. It's the best of all worlds. And we love to see it as the drivers blast down the straight once again on the inside. That's an attempt of an overtake there from Charlie Cox and Ollie Wise. He'll try and get that done into first corner. Not able to do so. Ollie Wise is able to hold on to that one. Out in front though, Cole Denham just about holding on that second position car of Charlie Wolfett, not going anywhere. McDonald breaking away from that front three though. He's now dropping off a little bit in third position. And will he fall into the clutches of Jacob Dukes though?
I don't know, but out in front, pictures on screen then. Cole Denham, number 62, Dan Holland Racing leading this one, 195. Charlie Wolfett is just behind him there. They're only 0.2 of a second back to him. Zach McDonald running third at the moment. That's car 80 as they cross under our commentary position here, live at Kimbolton in the sunshine then. Dan Holland Racing. Then we have number 195, Charlie Wolfett. Well done to you, sir, holding that second place position. And he, of course, is running on that Cosmic chassis this year. I think with MLC as well. I've got him down as a privateer, but I think he's with MLC. So good work, fella. This is really, really exciting.
Love to see this out in front. Cole Denham looking very calm indeed. And we were talking about Zach McDonald. Will he fall into the clutches of Dukes? And he has. Dukes has found himself into that third position spot now as the Strawberry Racing car falling down another position, and he's going to fall victim to the teammate of Harry Bartle.
Jacobs Dukes as well. We just made up a place there that I missed, so apologies, sir, but you have got the fastest lap of 41.7 at the moment from Jacob Dukes. He's, of course, kart number 34. So well done to you running there, kart 34, Jacobs Dukes from Evolution Racing. Fastest lap as it sits at the moment, but out in front, following the live images here, thanks to Alpha Live and Alpha Timing. Out in front, Dan Holland Racing, Cole Denham from Charlie Wolfett, ducking down behind the fairing, just trying to get a little bit of speed on the straight section before they flick it left. And then we have that sort of right-hander and then the big sweep down what is the Hines Straight as they come past us in our commentary position. Great front end shot here, showing you low down. Really, really exciting racing here at Kimbolton then, as we see some green and white flashes there of what look like Tony Kart or Strawberry Racing colours.
Yeah, the two Tony Kart Strawberry Racing drivers. That's Harry Bartle backed by McDonald in behind him. Bartle, a European powerhouse, as he finds himself back in the UK, his home country once again, to take the racing to another level. But out in front, Cole Denham, there was a little peek to the inside there from Wolfett, showing his nose, just letting Denham know that Wolfett is a competitive driver and ready to make an overtake when the opportunity arises to him. Jacob Dukes has cut down this gap considerably. So quickly has the number 34 found himself onto the back of our leading two drivers right now. Duke's doing a great job to hold on to this battle, but will he be able to make the move when it counts?
Pictures on screen then showing us the battle out front, first, second, third. We're talking about Denham, Wolfett and Dukes. But just a moment or two, we had some great shots of Ryan Gandor, the battle for seventh then from KR Sport, because there's a few karts bunching up in that part of the pack as well. That battle's going to close up. There we go, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 karts there. But look at this, there we are then, you can see it. Hunter Motorsport, a 275 kart I'm seeing there. That's Zach Turner. That's the battle then for seventh. Gandor, Turner, Garthwaite, Wise and Cox. Look at this then, going two abreast as they make their way around into turn one. This is that battle that we're talking about then, the battle for 7th. That's the next bunch of karts that we're seeing on screen.
A lot of battling going on right now in the mid-pack. And a look to the inside there from the 256. That's Ollie Wise thinking of the overtake. Not able to get it done just yet. But with just 2 minutes remaining on this clock, we look back up at the front end. Has anything changed as they appear back into our vision? Not just yet. The battling behind McDonald falling off the back of this pack. Was in 3rd position just moments ago, now finds himself in 6th. But Harry Bartle, after a difficult start, Kirby's now pushing towards the front again. Yeah,
well done to you, Harry Bartle. The O-plate there now running in 4th as I look at the timing screen. And Charlie Wolfett clocking another fastest lap. On your screen it says 41.8. But in the time that we've got that up on the screen, the actual timing screen that we've also got in front of us suddenly goes 41.63, so he's going quicker and quicker. Is that man Charlie Wolfett? So well done to you. He's putting the hammer down on Cole Denham. Cole's going to have to keep his head in the heat here at Kimbolton. 3rd place man though, Jacobs Dukes, also not letting them run away with it. Kart number 34, that is. Evolution Racing on his Lando Norris chassis there. Brilliant racing, great stuff here from Junior Rotax, so good in the 3rd of 3 Junior Rotax heat. Look at this is our lead group then. Here we go, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. It's 62, 195 and 34, and you could throw a blanket over them.
Yeah, you really could, but you definitely wouldn't want that because the heat will get a little bit too warm there. And these drivers out in front though, Cole Denham, he's done a great job at just controlling the pace, keeping it calm, not worrying about the drivers in behind him and not making any rash maneuvers that he doesn't have to. But out in front, he's still managing to hold on to this somehow. 36 seconds left on the clock as our drivers cross the line, meaning this is the penultimate lap of the race, and this is where it will start to unfold. Yeah. Charlie Wolfett getting more eager and eager by the second. A long look over his shoulder there from Denholm. He's really starting to feel the pressure mount up on his shoulders from Wolfett, and Duke's in behind. Duke's really the sideliner in this situation, just abiding his time, waiting for everything to unfold in front of him, and when it does, he'll be like a cat on a mouse. He'll pounce at that straight away.
He will. Jacob Dukes, that's the position that I would want to be in right now. 100%. If he can stay in sight of these two, there's every chance he can jump 1, maybe 2 positions. Charlie Wolfett has been in this position before as well. Look, here goes Jacob Dukes. What have we got now? Oh, they're running wide. He's gone past. He's got past Wolfett. Dukes goes past Wolfett, I think. Yes, he does.
Wow.
Yes, he does. But Wolfett's not going to stand for that on the final lap then. This is played into the hands brilliantly of Cole Denham, who now has clean air between him and the other two. This is what we see. This is what we see in kart racing. Look, here's the battle on screen. This is it. 34 now ahead of 195, but ahead of them is Cole Denham in clean air as they come into the closing stages. Kai, I think this is what's happening. Final corner. Final corner.
Down the inside, there's a late dive there from Charlie Wolfett. Dukes just about holds on to it as he has to ride the curb on the exit and try and avoid those barriers. But a late dive there from Charlie Wolfett nearly sends a haymaker into the final corner. Tries to get into 2nd position. Jacob Dukes just about holds on to it there. A great battle between those two on that final lap. But Cole Denham would have looked over his shoulders and smiled to himself, knowing those two were battling. That just means he was able to depart and easily brings home the win there in Superheat C. Jacob Dukes comes home in 2nd position, just over Charlie Wolfett. From William Antrobus in 4th, from Harry Bartle, a good recovery drive from him to finish in 5th. From Zach McDonald, Ryan Gandor, then Zach Turner, Oakley Cartwright and Charlie Cox, rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, and I tell you what, one name that we've got to give full kudos and credit to, William Antrobus, kart number 57 of Sam Pollitt Racing, taking the fastest lap of 41.57. And in all of that excitement that we were shouting about in the closing stages, I didn't see him creeping up the order to take 4th, just off the podium there in that one, but a fastest lap. Brilliant drive. Well done, Will Antrobus from SPR with a 41.57.
Yeah, great lap there from William Antrobus indeed. And Kev, thank you so much for joining me in the commentary box this morning. It's been amazing to have you alongside me. Hopefully we'll see more of you later.
Yeah, maybe. We'll have to see what happens, because I've now got to bob down to the Scruton area where we'll be doing the winners' interviews.
Yep.
And then depending on how that plays out, we'll have winners' interviews and then maybe some grid walks. But we'll just see how the timing runs this afternoon. But definitely I'll be down in the winners' enclosure, grabbing them as they come off after those super finals.
Well, multi-talented Kev is going to switch over to doing the pit lane reporting after some brilliant commentary this morning. But that's going to be it for racing this morning. Superheats are out the way, and we now turn our attention to the main attraction. It'll be kicked off very shortly. You can see the drivers making their way onto the grid now. Mini Inter Final is up next. Is finally here. Mini Inter Final is about to be underway, and what a final it is about to be. Emerson McAndrew-Urin starts on pole position, joined alongside by Riley Muro, Alex Goodson and Edward Haynes on the second row of the grid from Zach Starbuck and Miles Burton. Benjamin Lawn and Leo Livings will be on the fourth row of the grid. Then it'll be Drew Davidson and Otis Cleary rounding out the top 10. Jensen White and Noah Moulton are next up from James Fabricus, then Thomas Jackson Jamie Ambrose then is going to be Daniel Minto, Finley Hines, Louis Radcliffe, Ryan Townsend and Blair Smith rounding out the top 20 on the 10th row of the grid. The 11th row will consist of Alfie Ward and Thomas Harper. Then it's going to be Zach Jennings, Maximilian Braskov, then Thomas Potter, David Hjorns from Charlie Stapleton, Harry Bell, Lomond Wilcox and Ruben Jenkins in 30th position on the 15th row of the grid. Well, 30 drivers and 12 minutes of pure racing that we have here, which is going to be kicked off by the Mini Inter class, and what a class it is to kick it off for us, as we've seen amazing racing from them over the course of the weekend. I can't wait to get this one underway. So many big names coming into this one. The number 33, you can't keep away from him, Emerson McAndrew-Urin. It's going to be good to see how he takes this one away. There he is, sat there on the grid. McAndrew-Urin sat there talking to his mechanic, ready for this race start. As in the blistering heat of the sun, you see some drivers with umbrellas, some with towels on their heads, and the mechanics going to be covering themselves from the UV rays which are beating down onto the Kimbolton circuit as well. Hopefully there's a little bit of a cool breeze outside. I wouldn't know since I'm in the hot box of the commentary box today. Very hot up here in the commentary position. I'm sure it is for the drivers down on the circuit as well. You can see there, joining alongside the number 22 will start on the front row of the grid. Emerson McAndrew-Urin, as we mentioned, it's his second year in the Ultimate Karting Championship. Will he be able to take away a victory in the first round? We're going to have to wait and find out. Leo Robinson there just past our camera. There's Miles sat there in the Kato Motorsport colours. Going down the grid we go now. You can see the number 11, the JDR there, sat on the grid waiting to get underway. All of the drivers now in their karts. Mechanics have cleared the grid, meaning we are eager and ready to go whenever we get the signal from the marshals. Now that's an interesting seating position there. I feel like sitting on the back of your seat isn't going to be the best way of getting this race underway. But either way, we will wait for the signal from the grid marshals to get us underway and racing here for the first of the finals this afternoon at the first round of the Ultimate Karting Championship. The Ultimate Karting Championship, now stapled as one of the largest championships in the British scene, and probably one of the most competitive grids which you will find in the British racing scene. Now 5 years it has been since the foundation of Ultimate Karting Championship, the Ultimate Karting Championship, and the first year that it was run. So many big names have came out of that one, such as Nathan Ty Jr., who won it in Miami Cadets back in the first season that the Ultimate Karting Championship was running. He now finds himself racing in Spanish Formula 4 for his first race this weekend. I'm sure somebody will be watching along on the Ultimate Karting Championship and following along with the Spanish Formula 4 as well. Best of luck to Nathan racing out in Spain, of course. But the drivers, engines now rev, and the drivers make their way off the grid, weaving side to side, getting some tyre pressures up as high as possible. After a long time of sitting on the grid, the tyres will have cooled down quite a considerable amount from what it would have been if they were driving straight out of that pit lane box. But only one formation lap is going to be given to these drivers to get themselves prepared and ready for the action and to unfold here at the Kimbolton Hunt's Kart Club. Down the Kimbolton, not down the Kimbolton Straight, sorry, down the TKM Straight we go now. Gridding up at the front, Emerson McAndrew-Urin, joined alongside by Riley Muro and Emerson McAndrew-Urin. It's going to be interesting to see who's able to get the jump into the first corner. We've seen that Muro is capable of holding it from that inside line down into turn one. Will he be able to replicate that from earlier on in the day, or will it be that inside line with the double three taking it down into the first corner? Only time will tell, and it's not long until it does. Down towards the first bend we go. A brilliant start there from Emerson McAndrew-Uren on the inside line as he dives down into turn one. He gets the lead initially, but fighting all the way through the Willows section. He's going to have some, going up and over there goes Riley Muro, finds himself on the slip road. He'll rejoin the circuit just before he makes it into Derek's corner, avoiding any more contact. But Riley Muro, a less than ideal start for him, going up and over the back of one of his competitors, manages to get it under control and under racing conditions again. All of the drivers still squabbling for position, getting themselves back into running order as we go down through the Kimbolton corner onto the home straight for the first time. Emerson McAndrew-Uren still leading the way from Zach Starbuck in second. A late dive there from the 85 of Benjamin Lord. Maybe goes a little bit too deep into the braking zone, meaning that he drops down a couple of positions because he went a little bit far into the corner, and the switchback is very heavy off that first corner, as we've seen time and time again by drivers displaying that throughout their racecraft. We're having a look at the number 26 there of Alex Goodson, currently sat up in third position. Timings is now on your screen. 10 minutes and 30 seconds of pure racing action, and it's all still to unfold side by side down the home straight. That was the number 85 of Benjamin Lorne and JB Ambrose both going at it as they go down towards the first bend. Attempt of an overtake down the inside. Is it able to be stuck there? Yes, it is. A great move there from the 57 of Finley Hines. He now finds himself in front of Alfie Ward, so Ward drops down into 12. Finley Hines up into 11th. Great racing from the two of them. Now through Dan Weldon's corner once again we go. Out in front, Emerson McAndrew-Uren taking his bids early, trying to extend a bit of a lead over the remainder of the pack, trying to pull away from his competitors. The earlier the better in Emerson McAndrew-Uren's mind. He's not leaving anything on the table at all. He's eating up all the crumbs that's on the circuit. Zach Starbuck in second, pushing his best to cash onto the back of Emerson McAndrew-Uren. The last thing he wants is a gap to start forming between those two drivers, because the bigger the gap gets, the more difficult it's going to be for him to pull that down later on in the race. Down towards Dan Weldon's once again. The drivers now filing through. Emerson McAndrew-Uren still out in the front of this one. In second position, Zach Starbuck putting up a fight though. We're having a look at a battle on our screen. A great dive down the inside. Miles Burton will get that one done on what looks like Edward Haynes. So Haynes losing out on a position there as down the inside. No. Haynes doesn't lose the position. It's going to be Miles Burton following Edward Haynes to get the move done as they both file through past Alex Goodson. As they make their way back down the TKM straight. Still out in front, Emerson McAndrew-Uren has a lot of work to do if he wants to secure this one in the bag, but it's looking hopeful for him going forwards if he manages to keep doing so. Down towards the first corner we go, our race leader cutting through the air indeed, as pushing the gaps as much as possible. Emerson McAndrew-Uren doing a great job out in front. Zach Starbuck just not able to respond to the pace which McAndrew-Uren's putting down on the circuit right now. Out in front, we're having a look at this battle on your screens right now, as once again the number 26 of Alex Goodson putting up a good fight to the remainder of the field. We've seen him going for opportunistic move after move with Miles Burton asserted in front of him. I'm sure it's not long before he attempts to go for an overtake. Fastest lap goes the way of Emerson McAndrew-Uren. A 44.36 is the time he's able to put on the board. Down the Yamitsu straight we stride, going down towards Derek's corner once again. We're still keeping an eye on this battle between Miles Burton and Edward Haynes, Alex Goodson just sticking in behind, waiting for something to unfold between these two drivers in front of him. 7 minutes remaining on the clock, 5 minutes completed. As down the home straight we come once again with Emerson McAndrew Urin. The rest of the field just following in suit right now. Head down on the straight from multiple drivers as they try to gain the aerodynamical advantage over their competitors. A great switchback move there from the 154. The 154 there being Noah Moulton. He'll get the move done on Alfie Ward, but Alfie Ward not letting that one go down easily. He tries to get the switchback there from Derek, and he's actually going to lose another position as Drew Davidson sticking his nose in there on the exit of Derek's corner, trying to get that move done if possible. Can't quite see in the background if he managed to get that one done. No, he didn't. He definitely had a look at the overtake, but wasn't able to manage to make it stick. Still battling through there is the 177 as Noah Moulton manages to make his way back through past Alfie Ward. Down at the first corner, the two teammates battling at it. That was the number 82, it looked like. Yep, that is the number 82 squabbling for position. That's Louis Radcliffe. Down as we go towards Kimbolton corner once again. And around the final bend we go onto the home straight to mark what is going to be the 10th lap of the race. 9 laps has now been completed here in the mini into final. 3 abreast out of the final corner. They just managed to file in before an incident happened. That's great to see. Alex Goodson still going at it. That's the number 57 there, making an overtake in the background. That's Finley Hines still trying to gain as many positions as possible. Finley Hines has been really raring to make as many overtakes as possible so far this race, and it's really been going his way. We've seen a few brilliant moves that he's been able to make throughout the earlier stages of the race, and getting himself back involved as this race moves forwards. But talking about moving forwards, Emerson McAndrew Urin is showing no signs of heading backwards. 1.84 seconds is the gap that he has asserted himself over Zach Starbuck in second position right now. Edward Haynes in third, the number 46 doing a good job to hold himself in that position with the pressure that he has all over the rear bumper of his car. The battle that we are looking at right now, that looks like that's the number 188 of Zach Starbuck, Edward Haynes. In the middle of this sandwich of a battle, he has to be careful of Miles Burton in behind, but he also has to think about the offensive maneuvers that he's going to be placing on Zach Starbuck in the closing stages of this race. With just shy of 4 minutes remaining on the clock, Emerson McAndrew Urin is completely disappearing from this pack. And a switchback there. That's a great move from Edward Haynes. He gets himself into second position. Zach Starbuck drops down into third and loses out on second. Going the long way round. Thinking about it was Miles Burton. He's not able to get that one off though. As down through Dan Weld in a dive down the inside. And then millimeter perfect overtake there from Zach Starbuck as he gets it in and gets it done on Edward Haynes, slamming on the steering wheel, kicking his kart. One driver very frustrated there. That's Ruben Jenkins. Had an issue down there at post 7. Post 7 being what is going to be Kestrel corner. But this battle, it doesn't give anything less than the best, as the number 43, Miles Burton, now finds himself in second position as he switchbacks both drivers of Edward Haynes and Zach Starbuck. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Yellow flag out at post 7, so no overtakes are able to be made in this final section of the circuit. So trying to stick in form right now. Contact warning going out to the number 154 of Noah Moulton. Noah Moulton currently sitting a little bit further down the field in 14th position. Still doing a good job at keeping himself there. Going defensive was Edward Haynes. Felt that Zach Starbuck may have put up a little bit of a challenge for that third position. But Miles Burton in second. A quick check over his shoulder. He'll know he has a little bit of breathing room back to Edward Haynes now, and he doesn't need to worry about going defensive anytime soon unless Haynes is able to cut down that gap and reattach himself to the rear bumper of the number 43. Yellow flags are still flying at post 7. Very quickly redacted though, so they are able to race through this final section of circuit. Haynes had a look at the inside, but he's a bit far back. Positioned his car in the middle of the track and had a look down the inside. Wasn't able to get that one done though. Feels the need to go a little bit defensive going down into the first corner. But all that is really hindering his chances at going for this second position here, as Miles Burton not having to go defensive at all at the moment. Edward Haynes feels middle of the track is where his car needs to be positioned. Talking about positions, Emerson McAndrew, you're in, unless something drastic happens, he's secured his. 4 seconds is the gap that he has back to second position of Miles Burton right now. The fastest lap still in the hands of Miles Burton. Let's see if any drivers are able to challenge him for that in the final couple of laps of the race. Crossing the line, looks like we will have 3 more laps of racing. Plenty of time for Haynes to get himself into that second position to promote himself up 1 more place. Those extra championship points are nothing but crucial, as there is only 6 rounds of the Ultimate Karting Championship, so every point counts from the start until the end of the season. We've seen that last year and we'll see it again this year, I'm pretty sure of it. Emerson McAndrew, you're in, still just extending his gap out in front right now. 4.15 seconds is the gap that he's extended over Miles Burton in second. And we were saying, did Miles Burton get any competition for the fastest lap? McAndrew Urin says, well, I may as well already have 4.5 seconds gap over you in second position, but I'll take your fastest lap as well for an extra point. Emerson McAndrew Urin snatches up that fastest lap, puts an extra point to his name. And with this clock now striking 0, this will be the penultimate lap of the race. Emerson McAndrew Urin not having to push at all at this stage in the race. All he has to do, keep it clean, keep it calm, keep it collected, and most of all, keep it on the circuit. Emerson McAndrew Urin driving out of the final corner and down the home straight now, as yellow flags out at post 2. As one driver has had an incident coming out of the willows. You can see the car in the wall there. The driver is out of the car and has walked away from the incident, so that's great to see. Both the drivers seemingly okay and walking away from the scene of the incident. The tyre wall not left in such a great state. The marshals once again very quick onto the scene to fix and resolve any issues. Edward Haynes, Miles Burton and Zach Starbuck, the names on everyone's lips right now. Into the final corner and across the line there goes Emerson McAndrew Urin, and across the line Miles Burton. Hats off to him with the world of pressure on his shoulders. The whole race there in second position, manages to hold on and takes it across the line. Emerson McAndrew Urin, a landslide victory for him. Miles Burton will come home in second position after just fending off the great bid of Edward Haynes in third. Zach Starbuck comes home in fourth, who was originally second earlier on in this race. Alex Goodson will round out the top 5. Benjamin Lawn from Riley Muro, Otis Cleary in 8th from Louis Radcliffe and Leo Livings, the top novice, and also rounding out the top 10. Wow, wow, wow. What a race there from the Mini Inter to kick off the finals this afternoon and to start the racing going. Emerson McAndrew Urin, first round of this season, and he's back to his winning form, which we were used to last season. We've seen it time again, and we see it once more. Emerson McAndrew Urin, number 33, comes across the line first. You can see the medics just checking over the driver that was involved in that incident earlier on in the race, making sure that he gets any attention necessary and making sure that everything is all right with the driver before continuing on with the racing order. But with the Mini Inter now being finished and done underway, the Mini Inter final is done. Next up, we're going to be seeing the TKM Extreme make their way onto the circuit, but the karts will very quickly be retrieved from the track, and soon enough we'll be moving on to that next final. So Emerson McAndrew-Urin just still up at the front end. It was a great race from him. You couldn't ask for any more from Emerson McAndrew-Urin. Miles Burton comes home in second after so much pressure on his shoulders. You'd be surprised that he holds on to that second position, but proving that his racecraft is up there with the best. There's the kart being retrieved from the incident. That looked like the number 39 of Ruben Jenkins. We've seen him go off earlier in the race, kicking his car in frustration. Unfortunately, you hate to see that type of emotion from the drivers, but emotions and adrenaline definitely runs high in races like this, especially it being the main final here at the Ultimate Karting Championship. After checkered flag has been flown, though, green flags is out at the remainder of the circuit, and very shortly we will be cutting down to Kev Harris, who will be interviewing our drivers who finished up at the top of the order. We'll shortly be getting those words from him. But we have a little bit of a race down the home straight. The two drivers with the mechanics on their kart as they push them down towards the pit lane. May have not crossed the finish line in the actual race itself, but their karts do cross the finish line indeed. The mechanics getting a little bit of a jog on there, a little bit extra exercise in the sunny track here at Kimbolton. As we've mentioned multiple times before, the old World War II bomber plane site. It was used by the US Army during World War II. What was previously used for planes arriving in and out of the base, we now use for a karting circuit on what is a very low elevation track. Only 3 kilometers change in elevation on this whole circuit, and that is just due to the camber of the circuit itself. All of the corners being very flat and very straight. It's a very driver-friendly track. A lot of the drivers that are competing this weekend is actually quite a few of them their first time at this circuit, so it's great to see them getting into the rhythm of things fast. An easier of the tracks on the calendar to pick up for the first time. The drivers have had quite a bit of testing though to get themselves used to the conditions and used to the circuit beneath them, so it's great to see everyone up to a competitive racing pace by the time we meet at the finals. All of the marshals just having a little bit of a clear up on the track as we wait for racing to be resumed once again. The marshals have been doing a great job all weekend to keep things running smoothly. The Orange Army, a big hats off to all of them. Volunteers here this weekend always do a brilliant job here at Hunt's Kart Club, and it's always a pleasure to be down here for one of the 12 race meetings that they have in the year. Karts now coming onto the home straight, and that's a brilliant sign because that does mean that very shortly we're going to have the TKM Extreme Finals out onto the circuit and ready for racing again. So with the Mini Inters being done, as I mentioned before, we're going to cut down to Kev now.
Got your second place, mate. Miles Burton from Cato Motorsport. Miles, talk us through that one. First super final in 2024 and you're on the podium. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, so I got a good start and then I just pushed away with Haynes, caught up to Starbuck, overtook both of them, got the switch back, and then, yeah.
It sounds like a very methodical final from you there. It was like you planned it from the off, was it?
Yeah, I tried to, yeah.
Wow. So just tell us who you'd like to thank then this weekend. Who's been looking after you to make this happen?
My mum, my dad, Cato Motorsport, Art and Excel Body Repairs.
Well, listen, huge respect to you and your whole team. It's a fantastic result. There's the tale of things to come then as the season goes on. We're going to see it round 2 and for the rest of the season, hopefully?
Yeah, definitely.
So we're expecting you, hopefully, to be pushing for a championship. Have you thought about how you're going to get on as the season works out?
Yep, hopefully go for the win.
Brilliant. Well, very best of luck. Well done to you, Miles Burton there from Cato Motorsport. Huge congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm just going to try and get our first place man in, Emerson McAndrew. And Emerson, well done to you, mate. I've put you on the spot here and put a mic in front of you many times before last year, previous years, and you've done it again. What a great start to 2024.
This weekend's been amazing. The kart's just been fantastic, the power and everything, and it's been great to drive.
Brilliant. And just talk us through that race, because obviously you were lining up on pole position there, so you put yourself in the best start position. But behind you, you had Edward Haynes and Miles Burton, Riley Murrow, Alex Goodson, Zach Starbuck. They're all big names. Were you not under a little bit of pressure?
Yeah, going into turn 1 in the bus stop, I just had to defend, and then once I looked back and saw I had a gap, I just had to get my head down.
Well, you got your head down and you did the win. Who would you like to thank? Who's been looking after you once again?
I'd like to thank my family, Dan Holland Racing, Time Engines, and everyone who's supporting me.
Listen, well done, Emerson. Huge congratulations. I'm sure it's going to be the first of many wins this season. We've got our eyes on the championship, have we?
Yeah, I'm just going to go for championship points from now on, since we've had a great weekend.
Huge respect to you and your whole team. Well done, Emerson. Thanks so much. Go and give them a high five.
Thank you.
Right, so there we go then. There's Emerson McAndrew, and your winner there in Mini Inter. Kai, we'll come back to you and grab some of the replays. There was plenty of action in that one.
As you mentioned there, Kev, action aplenty. The replays are here on your screen. It was a bad start there from Riley Murrow as he went flying off the circuit, and that's not what you want to see at the start of a race. Fighting all the way through the orders as we see drivers squabbling for positions time and time again. Just on our screen there, that's Jamie Ambrose as he's battling for position, the number 55 on the circuit. Out in front, Emerson McAndrew Urine. It was a textbook race for him, and nothing the less that you would have expected from his winning form that we seen last year. Was able to drive away from the rest of the grid. Two SPR drivers going at it. That was the 22 and the 85 of Riley Murrow and Benjamin Lawn. Murrow struggled at the start, got squeezed off the circuit, manages to recover for a decent position though, as drivers squabbling for positions all the way through the field. We see a couple moves down the inside there as the Thule car getting involved in the battles here. That was the number 46 of Edward Haynes. New colours and new stickers for this weekend. The big show of emotion there from Ruben Jenkins, retiring from the race early. The last thing you want as a racing driver. But the first thing that you want as a racing driver is what Emerson McAndrew Urine had. A landslide victory, and nothing you couldn't put past him. What a race from McAndrew Urine. So a short and brief advertisement break brings us into the grid for the TKM Extreme Final. Adam Sparrow starting on pole position, joined alongside by Kai Springfield. And then it's going to be Kian Bennett and Christopher Whitten on the second row of the grid. Sean Abbo and Liam Robinson will start in 5th and 6th. Fourth row of the grid is Yehan Kalichern from William Bloom. Then it's going to be James Whitaker, Spencer Lane, William Bryan, Duke Jarman, Jack Stewart and Harrison Morrow. Rounding out the 7th row of the grid, the 8th row consists of Michael Cornell and Al Patterson. Rounding out the 17th row, 17th driver grid, is Jessica Fetch Hall. Well, it's going to be one of the smaller grids that we see this weekend, once again competing with the smaller grid of the Honda Cadets. But as displayed earlier on in the Superheat, it was some brilliant racing displayed by the TKM Extreme drivers. The heaviest weight class that we have here this weekend, and nonetheless some great action that we see between them. 115cc engines that we have. So let's see what they are able to display out on the circuit. Coming into the finals here, 12 minutes of action and 12 minutes of pure racing between them. As if you're looking on the live stream here, you can just see the heat waves coming off the circuit, coming off the surface of the circuit here. I'm sure the circuit surface temps are through the roofs. Air temps currently being around 24 and 25 degrees Celsius. Some lovely British weather, a great switch up for what we've been seeing over the winter, and it's about time we have some sunshine here in the United Kingdom. A little bit windy though. There is a good breeze outside, so that will be cooling down the mechanics and the drivers that are currently sitting on the grid. They'll be sitting waiting for the marshals to give them the signal that they can go racing again and get underway, battling for these top positions. Gaining points early in the championship is just as important as getting them later on in the championship. The signal is given from the marshals, the green flag is waved, and our rolling lap here is now going to get underway for the TKM Extreme. I am so excited for this one to get underway. So as the formation lap now comes to a close, our drivers round the Dan Weldon corner and onto the TKM straight. We get ready for the start here with the TKM Extreme Racing. We had a great display of action earlier on in the superheats. Let's hope we see something similar here in the super final, and I expect nonetheless. Round in the Kimbolton corner we go for the final time today for TKM Extreme. Down the home straight we go, and we are racing. Down towards the first bend, we all blast down, hoping to get up into a better position. All the drivers swabbling, but keeping it just tidy as they make their way through the willows. Everyone facing the right way, which is what we love to see. Some great clean racing between them. Now, as they make their way through Derek's corner and down towards Dan Weldon, up at the front end, Adam Sparrow and Kai Springfield. We've seen some great racing between them and also Kian Bennett earlier on in the superheat previous this morning. But we round for the first time this race, Kimbolton corner, and onto the home straight we find ourselves. One of the loudest karts that we have here with us this weekend. Adam Sparrow doing a good job at controlling the pace out in front though. He can't shake off Kian Bennett. Bennett glued to the rear bumper of those TKM colours. Thinks about a move going into Derek's corner, but doesn't quite dive for it just yet. Kian Bennett doing a good job at holding that car in second possession. The question is, will he go for an early move for the lead in this race, or will he sit in behind and work together with Adam Sparrow to try and pull away from the likes of Kai Springfield and Sean Abbo following in behind? Down the home straight we go, heads tucked to the steering wheel and pedals to the metal. Down the home straight, diving down towards the first corner once again. Adam Sparrow still leads the way from Kian Bennett. Only a tenth is what separates those two. James Whitaker proving he's the fastest driver on the circuit. May he not be in the top three. A dive down the inside in the background. That looked like it was Jehan Kalichern trying to make a move on Sean Abbo. Down the back end of the circuit and round Dan Weldon we go. These top four drivers all pinned and glued together. Adam Sparrow, Kian Bennett, Kai Springfield and Sean Abbo all battling together, and down the inside it was sooner rather than later, and three drivers in one go past our previous leader of Adam Sparrow. Sparrow goes from P1 all the way down to P4 in the blink of an eye in just one corner. Bennett set off the domino effect by diving down the inside into Kimbolton corner. Springfield and Abbo followed in suit, now finding themselves P1, 2 and 3. Kian Bennett, as I mentioned, out in front. We've seen him have some amazing racing with Adam Sparrow in the superheat earlier on, but those two drivers separated by quite a few karts between them this time round. Down into Kimbolton corner, thinking about an overtake is Christopher Whitten on Adam Sparrow. He's all over the rear bumper of the number 19, James Whittaker. James Whittaker, sorry, now being the driver on the back of Adam Sparrow. Sparrow went back down the inside there of what looks like the number 38. Now it will be Sean Abbo. So Sean Abbo losing a couple of positions there as making his way through and regaining the positions that he's previously lost is Adam Sparrow. Sparrow just fell down the field a little bit previously, now able to gain back a few of those positions. Through Kimbolton corner we go once again, and onto the home straight, flying past our commentary box. Cian Bennett leads the way from Kai Springfield. Charlie Whitten now finds himself in third, and Adam Sparrow has recovered to fourth. Oh, one driver pulling off the circuit there. That looked like the number 38. I hope that was not Sean Abbo. Sean Abbo was in 5th position. Wasn't him that pulled off the circuit. No, it was the 36, not the 38. Sorry if I got anyone's heart rate racing there. Leo Robinson is the one driver to pull off the circuit and into the pit lane. Not quite sure what the issue there was for Liam Robinson, but Robinson pulls off the circuit nonetheless, and that will be the end of his bid in the TKM Extreme Final, unfortunately. We see our drivers going through the first bend here. Having a look at the number 75 there of Harrison Morrow. Harrison Morrow doing a good job. Currently in 12th position, trying to battle for 11th and catch on to the back of Spencer Lane if possible. Cian Bennett still in the lead for the time being. Charlie Whitten in second right now. Whitten is the one that holds the fastest lap of the race so far. Let's see if Bennett is able to turn that around and put the odds in his favour. I was completely wrong there. Cian Bennett is not the one that picked up the fastest lap. It's actually Adam Sparrow, our previous leader of the race and our winner of the Superheat. He'll pick himself up the fastest lap after losing a few positions earlier on in this race. He's trying to recover the time that he lost, and it looks like he's doing so in a timely manner as well, as gaining positions as fast as possible, carving his way through the field. Right now is Adam Sparrow. With just about half of the race now being completed, Adam Sparrow is still trying to catch on to our leading two drivers. Has a little bit of work to do if he wants to manage to do that though. First, if he wants to find himself on our leading driver, he has to make his way past Charlie Whitten. So Charlie Whitten in second position right now, number 33, with a lot of pressure on his shoulders from Adam Sparrow. Sparrow all over the back as we go through Derek's corner after the Yamitsu straight. Heading down towards Dan Weldon's corner once again. Will he get that move done? The question is, when and where? Biden Artame waiting to see when this opportunity will arise. I'm sure as soon as Adam Sparrow goes for the move, Kai Springfield will also try and follow in suit, although a little bit further back than he was a couple corners ago. Wonder if he will be able to sneak through whenever Sparrow goes for the overtake, or is Sparrow going to opt to work together with Charlie Whitten to try and catch on to our leading driver of Cian Bennett at this moment in time? It's going to be interesting to see how the strategical element of this race will unfold, with Cian Bennett still leading the way from Charlie Whitten at the moment. But Adam Sparrow riding the rear bumper of Charlie Whitten here, just waiting for his chance to arise, or is he really pushing together and working with the number 33 in front of him? Only time will tell on that matter. Head to the steering wheel there from the number 33. Whitten has taken no chances. He's not going to put anything up in the air for Sparrow to snatch up. 4 minutes and 20 seconds has just ticked past on the clock there, so not long left for these drivers in this race. As rounding the final corner, our leader is now and about to make his way down the home straight. Here he goes past our commentary box. The gap is just extending now, and Adam Sparrow can see that as he now goes for the move into second position, trying to follow through is Springfield. They're going to go side by side, and he'll get it done. Great move there from Springfield as he challenged as they made their way through the willows onto the Yamitsu straight. He found himself in third position though, following through on the on what was initially instigated by Adam Sparrow, diving for that second position. Charlie Whitten now finds himself down in fourth position, with Springfield jumping up into third as well. The podium positions here are really up for grabs, with Adam Sparrow now the one in charge of trying to catch on to the back of Kian Bennett with it. But with all that sequence unfolding and all that battling going on between those drivers, that just means that Kian Bennett has been able to extend a little bit more of a gap than these drivers would have been hoping for. Down the inside, there's the move from Charlie Whitten to respond on Kyle Springfield. So Kai Springfield drops back down into fourth position. Charlie Whitten now finds himself in third once again, down towards what is Kimbolton corner. We're just looking at the camera on the exit of Dan Weldon's corner there, but out of the final corner, we say, there's the number 44 of Springfield, who is now being overtaken by what is our previous P3 driver of Sean Abbo, who now finds himself fourth in the race after dropping back a few positions. He's been on a charge all the way back through the field to try and gain back as many positions as possible. Through Dan Weldon's corner we go, nose and tail of the 33 and the 19. Adam Sparrow, after taking on the ordeal of trying to catch our driver in the lead, he's the one with all the pressure on his shoulders, and a move in the background there. Kai Springfield gets himself up into fourth position past Sean Abbo. So Abbo gained a couple of positions back, but that was short-lived. The number 4 responds very quickly, says, no, that's my fourth position, thank you very much. The number 4 in that righteous fourth position. On the stream, though, we are having a look at Adam Sparrow and Charlie Whitten. Just moments ago in this race, these drivers would have been reversed. It was Whitten the one punching the hole in the air, trying to catch on to the back of Bennett. The hopes and dreams of catching on to that number 5 car are slowly diminishing as the time ticks down the clock, though. Adam Sparrow, Charlie Whitten. Who's going to be the one that comes victorious in this battle, victorious in this race? I think it may be painted already, but it'll be interesting to see. Going defensive just ever so slightly there as Adam Sparrow felt the need to cover off that inside line initially. As soon as he's seen Whitten move over to that outside line, he covers it off. Whitten not feeling like selling the dummy just yet on Sparrow, waiting for the best opportunity possible, maybe waiting for the last couple of laps to come into his clutches. Through the last couple of corners we go. Kimbolton corner is now where our race leader finds himself. Down the home straight for the penultimate time this race. He'll cross the line. The number 4 and 38 side by side. Springfield and Abbo still going at it. But down the home straight, Sparrow, Whitten, and it is also Abbo and Springfield who are both battling out for position. So we have 3 cars all battling for fourth position, and Sparrow and Whitten still going at it for that second position. The penultimate lap of the race, the gloves are off, and it's everyone's fair game here. Out in front, Kian Bennett must be loving himself. A beautiful Sunday drive for him. Kept himself out of trouble, kept himself out of the battles that are going on in behind him, and just departed from the rest of the field. Checked out. It's a signed, sealed and delivered race win for him. Last lap on the digiboard. You'll see that and it'll be a sigh of relief, but it won't be for Adam Sparrow. His heart race is racing, and so is the 33 of Whitten, diving down the inside, tried to get the move done, wasn't able to though. Adam Sparrow just about holding on for the time being. He was able to slow down Witten enough that he backs himself into the group in behind, meaning that Witten's now at the clutches of Abo. Springfield still thinking of battling for that 4th position, and Jehan Kalichern now arriving onto the back of this battle as well. The number 28 trying to get himself involved as they all dive down towards Kimbolton corner. Will anything change? A couple of looks on the inside, but as they come out the final corner, they're still in suit, and it's still going to be uniform to the line. With all that racing going on, Kian Bennett 4.1 seconds in the lead of that race. He'll dive across the line, not a care in the world about the karting behind him, and will take another landslide victory, the 2nd of the day. Adam Sparrow finishes in 2nd position after a great recovery drive to get himself back up the order after falling short earlier on. Christopher Witten in 3rd position managed to fend off Sean Abo. Kai Springfield and Jehan Kalichern just a little bit late onto the back of that battle to gain himself any positions. William Bloom comes home in 7th. 8th is James Whitaker. 9th being William Bryant. And 10th is Luke Jarman. Well, that rounds out the end there for the TKM Extreme Final, and it was definitely some extreme heat happening on that circuit and surrounding us as well. But we're going to go down to Kev for the post-race interviews.
Well, how about that then? Our top 3 drivers, 33, 19 and 5. Chris Witten, Adam Sparrow and Kian Bennett high-fiving each other, congratulating each other. What a race that was. Kian Bennett then, kart number 5, seemed to have clean air between him and all of the other drivers, but behind him, Adam Sparrow and Chris Witten. Well, oh boy, what a race that was. Let's get Chris straight up on the spot if we can. Chris, come on round, mate. Come on to the spot. Chris, come and join me. Let's have a quick word because that was quite some race. Put yourself on the X marks the spot round there, mate. Well done. So, Chris, what a great race there. That battle for 2nd, it was going on, but you just couldn't quite get it done at the end.
No, not quite. I mean, there's a bit of a gap to the leader, so it was always going to be hard to pull in at the end.
Just talk us through this class, because you're new to us here at UKC, but you guys have been around karting for quite some time, and I'll tell you what, it's a really exciting class to watch.
Yeah, it's a great class to be in. It's all quite close. The TKM thing, and like sort of the other classes, a little bit easier to drive, so it definitely shortens the grid a lot more. In the closing stages of that, the battles between yourself and Adam Sparrow, were you thinking though that you could get him, because you were trading blows there for quite a few laps? Yeah, we were quite close, to be fair. With it's always quite fair with Adam, so enjoy racing him. So. Who's been looking after this weekend? Who are you with? Who'd you like to thank? I'd like to thank my mum and dad for everything they do for being here, and then Craig, my mechanic. Fantastic stuff. Well done, Chris. Huge congratulations. Let's get Adam up on the spot. Adam, where are you? Where's my man who came home in 2nd? Adam Sparrow. Come on, Adam. Come and put your feet on the spot here, mate. This is great. Adam, what a great race. Closing stage of that one. You are sweating. That was quite some battle. You held on to 2nd. Well done, mate. Yeah, good little battle. First, I'd like to say a massive thank you to the MX5 shop and Talco Racing for their support. But yeah, it was a good race. Chris did a cheeky dummy, but I managed to hold it around the outside. But I just lost the back of Kian after being manoeuvred a little bit wide, but second still a good result, and I think we come out top of the championship. Yeah, I think you will. That was really good. You've been great all weekend. It was great watching you in the super final as well. This class really delivers close racing, doesn't it? Oh yeah, it's probably the closest racing you can get in karting, to be fair. And you don't have to spend money in a massive team to be able to be at the front. Look, loads of priorities at the front of the grid, so yeah. Brilliant, good to see. Who's been looking after this weekend? Who would you like to thank? Anyone you've missed there? I know you name-checked a few at the start. Well, my dad, of course, on the spanners, and the rest of my family as well, so yeah. Brilliant stuff, well done. We're going to see you here all the other rounds. We've got 5 more rounds of the championship, hoping to do them all. Hoping to, but it's just depending on funding, because we're doing the BRSCC Management 5 Championship as well, so it's all about whether there's any clashes and funding as well. Well, listen, if you could make it, we'd love to see you again. Great racing. Thanks for coming. Thank you very much. Right, let's get Kian Bennett up here then. Where's my man Kian? Come on onto the spot, mate. Stick your feet there. What a race that was, and what a weekend. You got clean air between yourself and the guys in 2nd and 3rd, and then just a case of keeping your head, was it? Yeah, I mean, it was a difficult race, especially in like the weather conditions. So just to keep going, and I was a bit scared to look behind just in case they were chasing me down. But you know, I've got someone standing last corner telling me like gaps and stuff. So
yeah, I haven't really got many words at the minute. I'm just a bit lost.
Your gap back to second was over 4 seconds, 4.1 seconds. That's pretty good. Lots of clean air there. Nothing to worry about.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've had pretty good pace all weekend. We had a bit of a setback in qualifying, obviously, with a mistake on our part, and the rules are the rules. So, but the fight back's been, you know, it's been really enjoyable challenge. So, yeah, great.
Brilliant. And who's been looking after this weekend? Who'd you like to thank?
My mum, as always. She's, you know, since I started as a kid, she's always been here. So, big thank you to her, and Robswell Racing as well. Always been by my side, and then also the incredible support from under the awning. So, yeah, thank you very much.
It's really good because, I mean, you're new to UKC with TKM Extreme, but already in what I've watched of this weekend, it's a brilliant class. You deliver some close results, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. It's like the field is so close, and you get some of the best racing. Like, generally, when you watch it, it's just exciting. There's something going on everywhere on the track. So, yeah, great class.
Brilliant stuff, Kean. Thanks ever so much. Go and join your team. Congratulations. Hopefully see you for round 2. Right, so there you go. TKM Extreme, Kai. Done and dusted down here as Kean goes off to high-five his team. Lots to pick out of that one. Let's have a look at some replays then.
Oh, and plenty of great replays there is here for us to watch, as there was so much chopping and changing throughout that race there, as battling all the way through. We've seen so many drivers fighting up at the front end. There's where we've seen Leo Robinson pull off there. I wonder what was the problem with that car. Unfortunate to see the number 36 go so early. Kai Springfield, what a race it was from him. He had a lot of work cut out for him as he was chopping and changing up the orders. As you can see just in front there, Springfield trying to keep that one on the circuit and keep it in a finishing order. As now flying through the final corner, you can see our drivers all squabbling for positions. That was probably at least 2 or 3 driver and position changes in the last couple of laps, or per lap, should I say. The drivers were very much getting at it and not holding off at all. It was a great race win. Moving on. Well, some of our youngest drivers to take to the circuit are getting ready to fight for the gauntlet. Starting on the front row of the grid is going to be Sebastian Behrman, with Harry Radcliffe alongside him from Max Jolly and Maximilian Eberhardt. Austin Oman and Jos Huchka are on the third row of the grid, from Harris Barber and Ansel Murray on the fourth. Then it's going to be Mario Roberto and Logan Stanley Jones rounding out the 10th on the grid. Then it's going to be Sebastian Crawford, Joseph Davies from Alibi J Stubbs, then James Devereaux, Finley Beals and Dian Sinj Pahal rounding out the 8th row of the grid. The 9th and final row of the grid is Yujan Liu and Oliver Dawson in the number 95. Well, as I mentioned before, Micro Max being some of the youngest drivers which we'll see take to the circuit this weekend. And probably some of the most focused drivers I've seen. All of the drivers already in their karts and ready for the racing to be underway. A lot of them with their mechanics alongside them. A couple familiar faces on the grid as well. Throughout the order, there's a great picture. You can see the heat waves on the circuit with a few drivers with their mechanics. I say a few drivers. All of the drivers with their mechanics alongside them. And a couple of the drivers have mechanics that are notable to myself. A good handshake there from mechanic Kieran with his mechanic expertise taken to the SPR team this weekend, as he gave a couple of high fives there to Harry Radcliffe, who's starting up at the front end of the grid. All of the drivers are now released from the starting grid and ready to push forwards in this race. Sebastian Behrmann, as we mentioned, starting up at that front end of the grid, the number 37 in the Jax Motorsport colours. Will be interesting to see how he's able to tackle this one head on. You'll notice the drivers weaving side to side, warming up their tyres, notably done by a lot of karting drivers throughout their formation lap, especially after sitting on a grid for so long. The tyre carcass and surface temperatures will just deplete very, very quickly. So you need to gain as much heat and as much pressure build-up in those tyres as possible before the start of the race as a driver. Now going down into Kimbolton corner. Get ready for the start of this race. Micro Max to kick off their final. Out of the final bend we go. Down the home straight. It's kicked off by Sebastian Behrmann. A good start from him, but on the outside line, the number 26, Harry Radcliffe, taking a challenge to him. One driver going skirting off, and that's Behrmann. Sebastian Behrmann goes flying off the circuit from pole position all the way down to last. It's heartbreak there for the number 37. He will have a lot of work to do if he wants to find himself in a notable position. And throughout the remainder of this race, he'll have to carve his way all the way through the field. But up at the front end, it's an SPR kart cutting their way through the air. Harry Radcliffe sees himself near the front end. He got a great start off the line, had that collision with the number 37, and both jolted them back in the field. Sebastian Behrmann definitely coming off the worst of those two drivers, but it is an SPR out in front for the time being. It's Jos Huschka, the number 55, has a 2/10 gap back to Max Jolly, and behind Austin Oman, the number 11. You can't count him out at all. He's in third position, and he's not going to be for long, as down the inside he goes, up into second. Great move there from Oman. Initially has to fight a little bit to make sure that the move sticks, but nothing too complicated for him. No issues there for Oman. Manages to get the move done and sank into second position is the number 11 right now. Two karts spinning round in the background. One driver also spinning off in what is the Kestrel corner. Couldn't quite catch who those drivers were though. I'm sure we'll see as they cross the timing beam. It was Dian Sinch-Bahal, Yujan Liu, and Albie J. Stubbs. Shame to see those three drivers going off the circuit. Heartbreak for all of them and their team's mechanics as well. Austin Oman, still fighting up at the front end, was briefly in the lead right now. That's switched up. Max Jolly finds himself hitting the front. Jos Huschka is demoted down into second position, and Austin Oman has to bide his time in third for the time being. Number 26 of Harry Radcliffe, after coming in contact with the number 37 of Sebastian Behrmann in the first corner, he's fought his way back through the field, has Radcliffe. He's now back up in a fourth. Another driver pulling off the right-hand side of the circuit. That's the number 73. What's happened there for the number 73? A slam at the steering wheel, maybe a technical issue. But coming off the circuit is Logan Stanley Jones. Not sure what's happened there with the car, but he'll exit the scene of the incident and move to a safe space. But back out in front, Jos Huschka has managed to get himself in the lead whilst we were focused on that incident. In behind is still the 11 of Austin Oman from Max Jolly, who was in the lead just one lap ago. He's got Harry Radcliffe all over the rear end of him. 26 of Radcliffe, proving why he started on the front row of the grid and proving that he has the pace, but they can't go for a move into the first corner. Yellow flags are out. Contact warning actually goes out to the 26 and the 14, that being Harry Radcliffe and Max Jolly, both drivers that are battling up at the front end of the field. Not quite sure what those contact warnings are for or what the incident was that they were involved in. But down at the back end of the circuit, through Dan Weldon corner we go once again. Sebastian Behrmann setting the fastest lap of the race. The man on a mission after being spun out at the first corner. He's already recovered the 10th. Let's see where he can pull himself up to. Round the final bend we go, and down the home straight. Up at the front end, Austin Oman sitting pretty with Jos Husker in behind. From Harry Radcliffe, Max Jolly and Harris Barber all tucked in behind. These 5 carts, just one driver attempts an overtake and everyone will try and follow in suit. Be like a domino effect. Down towards the final the back end of the circuit once again. The most notorious corner and probably one of the trickiest corners on this circuit to master. Dan Weldon corner, a triple apex where these drivers have to hit all 3, or you're going to lose a lot of time and a lot of momentum as well. It's all about keeping the minimum speed as high as possible and carrying that speed through the bend. And the number 61 there making an overtake, that's Maximilian Eberhardt. So Eberhardt gets himself past Maria Roberto. Sebastian Behrman manages to slip past both of them though in doing so. So Sebastian Behrman now finds himself in 7th position, was just in 10th 1 lap ago, 3 places made in 1 lap. This is brilliant work that's being done from the number 37. Miracle race here from Sebastian Behrman to be able to gain back these positions that he lost so early on. But back up at the front end, the 5-car chain has not broken at all, although the top 3 are a little bit closer intertwined between each other than the others may hope they are. Down the home straight, a little check over the shoulder there from Jos Husker. He'll look back and see the fastest man on the circuit. That's Harry Radcliffe, the number 26, which has now picked up 2 contact warnings in this race. So the stewards will be keeping a very, very close eye on the number 26 of Harry Radcliffe right now. 2 contact warnings is never a good sign in one of the races. So Radcliffe will have to be on best behavior for the remainder of this race. As we now make our way through Kestrel corner, down towards Kimbolton corner as well. Switch back from the front of the grid, keeping our eyes here on the number 76 of Josef Davies, as he has a lot of pressure on behind him from Finlay Beals. The fastest driver on the circuit right now. Not a surprise there, it's Austin Oman. He's the driver who's punching the air out in the front. Oman just marginally slower in that first sector there from Jos Husker. His teammate in behind is an SBR 123. Now I'm sure the team will not be wanting to mess this one up with 3 SBR drivers covering the podium. It would be a great virtue and a brilliant race from all of them if they're able to finish in a top 3 order dominated by SPR. SPR being Sam Pollitt Racing, a great organization with some top quality drivers clearly on display here in the Micromax final. Down towards what looks like that was going to be Derek's corner there. Having a little look on the inside, Harry Radcliffe sizing up his teammate for order. Jos Husker maybe not going to be so safe in that 2nd position for much longer, as Harry Radcliffe was very much debating if he was going to make an overtake for that 2nd position. Thinks better of it though, tucks in behind his teammate. They continue working together, pushing down into Kimbolton Bend. Out of the final corner we go, down the Hines Straight once again. 3 minutes and, just shy of 4 minutes there on the clock. Max Jolly, fastest driver on the circuit. He's the odd one out in the top 4, 3 SPR. And then there is Max Jolly, but he's the fastest out of them. All of the 3 SPR drivers looking to be quite friendly with each other, working together right now, trying to push away from Max Jolly. They won't know that Max Jolly is the fastest driver on the circuit, but they do know that he's fast enough to keep onto the back of him. You can see Harry Radcliffe, he'll be the one who's in the most difficult position because he is in an overtake or be overtaken situation. Harry Radcliffe, he'll continue working with his teammates for the time being, but soon enough he may encounter himself coming into a situation where he has to make an overtake on his teammate and sacrifice Jos Huška to the driver in 4th position, putting him at danger of Max Jolly. Or does Harry Radcliffe take one for the team and try and fend off Max Jolly? That's the question, which I'm sure will be answered very shortly. Down through Dan Weldon's corner once again. Sam Pollitt Racing dominating the top 3 right now. Austin Oman out in front still from Jos Huška and Harry Radcliffe. All of these drivers being very well behaved on the circuit, not thinking of even overtaking their teammates. Very well disciplined indeed. It's great to see teamwork and team racing like this. But talking about drivers being very well behaved and not overtaking their teammates, I think that may have been a little bit of commentator's curse there. It didn't last for long. Harry Radcliffe went down the inside of Jos Huška there into the first corner. Max Jolly wasn't able to follow through, even though he may have liked to. So Jos Huška is now the driver which is put in danger of the fast charging Max Jolly, the fastest driver on the circuit right now. Saying that, Max Jolly has completed the fastest lap, being a 47.33. Austin Oman has matched that time. Obviously, the fastest lap will still go to Max Jolly, though, since Jolly was able to complete that fastest lap before Austin Oman was able to, even though they are tied on fastest lap times. Here comes Jolly. He'll take both of them. The 2 SBR teammates are squabbling, and squabbling a little bit too much indeed. Harry Radcliffe and Jos Huška were going at it once again. Radcliffe holds on to his teammate's position, but Max Jolly sits back, says thank you very much, I'll cruise past both of you, and finds himself now in 2nd position. Max Jolly from 4th to 2nd in just a couple of corners. Great racing from him. A tap on the helmet there from Harry Radcliffe, signalling there to Jos Huška, saying come on, we need to work together, we need to push past Max Jolly here. We're the 2 drivers in a team, he isn't. Out in front though, Austin Oman, 1.26 second gap. Nothing that Oman needs to really worry about, since he now gains himself the fastest lap of the race. A 47.3 goes the way of the number 11 car, which is leading the field right now. Very defensive goes Max Jolly, trying to get the switchback right now is Harry Radcliffe. He can't quite seem to get the angles right. He can't get the right amount of momentum that he needs to get the move done. Tucked in behind, checking over his shoulder. Max Jolly just making sure that he's safe. Will we get 2 more laps? Well, round in the final corner our leader is now. The clock is ticking down, but this will be the penultimate lap of the race that we find ourselves on. Intensity is increased by 100. Down the inside, Jolly leaves the door open, but he gets the switchback there. Radcliffe bought the bait, and following through is Jos Huška. Huška says thank you, now it's my turn to attack the number 14. The Hunter Motorsport driver here of Max Jolly. David versus Goliath in this battle. The 2 Sam Pollitt Racing drivers taking it to the Hunter Motorsport car. Sticks a nose on the inside there. Does Jos Huška. He's not able to get it done, but yes he is, as banging wheels there is the number 26 of Harry Radcliffe, and Max Jolly managing to squeeze through on the outside is the number 26 of Radcliffe. Jos Huška and Max Radcliffe managing to make his way past Max Jolly. Down the home straight we go. Final lap is upon us. Austin Oman's disappeared. He's out of the equation. The race win's already been handed to him. Now, we turn our attention. Everybody's eyes are on these 3 drivers. Do the SPR teammates work together, or do they squabble for position, opening the door for Max Jolly to even find himself on the podium if it's possible? The number 14's keeping his nose in there, keeping himself in contention. He doesn't want to give it up any earlier than he has to. It's going to be a race to the line. Pinned to the inside white line is Jos Huška. This 2nd position, he wants to secure it, and following him through, the number 26 moves to the inside of the track. Down around the final corner, it's 1 hand in the sky from Oman, but to the line. Is it an SPR 1, 2, 3? Yes, it is. Austin Oman crosses the line for a dominant victory, and his teammates of Jos Huška and Harry Radcliffe come home P1, 2, and 3. Now that's something special there for the Sam Pollitt Racing order. The provisional top 3 being Austin Oman, Jos Huska and Harry Radcliffe after an intense race. That's the order which it comes out on, with Max Jolly applying a lot of pressure in behind. Just wasn't able to snatch it up though. Sebastian Behrman in 5th from Harris Barber, Maximilian Eberhardt, Maria Roberto, Joseph Davies and Finlay Beals rounding out the top 10 to finish us off there for the Micro Max final. Wow, what a race that was. And what a race it was indeed. Kev's down there in the paddock to have a couple words with the drivers after some intense action.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. How about that then? Sam Pollitt Racing, SPR high fives are going off everywhere down here in the winners enclosure in Scrutineering. Austin Oman home in first. In second place, that man Jos Huska, and the man who came home in third, kart number 26, Harry Radcliffe. Look at the blue, the white and the orange overalls, enjoying the moment down here. So exciting for these 3 youngsters. But commiserations from Hunter Motorsports' Max Jolly, who just finished off in 4th. Looking like he was going to be on the podium with a lap or 2 to go. Smiles are everywhere. Let's get our 3rd place man up onto the spot. 3rd place was Harry Radcliffe. Harry, come on up to the spot. Where are you, man? Mr. Radcliffe, kart number 26, come and put your feet on the spot, so let's get a word from you, because what a weekend you've had and what a race that was. Harry, talk to me about that race. Talk to me about this weekend.
Yeah, well, it's just gone all my way, and I was so lucky not to lose that place at the end and to get on the podium. I'm so happy, and I think I've done one of the best jobs ever. Yeah.
I think Sam Pollitt Racing has done one of the best jobs ever, haven't they? 1, 2, 3 on the podium. But what about Max Jolly in the mix there? He's finished up in 4th in the Hunter Motorsport car. He was keeping you boys honest right to the line, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, I honestly thought he was going to overtake us, but we went defensive on the last lap, and we can just about keep him behind.
Who would you like to thank? Obviously Sam Pollitt Racing, but who in particular?
Well, my mechanic, my mum and dad, and yeah, the whole team.
Listen, well done to you. Huge congratulations. Harry Radcliffe, 3rd place for round 1 of the 2024 Championships. Not bad, that, is it?
Thank you.
Well done. Right, let's get our 2nd place man in here. Where's Jos Huska? Come on in, Jos. Get your feet on the spot there, mate. Well done to you. Hey, huge congratulations to the team. What a team result. Talk to me about the closing stages of that race, because it was pretty hectic, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Jolly went through me twice, like when Harry defended down in this bottom corner. I thought I was going in barrier, but then somehow saved it. And then I started to push Harry as well, and we got past Jolly, and then suddenly I was just ended up in P2, and I was just really chuffed, and then just carried on.
Well, listen, well done. It was a great team effort, because you were running 1, 2, 3 for quite a while, but then there was a moment where Max sort of shot past you to take a place, didn't he? And then rather Harry shot past you, and then Max found himself in the mix, didn't he? So it all got split up with a couple of laps still to go.
Yeah. So at the bottom corner, Jolly went through, just lunge, and then Harry went through in this turn 1, and then I just was biding my time, and then they made a mistake and I just went through.
Were you conscious of working as a team to make it a 1, 2, 3 for SPR?
Yeah, we were just planning all the laps, just make a strat, push as soon as we got together.
Listen, well done. Who would you like to thank?
My sponsors, Ashkar, my granddad, grandma, mum, dad, my other sponsor, the Northern Trading, yeah, Row Motor Oil, they were helping me out. Yeah, mum, dad, my team, just everyone.
And that man, Sam Pollitt.
Yeah, just for supporting me and just being there for me.
Well done. Huge congratulations. 2nd place in the opening round of the championship. That's not bad, is it?
No, it's not bad. It's the first time doing the championship, new to it all, and it was a mega result to come back with.
It really was. Well done, sir. Go and high-five your team. And let's welcome in Austin Oman. Austin, man, well done. The smile says it all. 1st place at the 1st round of the championship, and it's a 1, 2, 3 for Sam Pollitt Racing. Talk to me about that race, my friend.
At the start, it was like you've got to just get to the front, go with whoever, and just got to get away.
You did get away as well, didn't you? But behind you it was all going on. Obviously you had Jos there, you had Harry, and you had Max from Hunter Motorsport, of course. But were you aware of what was going on behind you? You had a little bit of clear air.
I knew my teammates were involved, and I knew Max was somewhere about, so yeah.
So you had a bit of an idea. And then when you've realised you've crossed the line and it's a 1-2-3 for Sam Pollitt Racing, what are you thinking?
Has this ever happened before?
Do you know, I don't think it has. I think in Junior Rotax last year we had it with KR Sport, but then following the end of the result, I think it got overturned. So I think they ended up with 2 on the podium. You might have done a first. I'll have to check my notes, but it might be the first time for a 1-2-3 for Sam Pollitt. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mum, my dad, Nigel, Sam Pollitt, and my teammates, and everyone that just watches me and helps me.
Brilliant. We love Watch Justin. Well done. Fingers crossed we're going to see you at round 2.
Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully, yeah. All right, well done, Austin Oman. There he goes. There's your winner in Micro Max for the opening round here of the championship. And a 1-2-3 for Sam Pollitt Racing. Kai, I'm going to have to check my notes to see if we've ever had that before from a team in the UKC. I think the last time we may have seen it, like I say, might have been KR Sport. But I'm getting a bit old. The brain doesn't work as well as it used to. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Kev. Great to hear from the top 3 there. Austin Oman, Jos Huschka and Harry Radcliffe, all 3 teammates. There was our pole sitter, Sebastian Behrman, being involved in a collision on the first corner of the race. He managed to recover himself up to 5th position. It was a great drive from him all the way back through the field, especially with the deficit that was handed to him off the start of the race. As these 3 started to battle at the beginning of the race, they then soon started to settle down and work together for the remainder of it. We had some battles all the way through the mid-pack. That's Maximilian Eberhardt all trying to get these moves done. This was where it all started to kick off. Harry Radcliffe down the inside of Jos Huschka, and following in behind you could see Max Scholly just eking closer and closer as this race got on, and that's where he managed to get in the middle of the SPR drivers. That's where issues started to arise, but straight back on the attack, trying to get through. Harry Radcliffe wasn't so fortunate that time, but he would manage to do so later on in the race. It was a race win for Austin Oman, but a 1-2-3 for SPR.
Well, Honda cadets now line themselves up on the grid, ready for their final. Elliot Bork and Kevin Ivanov on the front row from Ralphie Branscombe and Majoris Kovacis. Then it's going to be Ryan White, Theo Hamilton, Ricky Jr. McIntosh and Ashton Horspool. From Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, from Harry Grant, George Johnston, Shea Hilton, Jackson Heath, Morgan Cooney with Harry Pennington and William Davison rounding out the 16-driver grid, which lines up here for the Honda Cadets. Obviously, Honda Cadets being the only class this weekend to have a standing start. Great camera angle here shows all of the drivers lined up on the grid, ready for the action to get underway, eagerly waiting to get the signal for those lights to start lighting up on the gantry. When those lights go out, that's when racing gets underway. The marshals just making sure that all of the drivers are in position and in their racing blocks. Eyes on the lights. Lights are out. That was a quick one, and we are racing. Ralphie Branscombe, which we seen earlier, not get a great start to the race, doesn't have that problem this time. It was a blistering start off the line there from Branscombe. He will try and make a move as they go down into the Willows for the first time this race. He'll get himself in a very, very respectable 5th position, diving down towards what is going to be Derek's corner as all of the drivers squabbling for positions, trying to find themselves into the racing order that they'd prefer. But out in front, it's the zip car that we're all used to. Elliot Bork has hit the front of the field for the first time in this race, and I'm sure it's not going to be the last time that we see him there as well. Kevin Ivanov, his Zipcart teammate, is following very closely in behind. These two drivers have outstanding pace, which was a great spectacle to see in the Superheat earlier on today. Let's see if it's going to be a repeat of that, or will we have more of a challenge from the likes of Ryan White. Contact warning there going out to the number 300. 300 being Theo Hamilton. He's currently in 7th position in the orders right now. Wonder what that contact was for. Didn't see any drivers going spurring off the track, so no major contact, maybe just a bump and go. But we can speculate all we like. Only the marshals and the stewards will know what the incident was there. Out in front, the two zip cars still looking to dominate the rest of the grid. Ryan White not letting them slip away this time, but he's letting himself slip away a little bit after a couple drivers have managed to get past him in the form of Majoris Kovacis and Ralphie Branscombe. The O-plate carving his way through the field after dropping down a couple places off the start line. Starts have really not been his forte this weekend, but he's definitely made up for it in terms of race pace, cutting his way through the field. As we go down through the infamous Dan Welding corner and onto the TKM straight, the Honda Cadets make their way into what is going to be the Kestrel corner, straight down into Kimbolton corner, and then onto the home straight once again to complete another lap here of the Kimbolton circuit. 989 meters of grueling circuit. It's all about carrying momentum. It's all about keeping up that minimum speed and carrying as much momentum as possible. These drivers have done a great job at tackling the conditions this weekend. It's not been the issue of wet weather, except for overly hot weather. These drivers will very much be overheating and facing exhaustion throughout this race, and to keep such high focus levels for long races as such as 12 minutes, it's great to see from drivers as young as 8 years old here in the Honda Cadet category. Down the home straight we go once again with our leading drivers. Elliot Bork still leading the way from Kevin Ivanov, but the zip carts aren't by themselves anymore. Ralphie Branscombe gets himself down the inside, gets himself the fastest lap as well in doing so. Into 3rd position, he makes his way past Majoris Kovacis. So Kovacis down into 4th position. Now Ralphie Branscombe up into 3rd. Kevin Ivanov is going to be the next target on Branscombe's list. Question is not if, it's more when and where, if Ralphie Branscombe is able to get this move done on Kevin Ivanov right in front of him.
The two Zip carts have had a target on their back all weekend, providing blistering pace between the two of them. But Ralphie Branscombe is not here to play. He's here to gain positions, and he's already gained one. Elliot Bourke, who was in the lead that last time round, now finds himself in 4th. He's dropped down the order. Will Ivanov stay there for long? Not if Branscombe has much to say about it. Tries to make the move there going into the Derek's corner. Thinks better of it though, tucks right in behind Ivanov, uses the slipstream for the remainder of these corners down the TKM straight. I'm sure he will tuck in behind the number 50 here. A double check over the shoulder there. Ivanov really insecure about this position at this moment in time, because Ralphie Branscombe with a playful pink helmet but a menacing driver underneath it. Branscombe striking fear into the driver in the lead right now of Kevin Ivanov. Ivanov does not feel comfortable in this leading position at all, checking over his shoulder at every single instance that he is able to. Head down on the straight. Branscombe pushes him along, not thinking about making the overtake just yet. Maybe Branscombe has a plan in mind of working together with Ivanov to break away from Kovac's first before attempting to make an overtake. Down the TKM straight we go. All the drivers checking over their shoulders, making sure there is competition around. Going down into the Kimbolton corner and out of the final bend onto the home straight. We'll cross the line once again. Kevin Ivanov doing a great job to set the pace out in front and maintain this race lead. An attempt down the inside and over the rear bumper there from the number 14 of Elliot Burke. Hand in the air. He feels that he got turned in on, but the front bumper goes over the rear bumper, does Elliot Burke. He loses 2 positions to Teo Hamilton and Ryan White, and 1 driver losing a position is Kevin Ivanov. Down into 2nd position, and Ralphie Branscombe hits the front. It's been a long time coming today for Ralphie Branscombe. He's had a couple issues in his way, but nothing phases him just yet. Makes a little mistake there before he makes his way into the final bend. A hand up there from Kevin Ivanov saying, what are you doing? Come on, let's go. Ralphie Branscombe makes a mistake just after he gets himself into the lead of the race. Maybe Branscombe starting to feel the pressure that comes with being in the lead of such a race like this. The most important race of the weekend for these drivers. Branscombe checks over his shoulder once again, puts his head down on the straight. He knows he needs to push forwards. Branscombe doing a good job out in front to keep that car in a leading and winning position. Kevin Ivanov peering over the shoulder of Ralphie Branscombe right now. He knows what needs to be done to win a race, does Kevin Ivanov. He's done it before this weekend, but will he be able to replicate that in the biggest race that matters? Just over 4 minutes and 30 seconds is now remaining on the clock. The majority of the race has already dissipated. But Ralphie Branscombe out in front will be counting down the seconds and counting down the minutes until that last lap board and the checkered flag is deployed in front of him. But the question is Ralphie Branscombe going to be that driver which takes the last lap board and takes the checkered flag? We'll have to find out in this remaining 4 minutes that we have. A tap on the helmet there. That's a signal from Ralphie Branscombe telling Kevin Ivanov that they should work together and push forwards, try and break away from the pack which is chasing them down. Hounding all over the rear bumper is Kevin Ivanov. Ralphie Branscombe out in front. Maybe getting a little bit insecure about his position, and it's understandable because down the inside, there goes Kevin Ivanov. He's seen a little bit of a mistake being made there from Ralphie Branscombe. Branscombe turning around on the straight, maybe missed his braking point by just a margin, went a little bit deep into the first corner of Stowe Corner and got a terrible exit, opening the door into the Willows for Kevin Ivanov. Ivanov capitalizes, says thank you very much, hands himself into the lead of the race. Ralphie Branscombe may not only lose just one position here, as Theo Hamilton, our fastest driver on the circuit, is peering all over the rear bumper of Ralphie Branscombe right now as they go down the straight. Branscombe once again desperately signalling to Theo Hamilton, saying, come on, let's work together, let's push forwards, let's get past Ivanov. But if Theo Hamilton works with Ralphie Branscombe and listens to those signals, that's a completely different question. Some battling in the midfield here. 5th position, that's Ryan White trying to go at Kovacic, as Kovacic finds himself in 5th position now. Ryan White has dropped down into 6th, last year's champion here in the Honda Cadets of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Into the final bend we go. Branscombe had a look at the inside, teasing that move to Ivanov. He's edging closer and closer to the back of Ivanov, waiting for the opportunity to arise for him to get that move done. Into the first corner, he feels it's going to be. Following through, Theo Hamilton gets himself into 2nd as well. Punching forwards, happy with his performance so far. Ralphie Branscombe is grasping at everything that he can to hold on to this race lead that he's already built for himself. It's going to be a difficult one with 3 very competitive drivers, all pushing as hard as possible to try and get themselves into the lead of this race. Theo Hamilton, Kevin Ivanov, and Elliot Burke, the driver with the fastest lap of this race. They all go down the home straight here. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining on the clock. It's coming down to the wire here, but what more do you expect here from the Honda Cadets? Some of the best racing which we've seen all weekend from the smallest grid that we have here this weekend. Down the inside, a look to the inside there from Ivanov. He's going to push wide as Theo Hamilton. Is he going to hold on to it, or is Burke going to follow through as well? Burke tried to get the switch back as they went down towards Dan Weldon's. Hamilton just about holds on to it there. The number 14 not able to slip through and follow his teammate. But out of all of that, Ralphie Branscombe builds himself a little bit of a bridge, a little bit of breathing room between him and the drivers in behind. Branscombe with everything to lose right now. One small mistake, one little hiccup, and that opens the floodgates for the drivers, all hungry for this race lead in behind him. Kevin Ivanov, he's worked so hard all race to find himself in this position, but can he be denied by Ralphie Branscombe, or can he deny Ralphie Branscombe? Going down into Dan Weldon's corner for the penultimate time of this race. Ralphie Branscombe, the wheel is in front of him and it's open road in front of him, but it definitely isn't behind. All over the rear bumper right now is Kevin Ivanov as he's waiting for an opportunity to dive down the inside, waiting to get that overtake done. He's got one more lap to do so. Last lap is now upon us. Ralphie Branscombe, he's all over the white line around the outside. He's gonna try it. It's gonna be a difficult move and he's not gonna get it done. Kevin Ivanov tried it around the outside there of Ralphie Branscombe and couldn't get it done. But he's still got a few more opportunities as Ivanov. He's going to try and slip down the inside of Derek's corner. Not going to be able to do so. Opportunities is running out. It's all winding down in this final lap. Ivanov has a look at the Weldon corner. Not able to do so. Now your last real opportunity is Kimbolton corner. He's going to try and get a good run into it. Dive to the inside, or will it be the outside? That's his option. He's only got one option. That's the switchback. It's going to be a race to the line, but who's going to get it? Branscombe just about edges it out as he celebrates across the line. Brilliant racing all the way to the wire there. Ralphie Branscombe just about takes the race win over Kevin Ivanov. Kevin Ivanov did not give that one up until the last moments of the race. He wasn't letting Branscombe get an easy win at all, but Branscombe drove brilliantly to take that one home and put it under his belt in the first round of the race. Ivanov second, Kovacic third from his teammate of Elliot Bork in the zip cart as well, finishes fourth eventually. Ryan White comes home with fifth after battling all the way throughout the race from Horsepool Grant Hamilton, McIntosh and Fulbrook Harmer rounding out the top 10. Wow, 2 more races remaining today, and Honda Cadets being the third last race of the day definitely sets some standards for us to follow up here in the seniors and juniors, which are going to be coming. And with the Hondas now pulling into the pit lane, we will very shortly be moving down to Kev Harris, who has the drivers for the post-race interview.
A win for Ralphie Branscombe and his new Lenny Messenger Motorsport overalls. He's a happy man, but he looks worn out. And full credit, though, to the man that came home in second in the zip kart number 50, Kevin Ivanov, just punching his thighs there, disappointed that he didn't take the win, but he was a great competitor. And this man who came home in third then, Margiris Kovacis, well done to you, sir. Huge congratulations to him, but commiserations to Elliot Bork, who he thought at one point might do the business. And also shout out to Theo Hamilton, racer number 300, who looked for a moment or two that he was going to get himself on the podium. So huge congratulations to our Honda Cadet racers. We'll get the man who came home in third first, Margiris Kovacis. And let's see what he's got to say. Kart number 15, he's been doing brilliantly all weekend long. And let's hear from him now. Margaret, fantastic race there. Put your feet just either side of that spot there. Keeps it nice and simple for us. Talk to us about the closing stages of that race. You're on the podium. You must be pleased, but it wasn't easy, was it?
No. Probably midway through the race, I lost quite a lot of positions, and I thought it was all over, but I kept my head in the game, pushed through, and it worked towards the end.
Do you know, that is great advice to every kart racer that's here. Keep your head in the game and just push through, because you don't know what's going to happen in those closing corners in this, do you?
Yeah. Because Kimbolton, really, most corners you can just send it and that's your race over, but...
Brilliant, fantastic. That's Kimbolton. You can just send it. Who would you like to thank? Who's been looking after this weekend?
My stepdad Stuart, my mum for supporting me, and all my family members at home.
I tell you what, do me a favour, just stare down the barrel of that lens, tell the world your name, tell them what class you're in, tell them what position you just finished in.
Margiris Kovacis, Honda Cadet, number 15.
There you go, pay attention to that name. I'm sure we're going to hear from him again in the UKC. Well done to you, sir. Let's get our second place man, who is in, well, second on the end, Kevin Ivanov. We might be able to get a shot of him. Well, we can get a shot of him, actually. Look, he's getting the fan put in his face over there. Kevin is not very happy right now. We're going to try and do a driver's interview. Helmet's still on. He's in tears. I tell you what, while we're waiting for Kevin, let's just see if we can get Ralphie up here, or we get a picture of Ralphie, because Ralphie's going to hop on the spot. He's going to be thrilled. He's going to be absolutely thrilled, I'm sure. Brand spank new overalls, new team, but finishing where you left off on the top step of the podium. How does it feel, Ralphie?
It feels amazing. I couldn't feel better. We made a last-minute change and it worked.
It really did, but I tell you what, you had to battle for it. Those boys that were around you who were also joining you on the podium there, Margiris and Kevin, they really made you work for that one, didn't they?
Yeah, Kevin was getting really, my nerve, I was like, just, my heart's beating up my chest. I don't even know what to say. It was just so close across that line.
Yeah, and I think a couple of moments there, like in the closing laps, he actually had the lead on you and you lost it and then you had to come back, didn't you?
Yeah, it was very difficult, but I managed to get the lead at the end of it.
Brilliant. Who would you like to thank? New weekend, new season, but who are we thanking this time?
Well, Lenny, Dad, Mum, Granddad and Nan, my Uncle Paul and all my sponsors like Drenico, JCC Young Ones, and yeah, Shops.
All right, well, listen, well done to you, Ralph. You probably want to go and give Kevin a bit of congratulations. He's over there, still got his helmet on. Go and pat him on the back, give him a high five. We might be able to get a word with Kevin Ivanov, the second place man. I'm not sure, but perhaps Ralphie, go and put an arm around him and see if you can just... We might be able to get him. I'm not... Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a word with Kevin Ivanov, sadly. He's a great racer, but he's despondent, distraught at that result. Dad looking after him at the moment. Kai, I think we'll come straight back up to you for the next one. But a great result there in Honda Cadets for Ralphie Branscombe taking the top step of the podium once again.
Well, the smallest grid, but some of the most action that we've had. It was an amazing race all the way through, and it was amazing to see the great battle which unfolded between Ralphie Branscombe and Kevin Ivanov. There's Ralphie Branscombe. He had to carve his way through the field after a subpar start that he would have been hoping for. He found himself very quickly up at the front end and battling throughout. There's the jump over the rear bumper there for Elliot Bork. Tried to move down the inside, clipped the rear bumper of his competitor, and that set him on the back foot going through. There was the move which ignited it all, and the mistake there from Branscombe. A little bit of a nudge mid-corner there from Kevin Ivanov. Branscombe holding on to it though, but they kept switching back and forth. Ivanov got the switch back out of the final corner, but did it really matter at all? Because it wasn't long before we seen Branscombe take the race lead once again. Here was Ryan White. He had a lot of work cut out for him as he had to fend off multiple drivers in the midfield. And there was the move which pretty much secured Ralphie Branscombe the race lead. And trying to get involved as well with Theo Hamilton. He ended up finishing in 8th position after battling within the top 3. He would have been hoping for a little bit more from that. But here was the 2, which put on the spectacle. The attempt of the move around the outside, just running a little bit wide there, did Kevin Ivanov. Ralphie Branscombe got the switch back, took it to the line. An amazing race from both. Only 2 more races left to take place here for round 1 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. And it's the 2 big ones, the 2 big grids coming into this one, both with way more than 30 drivers narrowed down for this super final. Macaulay Bishop starts on pole position here for Macaulay Bishop, but it's going to be the clash of the Titans out in front. Hunter is joining him alongside our reigning champion here in the Ultimate Karting Championship. Pearson Bullet Carter and Lewis Gilbert in behind from Jack Collins and Archie Buttle. Then Gabe Fairbrother and Jack Lilly from Alexander Cole and Ryan Ward rounding out the top 10. The 6th row is going to consist of Reg Hayward and Stephen Duncan. Then James Dunbar and Ethan Martin from Ewan Richards and Morgan Hudson Brown rounding out the 8th row. The 9th row is Tom Pryor from Brandon Klein Nagelvor and Aaron McKay with George Robinson starting 20th. 21st is Liam Hartley from 22nd of Rachel Robertson, Deacon Russell, James Tester, Paul Samard, Reese Bailey, Benjamin Southgate, John Brown, Harry Lammard, and the 30th and final driver on the grid is Caitlin Seabrook. Never mind, there is way more than 30 drivers. There is 34 drivers on the grid, that is my mistake. Stephanie Becker with Presley Walker, Jay Pearson and Gemma Hyorns will round out the 34 drivers with a 17-row grid. Wow, a big grid that we'll have ahead of us, which means that I'm sure we're going to have an action-packed and adrenaline-fueled race here. This front row, 2 names that very much excite me coming into this race. Macaulay Bishop and Kai Hunter, the 2 titans of the weekend. Macaulay Bishop being mechanicked by his brother Mason Bishop. It's great to see the family camaraderie and family chemistry between the 2 of them. Joined alongside is Kai Hunter in his family colours. Kai Hunter racing for Hunter Motorsport now, a switch up from DHR last season and a championship season last year. Wants to switch things up and see if he's able to do the back-to-back
which has never been done in the Ultimate Karting Championship. No driver has ever won 2 championships back-to-back. Will Kai Hunter be able to secure himself in history, or at least make a good bit of it off this first round? Or will Macaulay Bishop fly in from that pole position and take the race win? Only time will tell, and it's a short amount of time to tell that nonetheless. 14-minute final here, and we love to see these drivers getting away from the grid and out for their formation lap. 14 minutes of pure action-packed racing, an average of a 41-second lap time here from the senior road taxes, the quickest kart that we have taking to the tarmac for the Ultimate Karting Championship, and only the Ultimate drivers have made it back to this final 30 after quite a few drivers have been eliminated throughout the heats and the super heats as well. Only the best of the best will stand on top of the podium, but the question is, who do you think that name is? Put your predictions in the YouTube chat if you're watching along at home on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and let's see how this race unfolds. Macaulay Bishop, Kai Hunter, Pearson Bullock Carter, Lewis Gilbert, and many more. Across the line we go. 14 minutes is ticking down on the clock, and into the first corner. Bishop's going to jump it. Hunter's going to try it into the willows. Not able to get it done. A couple of drivers squabbling and getting pushed out wide as they made ourselves through the first couple of corners, but everyone keeping it in the right way. Out in front, Macaulay Bishop still just barely edging it over Kai Hunter right now. It's very close between the two of them. As we go down towards Kimbolton corner for the first time to round out the first lap of this race. Everyone white lining it as we go down towards Kimbolton corner. Nobody wants to risk being overtaken since the field is so tight knit on the end of this first lap. Macaulay Bishop, the DHR driver, out in front right now on the LN car chassis, rocking the Great Britain coloured suit. Oh, and that's unfortunate there. One driver off the field already. That's Caitlin Seabrook. That's such a shame to see there for the number 88. Falls off the track and will fall off early. Nothing that she will be able to do in the remainder of this race. Such a shame to see there. As around the final bend, down the home straight once again. In the lead of the race may be Macaulay Bishop right now, but will it stay that way for long? Kai Hunter is looking fierce in that second position. He's stuck all the way, all over that back end of Macaulay Bishop right now. That LN car is not able to shake him as he dives down the inside. Kai Hunter, an early attempt for the race lead, and this has really started. Oh, and they both go round. Macaulay Bishop and Kai Hunter, the two titans of the race coming into this. Oh, they both go round and it's heartbreak, but both drivers, Kai Hunter and Macaulay Bishop, more drivers going off. It's all kicking off here in the Senior Rotax final as drivers cutting corners, drivers colliding, and Macaulay Bishop and Kai Hunter, we knew it was going to be close between them, but maybe a little bit too close for comfort indeed. Hunter and Bishop both out of contention of the race lead for the time being. This opens the door for new drivers to be up at the front. We thought it was going to be one of the two big names starting on the front row, but no, both of them out in a heartbeat. Click your fingers and they're gone from the front of the grid out of no fault but anyone else. Another driver pulling off the circuit down there at the Dan Welding corner. Lewis Gilbert into the lead of the race though. Side by side down the straight, able to cut off the line is Pearson Bullock Carter going defensive down into the bend. Jack Collins all over the rear bumper as they slide through Willows now. Alex Cull all over the back of this battle as having a couple of issues there is the 22 of Buttle. He's going to drop down a couple of positions. We go down into Derek's corner here. Alex Buttle, that's going to be Alex Cull all over the back, but no moves will be able to be made through what is going to be Dan Weldon's corner as yellow flags are being flown for one kart retiring on the exit. Up at the front though,
No, it's not Macaulay Bishop. No, it's not Kai Hunter. It's Lewis Gilbert and Pearson Bullock Carter. What a race that is going on right now. Such a shame about what happened between the two big drivers of obviously Macaulay Bishop and Kai Hunter. The battle all started between Derek's corner. Neither driver wanted to give up that racing line, just bubbled over and ended up with both of the drivers heading off the circuit. So down into the final bend we go, and around the final corner, across the straight. A little look over the shoulder there from Lewis Gilbert. Gilbert doing a brilliant job. Pearson Bullock Carter just sitting in behind in second position right now. Archie Buttle in third, just waiting for anything to happen between them, but he can't wait for long as down the inside, Gabe Fairbrother, after banging wheels between them. Fairbrother now finds himself in third, but this just let the front two drivers break away from the remainder of the pack. Fairbrother finds himself in third. In fourth, that's Archie Buttle right now. Alex Cole just sitting in behind the two of them. This field separated by millimeters between many of the drivers. Hunter carving his way back through the field. Bishop carving his way back through the field. Bishop currently sitting in 10th. Where does Hunter find himself? He's in 19th. Hunter definitely the worst of the two coming off of that one. Out in front, Lewis Gilbert just about holding off from Pearson Bullock Carter. Gabe Fairbrother in third position, a tap on the helmet, telling Archie Buttle we need to work together. Around the final corner and down the home straight. As if my vocal cords weren't shot enough, this race has really put them through their test. Put the drivers through their test as well. Through the willows we go. Up at the front end, Lewis Gilbert just about managing to fend off Pearson Bullock Carter for the time being. Bullock Carter's going to have quite a bit of work to do if he wants to get past Lewis Gilbert. Gilbert, a seasoned driver who is known for outstanding racecraft. So it will be a tall order if Bullock Carter wants to find himself in the lead of this race. Let's see if he manages to do so as the time ticks down and the race unfolds. Through the willows, our camera is showing as the drivers now found their way through. You will have just seen Kai Hunter go through your shot. Hunter now sitting quite nicely in 17th position. And I'll tell you what, it's been a great recovery drive from Macaulay Bishop so far. He now finds himself in 10th position. But looking up the order, Jack Lilly is the driver with the fastest lap of this race so far. He's in 7th. And down the home straight we go. Alex Cole, Jack Lilly, the A plate of Stephen Duncan from Tom Pryor, Macaulay Bishop, and Morgan Hudson Brown. Oh, one driver having an issue out in the final corner there. Gets the kart stuck in the tyre wall, and that's a tricky position to lose the kart. That's really going to cause a hindrance for everyone out there on the circuit. And number 63, having an issue on the final corner, that's Harry Lamond. Harry Lamond spins on the final corner there. Yellow flags is out. Battenberg flags are out, and this is going to really spice up the order here with Battenberg's being out. If you don't understand what that means watching along at home, Battenberg flags means that it is a virtual safety car, and this is going to be great news for the likes of Macaulay Bishop and Kai Hunter, and this is going to be heartbreak for the likes of Bullock Carter and Gilbert, which had pulled away from the rest of the field. As if the finishing order wasn't already up in the air, it definitely is now. This is anyone's game for the remainder of this race. The clock is still ticking down The marshal was doing a great job to get that car out of a dangerous position and get those barriers fixed as soon as possible. Pushes the car across to the marshal's post. It's great to see that the driver is helping out the marshals there. Hats off to Harry Lamond for helping out the marshals, moving the car across the circuit and into a safe position. There you see, and there's Harry Lamond pushing his car away, helping the marshal get that behind the marshal post. And the barriers will be fixed very shortly, hopefully. It looks like we may have one more lap under Battenberg flag conditions, as the marshal's still working on the barriers at this point in time. We look down to the home straight. Marshal post 1 is where we would see the green flag fly when it's about to happen. And my predictions is that is either going to be next time rounds or the lap after. But with the marshals doing an outstanding job as usual, the tyre wall is pretty much already back in the shape of what it used to be. Marshall's clearing the scene, and that's a good sign for us at home. We're about to resume racing once again, but oh my word, is this going to put on a great race for us. The complete order has been put together, and oh, that's really going to throw it up in the air. Macaulay Bishop, after recovery drive was on the cards, has been given a technical defect flag, which means that Bishop will have to pull into the pit lane and retire from the race. So Macaulay Bishop, his race goes from bad to worse. What would have been a dream situation for him to try and make his way back through the order, his dreams are cut short. And that tree is chopped down very fast with a technical flag going the way of Bishop. So Bishop will no longer take part in this race. And all of that work to get back into 10th is quickly undone. But we quickly get racing again. Lewis Gilbert, a great restart from him. Bullet Carter having a go defensive there from Fairbrother. Fairbrother thinking of the move, going down into turn 1, not able to do so. But as we get racing again, Macaulay Bishop will have 2 laps to pull into the pit lane before he is awarded a black flag. So around the circuit we now go. Gilbert still in the lead. We're having a look at the number 22 here. Getting in the middle of the battle is Archie Buttle. He's got some work to do. He managed to make his way past Fairbrother. And Macaulay Bishop is awarded a black flag. So Macaulay Bishop awarded a black flag, meaning he's been disqualified from this race. He puts his hand up in the air and pulls off into the pit lane. Bishop thankfully doing the right thing there, pulling off and making other drivers around him aware that he's pulling into the pit lane. Did that in the safest manner possible. So down the back end of the circuit, out in front, Lewis Gilbert with a restart of his dreams, pulls away from the rest of the circuit, and another driver being awarded a mechanical flag. What is happening in this race? Senior Rotax providing all the action. James Dunbar is the next to be called in by the stewards. He'll have to pull into the pit lane, or he will be awarded a black flag, the same as Macaulay Bishop. But through the order we look. Gabe Fairbrother trying to fight his way through, trying to find a way past Jack Collins. Is he able to do so? Yes, he is. A great move there, going down into Derek's corner. Fairbrother promotes himself up another position. The number 22 drops down one more. Through the final bend we go. Fastest lap, Kai Hunter, the man with a mission. Feels like this race is going to be cut a little bit short for him. He'll be hoping for a point scoring position though, if it is possible. Currently finds himself in 12th. He's got just over a minute to gain himself up a few more positions to find himself scoring points in this race. That would be a beautiful recovery drive from him if he was able to do so. And I'm sure that's exactly what Hunter is aiming to do. We're having a look at the number 25 there, The one driver with pressure from Kai Hunter, the 101. He has nothing to lose, and he's not going to lose a position, but the driver in front of him will. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort is the next driver to fall victim to Kai Hunter. Sorry, no, that was Morgan Hudson-Brown. Morgan Hudson-Brown is overtaken by Kai Hunter. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort is going to be the next on Kai Hunter's list. Back up at the front end, though. We're having a look at Gabe Fairbrother here, as he has a lot of pressure on his shoulders from Jack Lilly. Lilly's going to try it around the outside. It's going to be a difficult move, but he gets it done around the outside of Dan Welding corner. How often do you see that done? Hats off to you, Jack Lilly, but I don't think Gabe Fairbrother's going to let that one slide. Has a little look up the inside, going down into Kimbolton corner. Isn't able to make anything work, though. Final lap of the race. This race has went by like a blast. Into the first corner, Alex Culler's a lot of pressure on his shoulders as he's trying to fend off Stephen Duncan and Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort in behind. All of that battling on in front is opening the door for Kai Hunter to contend for racing points. Up at the front end, let's have a look out in front. Lewis Gilbert, after executing that Battenberg restart perfectly, it was a landslide race for him of what looked like it was going to be a difficult one to win. It was beautifully done. The number 29, Lewis Gilbert, comes across the line and finishes in first position from Pearson Bullock Carter. Drivers squabbling all the way to the line. And Pearson Bullock Carter coming home in second position. Nothing he could have done to contend against Lewis Gilbert. Archie Buttle comes home in third, from Jack Lilly in fourth and Gabe Fairbrother in fifth. The triple one fighting all the way to the end of the race. It seems like he didn't have a dull moment at all in that race. Jack Collins finishes in sixth position, from Alexander Cole in seventh. Managed to fend off Stephen Duncan and Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. And Kai Hunter, an outstanding recovery drive from him. He will finish in 10th position at the end of the race to get himself some championship points and gets himself an extra point there for the fastest lap as well. Tom Pryor comes home in 11th from Hartley, Hudson Brown, Robson and Ryan Ward rounding out the top 15. Wow. Well, Senior Rotax definitely did not disappoint with action there. I feel like there was not a single dull lap there. Something was always going on throughout that race. I mean, what do you expect with a 34 driver grid filled with the best talent of UK motorsport? Senior Rotax, hats off to you. Definitely a contender for the best race of the day. But best race of the day definitely for Lewis Gilbert. And down in the paddock and down at the grid there, we're soon going to go down to Kev to have a word.
Senior Rotax scrutineering area, Kai Hunter coming in to congratulate Lewis Gilbert, and credit to Kai, fastest lap, finishing way down the order after that opening lap incident or second lap incident, but well done to him, congratulating the ultimate winner who was Lewis Gilbert from Craft Motorsport. Second place then Pearson Bullock Carter from Jack's Motorsport, just putting his back protector on his cart there. And then third place Archie Buttle for KR Sport, just walking this way. We'll get Archie on the spot straight away, we'll have a chat to him. Come and put your feet on the spot here, Archie. Well done, mate. Hey, quite some race. It all kicked off at the start, but you were the benefactor out of that. Third place on the day. Talk us through it.
Well, I didn't expect it coming into this weekend. I missed Friday because of exams, so just went for everything, really. Just when McCall and Kai went off, it was always going to be carnage, and it was so close together, it was always going to happen. When it happened, it was just clear, really.
Such a competitive class. You boys really have to keep your head. 14 minutes plus the lap. It's nerve-wracking in that seat, I bet.
Yeah, and just hot today, especially. My mouth is just dry. I'm struggling to speak a bit, but yeah, that's it, really. I
was commentating you earlier in the superheat, and I think you were in the heat early. You've had a heat and a superheat today. I commentated both those races. It was brilliant to watch. You've been hard charging all day, so you say, you know, you weren't expecting it, but I think it's well deserved, mate. Who would you like to thank?
Well, obviously KR Sport, my dad and the Spanners, especially Sean and Martin today and yesterday, mum and sister at home, and everyone else in the family.
KR Sport continues to be dominant, eh? You were good in Junior Rotax last year. You're going to be good in Senior Rotax this year?
Hopefully. It's been a good start, so...
And are we seeing you all the rounds, hopefully?
Yeah, all of them.
Brilliant, great stuff. Well done to you, sir. Give that man a round of applause. Archie Bottle from KR Sport, high-fiving his mechanic. That's what it means. That's what it's all about. This is Senior Rotax Racing. Let's welcome up Pearson Bullock Carter of Jack's Motorsport, walking this way, getting himself on the spot. A really, really good weekend from you, Pearson, as well. Strong racing. You were charging hard with Macaulay earlier on in the heats, and you've put yourself on the podium in the final. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, it's good to get a podium result at round one, but I did go for the lead, and then I messed it up a bit, so he's got away that little bit, and then off the restart the bottom didn't go as well as his, so we had a bit of a gap, and that's how it stayed for the whole race, really.
It was really good. I was watching you in the super heat earlier and the heat before that. You've been pushing hard all day. I knew you were going to be in the mix, having watched you know how you've got on today. Were you feeling confident coming into this weekend?
Not really. I think we've had a couple of tough months, but I think we've definitely got back to where we wanted to be, and hopefully we can stay like this the whole season now.
Yeah, good news for the rest of the season. Are you joining us for all the other rounds?
Yeah, definitely doing the whole UKC, yeah.
So this championship, this class for you guys, Senior Rotax, this is going to be hotly contested for every round, isn't it? This is a tough one to be in.
Yeah, it's definitely a very competitive Senior Rotax, especially with all the new drivers, the European drivers coming over and everything like that for the rounds. And it's definitely going to go right down to the wire.
Brilliant. Who would you like to thank, just lastly?
I want to thank my dad for all the hard work he puts in, Jack's Motorsport, Dodge, Jack and Dean, and everyone who supports me.
Well done, huge congratulations. There he goes, Pearson Bullock Carter of Jack's Motorsport, kart number 03 with that blue, green and white livery, just going into the scrutineer as they have to do. Obviously the top three get pulled into scrutineer, and everything has to be checked and double checked to make sure it's compliant, and then if it's all okay, then the result stands. Let's welcome up Lewis Gilbert though. Come and put your feet on the spot, sir, which is just here. Perfect, well done. Lewis, listen, what a great result for you in the final, but you've been strong all day. You were looking good in that super heat earlier as well. You must be thrilled though with how it's played out.
Yeah, we made a few changes for the final there, and I think it definitely, as just seen, it definitely helped. Better pace, I think, overall, so much happier. Not quite perfect, but definitely better than what we've been, so I'm happy to win, definitely.
Yeah, you should be really happy to win, because I think this class is going to be one of the closest we're going to see this year. There's not much to split you boys. You're all really experienced. You've got great mechanics, great machinery. You just got to keep your head, haven't you? It must be pretty nervy sitting in those seats.
Yeah, it's not really who's the fastest or who can race the best. It's just whoever stays out of trouble will win this year, I think, because it's so close. I think with these new cylinders that Rotax have brought out, it's just tightened everything up. And we thought it was tight last year. It's definitely tighter now. So yeah, it's going to be a tough one.
And what about that incident at the start with Macaulay and Kai? Obviously, they went off and they were bumper to bumper, but then I think it was on the second lap, was it? They went off. Could you believe what you're seeing in front of you?
Well, I think I kind of knew what was going to happen before the race from previous races that we've done, so I pretty much knew where I had to be and what I had to do after time came, and luckily enough, lap two, they came together, and then that was it, really. Let us get away in front.
Still got to keep your head. Well done, sir. Who would you like to thank?
Just like to thank Craft Motorsport, Potenza Racing Engines as always, for the endless work. And my mum and dad, Luke Hughes, Kyle Fowley, everyone back at home has helped us. Just, yeah, great support.
Brilliant, well done. Look forward to seeing you at round two. Go and enjoy the moment. Yeah. There he goes, Lewis Gilbert, our winner there in Senior Rotax. How about that one, Kai? What a race. It's what we've come to expect from the experience that these guys bring to the table and the quality of the machinery they're racing in. Right, one to go then here at Kimbolton today. Coming up right after this, we're going to go and join the action with Junior Rotax.
Yep, one more race to go, but let's have a quick look back over a chaotic and action-packed Senior Rotax final, to say the least here. From the go, it was action-packed and everything was kicking off from the start. Macaulay Bishop got a great start. Kai Hunter was on his case from the start of the race, though, and this is where it all kicked off. The switch back there from Bishop, they both bang wheels, both go for the same racing line, and it just doesn't work out for either of them at all. Bishop knocked all the way back. Hunter knocked back even further. They both had a lot of work to do if they want to make their way back through. But in the mid-pack, Gabe Fairbrother, the man on a mission, made so many overtakes this race, was battling from start to finish and did not yield whenever he had to at all. Here's Kai Hunter making his way back through the order. Did a great job at fighting through to finish in 10th place to get some championship points under his belt for the Hunter Motorsport car. There was the incident on the final corner, which unfortunately seen Harry Lamond go out of the race and bring out the Battenberg flag. It was from the restart where Lewis Gilbert took control. He drove away and took home the rest of the race. Gabe Fairbrother was the centre of attention though, with so much pressure in front and behind, as he had so much to do throughout the whole of the race, but it was eventually Lewis Gilbert who walked away with the win after pulling about a half a second gap. You rejoin us back in the heart of the action. The race is underway here for the final race of the day. Junior Rotax are going to finish it off in style and finish it off with a few drivers going off at the first corner. Never mind just a few. There's about 6 or 7 karts involved in an incident down at the first corner. Just looks like a ricochet effect of one driver spinning out, everyone joining in suit, unfortunately. Out in the front though, it was a good start there from the number 222. That's Jacob Ashcroft. He's been displaying his case all the way throughout this weekend. He's doing a great job right now. Has Jacob Ashcroft all throughout the course of this weekend. Another driver taking to the grass. Yellow flags are all the way waved down the main straight, and a Battenberg flag is out. So the racing pace will be killed. All of the drivers have to slow down to a walking pace. This will once again bunch up the whole field. We've seen a Battenberg flag earlier on in the senior Rotax race as well. The same format will be followed, same procedures will be followed. The scene of the incident will very quickly be tended to by the marshals, and whatever the problem is, it will be very quickly rectified. Around the Willows section here and down towards what is going to be Kimbolton corner. It looks like this may have been a short-lived Battenberg flag. Question is, will we get racing this time round? It doesn't look like we will. So Battenberg flag will still fly. So Battenberg flag is still out as we go down towards the first corner. Not quite sure from my point of view what the reason is for this Battenberg flag still being deployed. Drivers having to stay aware of their competitors around them, slowing down to a considerably slower pace, as multiple drivers were involved in an incident in the first corner. Just a couple of the names: Jacob Dukes, Kai Veitch, Lewis Goff, William Antrobus, Oakley Grafwaite and Zach McDonald. The 2 drivers that have retired from that incident though are Charlie Neve and Charlie Cox. So multiple drivers having incidents down at the first corner, but we go racing once again. The restart is underway, diving down towards the first corner. And through the Willows, we now find ourselves up at the front of the field. Jacob Ashcroft has the whole race cut out in front of him. He has 11 minutes to hold on to this race lead if he wants to keep it going his way. Or will anybody be able to put up a fight here to the DHR car in the lead? It's a DHR 1-2 right now, then broken up by another Strawberry kart in behind. That being Aryaman Bansal. Aryaman Bansal been very fast so far this weekend. Been putting up a fight to some of the big dogs in the class. Down towards the first bend we go, through the first corner. Jacob Ashcroft looking calm and collected as he makes his way through. No signs of breaking form for Jacob Ashcroft just yet. And overtaking the midfield there, that looks like that was Charlie Wolfett trying to get a move done on Cameron Nelson. So a couple of drivers trying to get themselves involved in the mid-pack and gain themselves up a couple of possessions to better themselves going forwards into the latter stages of this race. Down the inside, there's a move. That's Joshua Smith making the move on Aryaman Bansal. Joel Dixon Cohen has sent a contact warning. So a contact warning board is shown on the gantry there for the driver of Joel Dixon Cohen. The number 167 is currently pedaling around in 16th position. Jacob Ashcroft, no surprise there, picks up the fastest lap on that previous tour of the circuit. Brilliant driving so far from him all weekend. A 222 diving down towards Kimbolton corner. And now rounding onto the home straight once again with just shy of 10 minutes remaining in this race. Cole Denham now finds himself in second position. He's the driver who's going to be pushing, trying to take the fight to Jacob Ashcroft. It's going to be a tall order. It's going to be a difficult one, but it's definitely one that Denham is going to take under his wing. Another contact warning being handed out there, this time to the number 80 of Zach McDonald, one of the drivers which was caught up in the incident down at turn 1. Down through Kestrel corner we go and towards Kimbolton corner once again up at the front end. Jacob Ashcroft, the question is he comfortable out in front, or is Cole Denham going to bring a fight to that lead? Jacob Ashcroft currently just asserting himself and asserting his dominance over the rest of the field. Set another fastest lap. So managing to just slightly extend his lead over Cole Denham. Got fastest lap by just 11/100ths of a second. As they go down through Dan Weldon's corner once again. Ashcroft using all the runoff. A mistake in the background there from Denham. That's not going to catch him onto the back of Ashcroft at all. But what it is going to do is that's going to leave him closer and closer into the grasps of Aryaman Bansal. Yeah, 1.08 seconds is now the gap which Ashcroft has back to Denham. So Denham, more of a defensive drive at this point in the race than he has an offensive drive, and overtake in the background. So that's going to be a move, what looked like Lizzie Mentia trying to assert herself further up the order. That may have been Mentia going for the move for fourth. We'll get confirmation once the drivers file back through past our commentary box and across the timing line. Around the final bend we go. Is it another fastest lap for Jacob Ashcroft? No, but he matches his best. Yes, that was a move there from Lizzie Mentia. Gets herself up into fourth past Cameron Nelson. Aryaman Bansal drops down a couple places on that previous lap. Finds himself down in sixth position for the time being. Originally was in sixth at the time of that lap starting. So down into the latter stages of the lap once again. Over half the race has already been completed. Jacob Ashcroft in a world of his own for the time being. 1.3 seconds is the gap which he's managed to pull over the rest of the field. Joshua Smith is the driver with the fastest lap though. Harry Bartle now picking up the fastest lap that time round. So multiple drivers showing that they have the pace to be fighting up at the front end of the field. When it comes to the fastest lap, it doesn't always come down to your cart's position on the circuit. Multiple drivers contending at that fastest lap further down the field. We're just having a look here at Aryaman Bansal. Aryaman Bansal glued to the rear bumper of Lizzie Mentia, who picks up the fastest lap there.
And also a contact warning going out to Lucas Blamford, the number 59. Where does the number 59 of Blamford find himself situated in the order for the time being? Seems to be a little bit lower down than he would be expecting or what he would be hoping for. 8th position is the place for Lucas Blamford. Still a good haul of points to start off the championship tight. But down into Kimbolton Bend once again and ready to go down the home straight. We push down the home straight once again. Lizzie Mentia just trying to hold off Cameron Nelson and Aryaman Bansal. Both drivers putting a world of pressure on her shoulders. 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining on the clock now. As the clock is ticking down, time is winding down, and the closing stages of the race are now becoming upon us. Jacob Ashcroft, he'll just be watching that clock, waiting for the time to strike 0. He has no worries about the drivers in behind him. Cole Denham, though, that's a completely different question. He's actually having to go defensive at this stage in the race to fend off Joshua Smith. Lizzie Mentia tucked in behind as well as they go down towards the first corner. Down the inside, trying the move. Mentia gets it done as well. So Joshua Smith got the move done there on Cole Denham, following through in Lizzie Mentia. Lizzie Mentia, the number 4 seed from last year, looking to improve that as she now finds herself in 3rd position in this race. That would be a brilliant start to the season for her. She would be elated with that result. Around the final couple of bends we go, and across the home straight. Jacob Ashcroft still leading the way, picks himself a new fastest lap. Joshua Smith in 2nd, Lizzie Mentia in 3rd. Will it stay that way though? That's the question. Jacob Ashcroft, the fastest lap by what is around a 10th of a second. As we go through Derek's corner, drifting, hitting every single apex. All of the drivers managing so well with the heat and the conditions which they've had to face today. Grueling heat, which is not a common phrase which we would say over here in the United Kingdom, but it is great when we do get to see it. The sun has been out all day. The clouds have refrained from overcasting the circuit, but that does mean that the drivers have had to deal with the exhaustion of the heat whilst they are blasting around the circuit. And blasting around the circuit indeed is Lizzie Mentia. She throws herself the fastest lap of the race, and she also finds herself in 2nd position in the race now. Lizzie Mentia, what a race this is that we're witnessing from the DHR driver. A switch up for this season, puts herself in the DHR kart, and now fighting in 2nd position. Great defensive positioning there from Mentia, puts the kart in the middle of the track to fend off Joshua Smith. Smith not able to put the kart on the inside, not able to put it on the inside. Inside line is going to be given to Lizzie Mentia, but just gonna lose it there through the willows as Joshua Smith manages to get the switchback coming out with the first corner. Mentia's DHR teammate Cole Denham still tucked in behind her. Will they work together to try and get past Smith, or will it be a free-for-all? Will it be a free-for-all indeed? Will there be a chance for Cole Denham to get the move done on his teammate of Lizzie Mentia? But Lizzie Mentia, I'm pretty sure, will want to get that 2nd position back as soon as possible. Going defensive into the first corner does Josh Smith. He asserts himself on the inside line and asserts himself still in 2nd position. Charlie Wolfett picks up the fastest lap of the race. Hand in the air from Lizzie Mentia. This is just handing the race to Jacob Ashcroft as he disappears into the horizon for these drivers. 3.3 seconds is the gap he's managed to pull himself over the remainder of the field. No worries in the world for the 222 out in front. So, down towards the first corner. Smith going defensive once again.
Mentia opting to follow the line of Smith as she has to hold off her teammate of Cole Denham in behind. As it gets down to these closing stages of the race, team orders completely fly out the window, and it's every driver for themselves. Through Dan Weldon corner we go on the battle that has captivated us this whole race. Joshua Smith hanging on by a hair in second position right now. Down the home straight to mark the penultimate lap of the race. Jacob Ashcroft has this one in the bag. Does not need to worry about this one at all. Joshua Smith just teasing Lizzie Mentia with that inside line. Mentia not opting to stick her nose into the first corner. Smith going less and less defensive as the race continues on. An odd strategy, but seems to be working out for him and the Jax Motorsport team. Second position right now, but will it stay that way? With only one more lap remaining after this one. This is where it all goes up in the air. Across the line, Jacob Ashcroft, he has the race in his bag unless something happens. But across the line, Joshua Smith, he has a lot to work for if he wants to hold on to this one. Doesn't opt to go defensive, doesn't want to lose any time to Mentia that he doesn't have to. Mentia in the slipstream though is in prime position to go for an overtake if she just manages to eke a little bit closer to the back of that number 11. They go through the Derrick's corner and now down towards Dan Weldon corner. Is she able to gain a little bit more time to attach herself onto the rear bumper of that number 11? Smith looking comfortable out in front, doesn't even feel the need to check over his shoulder, and he's played it perfectly. A game of chess was that one. Ashcroft crosses the line with an inevitable victory there, but Joshua Smith, a defensive masterclass, went defensive early, parked the brakes, and asserted himself a little bit of breathing room to get himself second position on the circuit. Wow, what a race to round out the day that was. Jacob Ashcroft, hats off to him, had no worries in the world and dominates the field once again. The 222 is used to that one indeed. Joshua Smith comes home in second, but a brilliant race from Lizzie Mentia driving back through the field to finish in third position. Cole Denham, her teammate, will finish in fourth from Cameron Nelson. Aryaman Bansal, Harry Bartle, Mikey Walker, Ollie Wise and Lucas Blamford will round out the top 10 there. A couple of big names which we would have expected up at the top of the field, unfortunately being caught up in that incident down at the first corner. So being set back a little bit, they had more work cut out for them to do as they had to fight their way through the field. Unfortunately, that's how racing is sometime. But amazing racing all the way throughout the field. There was battles all the way to the line, especially that battle for second position. I think everybody watching along at home was intrigued by what was about to unfold there. Joshua Smith, though, played his cards perfectly as he got himself that second position on the road. Lizzie Mentia will have to settle for third position, even though I'm sure she would have been praying to end up in that second position after working so hard the whole race. Cole Denham, her teammate, just shy of a podium after finding himself in the lead of the race earlier on, just before that Battenberg got a great start at the start of the race. Wasn't able to maintain that one, though, unfortunately, for the number 4. In the pits, though, for the final time this weekend, Junior Rotax has finished their race, and you know what that means. Kev Harris, let's have a word with the drivers.
Well, here we are then down in scrutineering, and it is first place for Jacob Ashcroft. Business as usual for him in Junior Rotax. Josh Smith then coming home in second for Project One. Well done to him. But huge congratulations to Lizzie Mentia. Look at that, sporting the DHO overalls this year. Started on row 7, 13th on the grid, and she's put it home in third. Let's see if we can get a word with Lizzie as we get her over onto the spot. Come and put your feet on the spot round here, Lizzie. I mean, Lizzie, there's got to be a smile on your face there. You started on row 7, 13th on the grid, you brought it home in third. Talk to me about that race.
Oh, was honestly so difficult, but it went so well. Like, I couldn't have asked for anything better. The race planned out exactly how I wanted it to. The start was perfect and just kept pushing through.
I mean, what a great opening weekend. You've been strong all weekend, but did you come into it thinking that you might get a podium?
Well, I was hoping so with the 0-4 on my plate, but yeah.
Nicely done. Am I right in thinking as well, this is your second podium in UKC? You got a third at round 4 last year?
Yeah, it's my second one.
Brilliant. And there was a moment there in that race where it looked like you could have been one step higher as well.
Yeah, it was possible. It was a hard race with obviously Josh Smith, but he's a great driver, so it was quite hard to get past.
Brilliant. And just a quick word about the team. What about Jacob Ashcroft ahead of you there by some margin? DHR obviously doing a great job with all of you.
Yeah, I was hoping it would be a top 3 when obviously I seen Cole in second, but it was good that it was a top 2.
Fantastic. Who would you like to thank this weekend? Who's been looking after you?
I'd like to thank my parents for obviously pushing me as far as I can and getting me to this point. I'd like to thank Dan Holland Racing for everything that they do, and my mechanic Matt.
Well done to all of those people there. Give her a huge round of applause. That is Lizzie Mentier, third place of the day. Well done, Lizzie. Go and high five your mechanic Matt. There she goes. How about that? And look at this. High fives to Joshua and his team as well. Let's get Joshua up from Project 1 on the spot. Come and put your feet on the spot here, sir. Wow, wow, wow. This junior Rotax class is tough, isn't it? But you held your nerve in that one there to bring it home in second. Talk to me about your race.
Yeah, I know. It was all no words, to be honest. It all parked up, and I read every situation the best I could and got into second and then dealt with it accordingly. I mean, it was a tough race, to say the least.
It's a tough class. It's probably been a tough weekend, isn't it? 72 driver entries overall. You've got to get through the heats, the Super Heat, and then make it the top 34. It's a long process to get to this point, to get to the podium, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a lot of background work that goes into it, and how hard the boys work behind the scenes is, I can't thank them enough, really.
Yeah, and just one moment there towards the latter stages. Looks like Lizzie got the jump on you, went into second for a few corners. Looked like she could have been where you're stood right now.
Yeah, I know. Maybe. I didn't let it happen, though. Just got back by. So, yeah, fortunately enough.
Well done, sir. Who would you like to thank?
All of Jack's Motorsport, Billy, my mechanic, and my dad mainly for making it all happen, really.
Brilliant. Well done. Well deserved, sir. There we go. Joshua Smith from Project 1. Second place in this opening round in the UKC. But let's welcome up the man that came home in first, Jacob Ashcroft. Come and put yourself on the spot here. This is familiar territory for you, but previously in Mini Inter, and now you've turned up and you're doing it in Junior Rotax. Jacob, you must be thrilled.
Yeah, I'm really proud of myself and had a really good race.
Just talk to me about how well you've slotted into this Junior Rotax car, because I know this isn't your first outing in it. You're using it elsewhere in other championships, but it is your first year in the series. You're obviously feeling very at home straight away.
Yeah, well, I went into a junior and I got used to it, and I've been fast, and now I've picked up a couple of wins.
Yeah, you certainly have, and it's a big class as well. It started the weekend with 72 races, only 34 make it through the final. You've had to keep your head all weekend long. What do you think has been your key to your success this weekend?
I mean, I've just been chudding out with the hot weather, not tiring myself out, and I've just been keeping progressing on the track and getting faster every single session.
Yeah, you really have, and you won by some margin in the end there. Well done to you. As always, who's been looking after you? I know the main man who's been with you by your side all weekend, but who would you like to thank?
Obviously my dad on the spanners, my mum, DHR, Time Racing Engines, and Russ for running me.
Yeah, and a quick word about your team, DHR. Obviously great to have Lizzie on the podium with you as well.
Yeah, it's really good to see another member of DHR on the podium, so yeah.
Brilliant. Huge congratulations, Jacob. It's going to be a strong season for you. Go and high-five your dad and the rest of the team in scrutineering. There he goes, Jacob Ashcroft, the winner at the end of Junior Rotax. And that is the end of our Super Finals. What a one to finish on, and congratulations to the other two winners there, or the other two podium place finishers there, Lizzie Mentier and Josh Smith as well. Lizzie picking up her second ever podium in the UKC. Well done to all at Team DHR for those two spots on that podium. Right, that's it from myself and Kai and all the team here at Kimbolton. Our next live stream will be on the 2nd of June, end of this month. The last weekend of the month is when we're racing at Wilton Mill, but the live stream will be with you on Sunday, the 2nd of June. So we would love it if you could join us then. And in the meantime, of course, follow us on all the social media. We are at UKC Global, something like that, I think. Look at us on the Instagram. You can catch up with everything and all the images that have been sent from this weekend. And give Stu Stratton a follow as well. He takes a lot of the photographs that end up on the social media. Right, thanks ever so much. I've been Kev Harris from myself and your race commentator Kai Bacini and all of the UKC team. Until next time, see ya.